The man sitting opposite the girl turned to her and said that he was proposing to her to become his daughter. The man's name was C. Alain de Levelton was the one who possessed all the riches of the kingdom and enormous power. A little girl sat across from him thinking that this couldn't be happening. She was just a minor character, a homeless girl who didn't even know when she would die in this story. Becoming this man's daughter was like winning the lottery. It sounded sweet like a dream, but one thing nagged at hers. The man looked at his interlocutor again. When she didn't respond, he asked her if she wanted to be his daughter. He was the main character in this book. The entire action of this story was connected with the man sitting opposite the girl, and at the same time, he was a homicidal maniac who would hardly do anything just like that. The little girl didn't know what to do. She was an orphan, and she had no one to protect her. At the same time, if she had become this man's daughter, who knew what would have happened to her? A homeless girl tried reading a newspaper she found in a trash heap. She spelled out, "Maids Wanted," syllable by syllable. She was delighted, because she'd only been able to read 2 words that day. Her friend, a homeless boy like her, approached her and asked why she needed a newspaper since she couldn't read anyway. But his friend decided to prove him wrong. She leaned over a newspaper she'd placed on the ground and told the boy that, by the way, she already knew some letters. The boy was only amused by her words. He began to tease her and burst out laughing when she bent over her newspaper with a serious expression. His girlfriend yawned loudly and said she didn't want to continue being homeless. She absolutely needed to change her life. And to do that, she needed to get out of these backwaters and find some kind of work. The girl's words seemed completely unfamiliar to her friend. He was surprised and asked her what fate was and how she intended to change it. The little girl understood that all of this was certainly difficult, but she seemed to have no other choice. She asked her friend to be quiet and bent over the newspaper again, trying to concentrate. The little girl's life was incredibly difficult. She had no family, no home of her own, and so she was forced to spend her days and nights simply in the open air. After her mother's death, she found herself abandoned and thrown out of the house they had once shared. Now the girl could only observe how well other people lived and compare their lives with her own difficult daily life. She quickly made friends on the street with people just as poor as she was. They thought she looked cute, and that's why passersby often gave her money or food. The girl's little friends, who also lived on the streets like her, began looking for those who looked wealthier and would inform her she could easily get gifts from passersby. This happened quite often, but there were also times when they were forced to go hungry. If she managed to beg for something, the children would eat the food given to them by passersby. When the boy started pestering her again, with questions calling her by her first name LLE, she asked him if he hadn't noticed that she was very busy looking for a job. But her friend persisted, trying in every way to attract her attention. He pointed to someone in the crowd and said that this tall man looked very wealthy. The girl looked in the direction the boy was pointing, trying to spot the person he'd spotted there. She asked her friend if he was referring to the man in the red cap. Indeed, he looked quite respectable and wealthy. But the boy said that it was a completely different person and pointed to the real one, a tall man in black clothes next to him. Elle realized this was exactly what they needed. This man looked quite respectable for their simple neighborhood. She jumped to her feet and told the boy that she would get to work right away. The girl approached the man and tugged at the hem of his coat. Who could have imagined at that moment that this could change her whole life? She stood next to a man in black, tugging at his black cloak. The girl asked if he could give her just 1 coin. When the man turned toward the girl, she noticed that he looked like a real handsome man. Moreover, he was dressed very fashionably and luxuriously, but to her dismay, he wasn't about to fork out any cash. He pushed the homeless girl aside, asking her to step aside, and told her he was busy. And at that moment, the girl felt as if she was falling somewhere, as if she was being transported to some other place far away from the man who had pushed her away. And without wanting it, she found herself in some other life. There in the hospital corridor stood her mother and father, talking with the little girl's attending physician. The girl was in a hospital bed in a ward, the door slightly ajar. In the hallway, after speaking with the doctor, her mother began to cry quietly, and her father began to comfort her. A gravely ill girl lay in a hospital bed. The doctor's verdict wasn't very encouraging, but she didn't know or even suspect that yet. She was reading a captivating book that captured her attention. The little girl's full attention was focused on the book that lay on her lap for the last time. Recently, after being admitted to the hospital, she had had a lot of time on her hands, and she decided to devote it to reading a fascinating story. Once she started reading this book, she couldn't put it down. The book was called The Days of Prince Levelton, and she really loved the plot. The prince was very resourceful and agile. He easily found a way out of any predicament. And now the girl wondered where he had gone. Had he really managed to escape already? The prince was thinking exactly the same thing. He was looking for the escaped criminal, and thought that if he was late, he might board the train. The prince who was pursuing the criminal was unfamiliar with his appearance. He acted at random, and the criminal was wearing a red beret, which distinguished him from other passers-by. After some time, the villain had already managed to change his outfit, and putting on a red cap immediately mingled with the crowd as a poor man, so that it was impossible for his pursuer to notice him. Kalen felt like he was hopelessly behind and would never be able to find this criminal. But he didn't give up and ran toward the train station. The prince's movements were swift. He kept speeding up, trying to reach the train station as quickly as possible to catch the criminal. But the pursued criminal had already begun the massacre. Nothing could stop him, and the blood of more than 30 victims spilled onto the ground. It seemed this villain didn't care who he killed. He showed no sign of conscience or mercy. His first victim was a boy named Walter, and suddenly, the little homeless girl seemed to be in a different place again. Just now, she'd been reading a book in a hospital room, and now she was on a dirty street in her usual rags. She wondered where the criminal had gone and whether he had really run away. She thought those exact same words had been in that book, and then she realized that her friend at Walter's was in danger. Ollie grabbed the end of the man's cloak running in front of her and began to pull him towards her, trying to stop him. She pulled the prince, who was hurrying after the criminal, with all the strength her small body was capable of trying to stop him. The girl shouted at him that he couldn't go to the station, otherwise people would die there. When the prince turned back to the girl, she said that they should absolutely not go to the train station because there was a strange man in a red beret there. She said she saw him pretend to head for the station, but then hide in an alley. When Callan asked the girl if what she told him was true, she added that he looked exactly like the devilish killer on the wanted posters. The girl shouted to the prince that he couldn't hesitate for a second, otherwise he might kill someone in the alley. She pointed to the direction the criminal had gone and asked him to run after him as quickly as possible. The prince rushed headlong in the direction the homeless girl had pointed him. He absolutely had to catch the suspected criminal before he acted, and his body count increased. Pedestrians continued to move along the street, not even noticing how one of them quickly ran into the alley. The girl watched the prince, but after only a moment, surprise appeared on everyone's faces. Loud screams were heard somewhere in the alley. People stopped and began looking in the direction from which they were coming. The little homeless girl became curious about what had happened. She walked to the corner of a nearby house and began peeking around it to observe what was happening somewhere in the depths of the alley. After she saw it, she thought it was some kind of dark magic. The prince stood perfectly still, motionless, watching the criminal. He seemed to be bound by some kind of black cloud which had lifted him off the ground and was beginning to choke him, causing him to scream loudly. Then the prince must have decided to loosen his grip. The criminal, who had been suspended in midair until then, fell heavily to the ground, and his pursuer slowly waved his hand over him. When the villain found himself lying on the pavement, Callan stepped on his head with his shoe and said that this was a great pleasure for him, and he could never deprive himself of such an opportunity. He smiled slightly, looking at the criminal lying at his feet, and said that he really liked bastards like this villain. The girl thought the criminal was a complete psycho. He started screaming so loudly that she had to cover her ears with her hands. After a while, it seemed to her that the screams had died down. She removed her hands and began to listen to see if the criminal would start screaming loudly again. It seemed the criminal had finally been dealt with. The prince clutched his head with his bloodied hand. His cheeks and clothes were also covered in blood. Most likely he killed the criminal with his cane, because the handle of this cane was bloody, and drops of thick crimson blood were slowly dripping from it. Allie was very scared. She became afraid, and so the girl decided to run away, running as fast as she could away from that damned alley. The homeless girl ran quickly, trying to get to some safe place as quickly as possible where she could hide from those around her. But this was not so easy to do, because her pursuer also really wanted to catch up with her and had already extended his hand to grab the fugitive. And the next moment, the prince succeeded. He grabbed the homeless girl by the collar and pulled her forcefully toward him. The girl began screaming loudly. She didn't want to fall into the hands of a cruel man who had just killed someone, even a criminal, right before her very eyes. As soon as Leigh calmed down a little, the prince immediately released her. He sat her down on the pavement near the wall, and standing over her, began to closely examine the little girl. Kaelin leaned as close to her face as possible, looked into her eyes, and said that he wanted to ask her something. The girl was terrified. She began shaking violently and couldn't calm down. A plea escaped her lips for the man to let her go. Somewhere in the distance, people began shouting, and the prince listened to their cries. It seemed they were getting closer, and they were heading right here, where he was now talking with the girl. Suddenly, the man told her that there were too many prying eyes in this place for conversation, and therefore they wouldn't be able to have a proper conversation. He handed her his business card. The man slowly stood up, preparing to leave the alley. He said his name was Callan de Levelton and asked the girl to be sure to find him. L.E. remained sitting against the alley wall. She held a business card in her hands, and in her head, she heard the man's words about how they needed to talk, about how she had helped him. The girl lay down to sleep on the cobblestone pavement, covering herself with old newspapers and a tattered rag. As she drifted off to sleep, she thought she'd somehow found herself inside the story and was living there. She was upset that she was a minor character in the story and also a homeless person. She wondered if she was really destined to end her days on the streets. L.E. thought she hadn't yet had time to taste the joy of life. After all, her parents thought their daughter would be born healthy and happy in the next life. The girl lay there wanting to scream at her mom and dad that unfortunately, all she'd be born with in the next life was health. She felt abandoned and miserable. The night passed completely unnoticed, and the next morning the girl woke up as if nothing had happened. She began yawning loudly and stretching vigorously. She noticed that some red flowers had appeared on the newspaper she had covered her body with at night to conserve body heat and keep from freezing. They were lying on top of the newspaper. Although the girl was very surprised by these flowers, she didn't spend much time with them, thinking that she had no need for that now. She picked up the newspaper and began reading the advertisements. The letters she saw there seemed familiar, as if she'd seen them somewhere before. She looked closely at the letters again. Circle, square, circle. It was very similar to what was on the back of the business card. They were exactly the same letters in exactly the same order. Leigh began to carefully read the newspaper and compare what was written in it with the business card that the mysterious stranger had given her yesterday. The girl was overjoyed when she was able to read the entire sentence. It was an announcement that Prince Levelton was recruiting servants, and to apply, they were to report to his palace. She thought this was a chance to change her destiny, especially since the prince himself had told her to come to him. When she arrived at the prince's palace, the girl was greeted with a rather unwelcoming reception at the entrance gate. The guard stationed there couldn't believe she'd received a calling card from the prince himself. The homeless girl tried in vain to dissuade him. She said the owner of this palace had given her a business card and told her to come see him here. And while the guard was examining the prince's business card, the girl thought that although this was true, her enterprise would not be successful if she could not meet with the prince. She sadly lowered her head, hoping that the man standing in front of her would change his mind and still let her into the estate. The sound of a squeaking wheel reached the girl's ears. A carriage was driving behind her, and one of the wheels was creaking slightly. The girl moved a little away from the gate leading to the palace. She decided to wait there if possible until the carriage entered the courtyard. Then someone called out to her. A very elegantly dressed and rather wealthy-looking boy approached her and asked what was wrong. The guard answered for her. He said that this girl claimed that the prince himself had told her to come here. E thought that this was probably the prince's son, Hada. The boy considered the guard's words. He didn't quite believe his father could be interested in some homeless girl, but perhaps his father had developed a new hobby. The girl tried to make the most of her last chance. She absolutely had to get to the palace, and she told the boy she had something important to tell the prince, and she wanted to see him to do it. It seemed her prayers had not been in vain. The boy heeded her request, and said he would lead her to the palace. He asked the girl to follow him. After they had crossed the vast lawn in front of the palace, he led her inside the palace, which immediately struck the poor girl with its size and splendor. Ellie noticed, as soon as they walked through the palace, an open door in which the man who had given her his business card yesterday was sitting at a table in his chair. Noticing the people who entered, Callan turned in their direction and began to stare intently at his son and the girl he was accompanying. The little girl was already beginning to regret coming to this palace. She remembered how the prince had killed a man yesterday without any remorse. She became frightened and began to tremble. Jed asked his father if he knew the girl. He told the prince that she had her business card. He wanted to say that perhaps she had stolen it. But the owner of the palace, sitting in the chair, answered the boy that they had indeed met this girl yesterday, and he owed her something. Jad asked if it was really true that the prince had called this seemingly poor and homeless girl here. L.E. was completely beside herself. She felt like she'd never be able to begin the conversation with the prince she'd been preparing for so long. She wanted to hear what he would say to her proposal. But finally, they gave her the floor and asked her what she wanted and why she had come to the palace. The girl said she wanted to ask if they were by any chance recruiting servants. As it turned out, her question greatly surprised the palace master. He asked her why she was asking this. The poor homeless frightened girl didn't know what to say. She was terrified, but she still dared to tell him she'd seen an ad in the newspaper that the prince needed servants. When she added that she had helped him that time, and perhaps he could help her, the prince asked the girl how old she was. She realized that perhaps her age would be a hindrance, but she still decided not to deceive anyone and answered that she was 9 years old. But she was so eager to get the job that L.E. began to tell everyone that she was very strong and healthy. Moreover, she could only eat once a day and could do almost everything. She told the prince that she knew how to wash floors well. She is also trained to do laundry. The girl looked at her hands and remembered how they hurt after she had been washing floors and doing laundry for a long time. But she was not discouraged and told the prince that she was small, and this could be a plus because she could clean the chimney. The girl became so emboldened and excited that she began to say that she was ready to do any work in the prince's palace if only he would agree to take her on as a servant. L.E. almost didn't hear how someone from behind began to move towards her, rustling their long dress on the floor. When she turned back, she saw a beautiful black-haired girl who greeted her and said that her name was Maria. The girl sat down opposite the girl and asked her where her parents were. L.E. remembered that it was Callan's sister. Just as she had read in the story, she turned out to be an extraordinary beauty. The homeless girl told her interlocutor that she once had a mother, but she died several years ago, and after that she was left alone and forced to live on the street. When the girl asked where she lived, their guest replied that she lived anywhere and didn't have a home. The boy was very surprised and asked where she slept. The poor girl didn't hide anything and said that she was sleeping outside in the open air. Then she raised her hands in front of Maria, who was still sitting there, and said she wasn't sick with anything contagious. She slept on the clean streets, collecting discarded blankets and covering herself with them. When she told the palace owners all this, they remained silent. The girl couldn't understand why no one had said a word to her, and so she became sad. The prince's sister said she'd heard that Callan wanted to thank the girl, and that's why he'd called her here. She asked her why she should become a servant if she could get something more. The girl lowered her head, ready to cry. She didn't believe she could get anything for nothing. She really wanted to get this job and thus change her destiny. And so she told Maria that she wanted to be someone else. When she grew up, she didn't want to be a beggar, but rather someone more significant. And she told the girl that she wanted no one to yell at her or call her names. She wanted to be as normal as everyone else, and she didn't know where else to turn for help. Maria stroked the girl on the head and said that she was very smart, and perhaps all her dreams would soon come true. And while the girl was stroking the palace guest's head, she noticed a red petal in her hair, which landed in her palm. The girl cried out in surprise and asked what it was. L.E. took the flowers in her palms and said that these were the flowers that she had found this morning and brought them to give to the prince. Callan looked in surprise at the flowers in his little guest's hands. He seemed very interested in them, and this was indeed true because the prince asked the girl to give them to him. He extended his hand to her and asked the girl where she got the flowers. The girl immediately fulfilled the palace owner's request and gave him the flowers. When he asked her who she got them from, she said she didn't know, since they were already there when she woke up. She really didn't want the prince to think she'd stolen them. She explained that she had a friend who sold flowers, and sometimes he gave them what was left. The boys must have placed the flowers near her while she was sleeping. The prince's sister looked at the girl and asked her what salary she would like to receive. Elle didn't think long and replied that she would accept as much as they gave her. That's why they might have agreed to pay her a quarter of an adult's salary. The prince seemed oblivious to the presence of other people in the room. He spent the entire time carefully examining the flower his little guest had given him. The girl was busy deciding how much she should ask for. She'd reached the point where she was ready to settle for just half a quarter and was waving her fingers to indicate how much she should be paid. The prince finally remembered why this little girl had come to him. He said he might take her on, but first he needed to check something. Then he called the little guest to him and asked her how she knew that he was pursuing a criminal. The girl thought it was a good thing she'd managed to prepare her answer in advance. She said she'd seen a man who looked just like the one on the wanted poster in the alley. The prince picked up the flower again and began examining it. He told Li that she had a very keen eye, but he asked again why she had decided to help him in particular. Ellie thought that the prince decided to test her in this way. She answered him that it was just an accident. When he asked her if it was a coincidence, she laughed and said she simply wanted to help someone. And then of all people, the prince caught her eye. She added that he was so handsome, and she never imagined he was of such high rank. But the prince persisted and said he was interested in something else. He asked how the girl knew he was heading specifically to the station. It was a very easy question, so she replied that there was only one reason why such a neat gentleman would be in a hurry walking down a dirty alley. And she asked if he wasn't heading to the station, which was only 2 blocks away, since the back alley was the fastest way to the station. Kalen looked closely at his guest. He couldn't believe the child could be so smart. He told the girl she was very bright. His guest became sad again. Tears seemed on the verge of appearing in her eyes. She was haunted by the question of whether she had dispelled the prince's doubts. But she had not yet received an answer to it, since the prince pointed his finger at another room where she should wait a little while he consulted with his family. When Lo left the room, the door was immediately closed behind her. She was confused. She felt like her plan had failed, and she wondered if she had made some mistake. She sat by the door, not even hoping to be assigned to the kitchen or the dishwasher. She was even willing to clean the stables, or at least let them take her on for a probationary period. Jad told his aunt that the child was not so easy to handle because it was not a pet. Maria didn't hesitate, but replied that she hadn't meant the girl as a pet. After all, there was food in the temple, and it was possible to live there. Besides, they also taught there. Her nephew paused briefly, as if considering what to say to her. He decided that perhaps his opinion didn't really matter to the adults. The prince asked his sister to leave the girl alone, because if she went to the temple, she would have to become a nun. His words surprised Maria beyond measure. She asked if her brother had considered leaving the girl behind. If they had such a young servant, strange rumors would certainly spread. Jad decided that perhaps he should raise this girl, and to do that, he simply had to let her live in the mansion. He found his father's proposal very strange, and the boy told him that the prince's jokes did not seem funny. The prince didn't respond to his son's remark, but instead squeezed the flowers the girl had brought with such force that it seemed as if nothing remained of them. And after that, the prince smiled slightly, resting his head on his fist. He explained to his sister and son that this was no joke at all. The girl was then invited back into the room and seated on the sofa. They sat at a small table, at the head of which sat the master of the palace. L.E. was incredibly surprised by the prince's words when he said that in fact the advertisement had been published more than 6 months ago, and during this time they had already hired 3 maids. The girl hung her head sadly, ready to burst into tears. Her idea had failed, and now she wondered what she'd hoped for and how foolish she'd been. But that was not all, it seems. The prince told her that he had heard from her that she could do anything that was asked of her. His guest continued to sit on the sofa, her head bowed. The prince told her he would give her 5 gold coins every week. The girl was very surprised by his words. In her opinion, 5 gold coins was a lot, and she immediately began calculating how much bread she could buy with them. But then the girl immediately became upset. She thought that no one would pay such a large sum of money for nothing. Would she really have to pay for it properly? L.E. wondered if the prince really wanted her to become an object of his collection. She had noticed that the prince's house was full of stuffed wild animals. She learned that the prince's hobby was collecting these stuffed animals. The girl began to tremble and didn't know what to do. The prince remained seated in his chair. He said he didn't know what girls usually did since his sister had grown up in the village, and he himself had never had a daughter. After thinking for a moment, he called the little girl to him and asked her what she thought about becoming his adopted daughter. Lee wondered what his words, adopted daughter, meant. After all, it probably didn't mean he wanted to adopt her. So she asked the prince, adopted daughter. That probably meant some kind of servant. After hearing these words from the little girl, the prince's sister burst into loud laughter and couldn't stop laughing. She even began to cry. She told the girl that she wouldn't be a servant. The girl couldn't believe Maria's words about being offered the chance to become her daughter. After all, Maria had declared it was the other way around, and that the other maids would look after the girl. Maria turned to her brother and said he had completely confused the poor girl with his words. First, he talked about money, and then he asked her to be his daughter. But the prince cut off all further conversation. He repeated his words once again, his words about his intention to adopt this little girl, who by the will of fate had been left an orphan with no one to look after her. A moment later, the door to the room opened, and the prince's butler entered. He apologized and reminded his master that His Highness the Prince was awaiting him, but his words seemed to have no effect on the prince. He continued sitting. He said, "So what?" and added that he was talking now, and therefore asked the butler to leave. The little girl, who was sitting on the sofa at the time, wondered how anyone could treat the royal family so coldly. She thought the prince's family must be very noble, since he allowed himself to be treated like that. The master of the palace approached the sofa on which his little guest sat from behind. He stroked her head. When the girl turned around, he looked her in the face and said that he could not make her work because she was too small. When the girl tried to object to him saying that she would soon grow up, the man remarked that he did not want to leave the girl to live on the street, and therefore she would simply live in this house. The little girl did not know what to answer him, and so she only clenched her hands into fists when the prince told her that he was asking her to be his daughter. Becoming Kalen's daughter means becoming the most honorable girl in this country, but at the same time, it implies entering the house of a prince whose hands are stained with blood. Since the girl did not utter a word in response to his proposal, the prince became agitated and asked her if she did not want to become his daughter. L.E. bowed her head and began to ponder what she should do now. She didn't know whether this was luck or bad luck, but her fate was definitely about to change. Then the girl raised her head and looked at the prince. She decided she knew one thing for sure. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and so she agreed to the prince's proposal. The man who had offered to marry her began to rise from his chair. He said that this was excellent and that he would entrust all necessary arrangements to his butler. The prince's decision seemed to greatly upset his sister because she began screaming, asking what all this was about. She asked him if he even knew the girl's name, but Callan wouldn't listen. He said he didn't need the name his adopted daughter had on the street, and he was going to give her a new one. The little girl thought that she hadn't even told these people her name yet. She firmly decided that she absolutely had to tell the prince and his relatives her name. And then the girl shouted to the back of the palace owner, who was leaving the room, that her name was L.E. That's what her mother had named her wife. Hearing this, the prince told her that she was probably born on Monday. Surprised by his words, E.L.E. asked him how he knew this. The prince turned his head back for a second and told her that Li, in the ancient language, meant Monday. When the prince left, the butler immediately set about making all the necessary preparations. First and foremost, a bath of warm water, with flower petals floating in it, was prepared for the girl. The girl was surprised to discover that this bathroom was even larger than the room she had just been in. The butler, standing behind the screen, informed her that a maid would soon arrive to help her, and said that he was leaving. But the girl did not let him go and immediately shouted after him, intending to ask him about something. The butler answered her that his name was Sion, and he thought the girl could ask the question after bathing. The young man had already turned to leave the room, but the girl continued to ask him, saying that she had only one question. Then she stuck her head out from behind the screen and said that the prince had asked to become his daughter, and she wondered if the butler knew what that meant. Cyan, of course, answered her question and said that this meant that she was now his little mistress. But the girl wasn't satisfied with his answer. She said she knew about it, but she'd be interested to know why the prince needed to bring an orphan into his house and what she should do now. The butler told her he would answer her honestly like an adult. Adoption is rare in wealthy and noble families, of course, but it is possible. There are cases when a family has only one child, and for his sake, they take another one as a friend. There are cases where adoption can be a form of charity. This provides the child with an education. The purpose of adoption may be the desire to make outstanding people out of these children. The butler told the girl that if she grew up to be a worthy lady of this family, then everyone around would praise the prince for his mercy. The girl sitting in the bathtub repeated the word charity and said she understood everything. She thought that if she succeeded in becoming an outstanding woman, she would be able to thank the prince. She thought about the chances of survival of a beggar like her in this world that was full of murderers. The girl sat in the bathtub and thought about how well things had worked out for her. Here she would be able to study and would always be well fed. Even if it was charity, she intended to be forever grateful for it. She told the butler exactly this, adding that she would never forget it. The man apologized for his rude words and said that from now on, he would address the girl as a member of the family. The butler also said he wanted to add that the prince is not the kind of person who loves others. He doesn't show kindness to everyone. Ellie smiled and said that she knew that for sure. In short, he is a real dark hero. Having already opened the door, the butler told his new mistress that the most important thing for her was to be healthy and grow up in a peaceful environment. The girl still wanted to ask the butler something. She pulled back the screen and called his name. Since he didn't answer, she thought he had already left. The girl settled comfortably in the bathroom and began to think about whether she would be able to be healthy and grow up in a peaceful environment, since she was adopted by a real serial killer who had already killed 107 people. Naturally, the prince was no ordinary homicidal maniac. He was a high-level dark mage born once every 500 years. High-level dark mages are cursed to survive only by killing people. To survive, they must absorb the magical power of human bodies. That's why they're forced to kill. And the more magical energy they absorb, the stronger they become. That's why they're also called magic absorbers. After Callan's magical abilities became known to his entire family, it was decided to raise the prince as a weapon. Later, even the royal family joined in this matter to use the prince's magical power. And so he was born a villain who kills villains, a serial killer who destroys other serial killers. It was the king's one-man special forces unit, lying in the warm water of the Bath Li, thought about how lucky she was. Although she was a little scared that the prince did not pose any danger to her, she was sure that he stood on the side of justice and was something like a real hero. After a while, she felt as if she'd dozed off in her bath. When she opened her eyes to her surprise, she saw a whole crowd of maids ready to please their new mistress. When she saw so many women, she became a little scared and decided to hide in the bathwater, diving into it in such a way that only her eyes and ears remained above. The maid standing closest to the new mistress cried out that she might have become ill and added that if the mistress was in pain somewhere, she should tell her about it immediately. L.E. didn't complain about anything. She climbed out of the bath and was immediately offered a warm, soft towel to wrap herself in. When the girl looked into the bathtub, she noticed that the water had become almost black. She apologized, but the maid, drying her hair, replied that it was nothing. They could dump the water out and fill it with new water. L.E. was surprised by how soft the towel felt on her shoulders. She even wondered if such a soft cloth could be used to dry her body. All the maids who came contributed their efforts to ensure that in the end, their new mistress began to look like a real princess. Washed, combed, and dressed in a new, luxurious dress. The girl looked at her hair, and it seemed to her that it had become different from what it had been before. She wondered if her hair had ever been this color before. She looked in the mirror and began to admire her clothes. She felt like they were those of a real angel. The maids seemed pleased with their work too. They joyfully exclaimed, praising their mistress. They said she looked wonderful and wiped the sweat from their brows. When the girl was tidied up, a woman approached her and said that everything was ready for dinner and asked her to follow her. In all the excitement and fuss, Elle completely forgot about her hunger. Her nerves kept her from feeling hungry, and moreover, during her time outside, she'd learned to control her hunger. The woman led her into a huge dining room. Chairs were arranged around a large table, but to the little girl's surprise, there was no one else there. When Lo looked at the table, she was literally stunned by the appetizers offered to the palace's hosts. Never in her life had she seen so much food in one place at once. Since no one was there, she decided to wait for the prince and his relatives. So the girl decided to climb onto one of the chairs near the dining table. Perhaps it was a bad decision, because she was immediately tempted by the food on the table. She noticed that everything looked very appetizing. Besides looking delicious, the food smelled exquisite. This gave the girl a stomachache and made her hungry. About 20 minutes passed like this. The girl waited in vain for someone else to appear in the cafeteria. She was already drooling so much, she wanted something to satisfy her hunger. She picked up a huge loaf of bread and thought maybe she should try at least a little before the others arrived. She was so hungry that it was already difficult to wait for the prince. First, she decided to sniff the bun. It smelled so aromatic that she wanted to bite into it right away. The next moment, she decided that she would not eat it all, but would just take a few bites, a couple of small pieces. To her surprise, Elle noticed that the bread was very soft. She thought she hadn't eaten such delicious food in a long time. She remembered that in her past life, everything had been completely different. Due to her serious illness, she had no appetite. So before she came here, the girl had been forced to eat almost nothing. She didn't even notice how after the bun, she began to eat the rest of the dishes on the table. Time flew by, and it seemed she hadn't wasted a single minute. Eventually, she was full and thought everything was delicious. She decided that excellent food was worth crying over too, and she cried a little. She was brought out of her state of bliss by the words of a boy sitting next to her at the dinner table. He said she was so small, yet she ate so much. Ali was very scared when she noticed her new relative next to her. She screamed and wondered when he had come here. Jad pointed his finger at the chair his new sister was sitting in and said that she had actually taken his place. L.E. was horrified by the thought that she might have looked bad while stuffing herself. She immediately apologized. She felt so ashamed in front of the boy that she immediately screamed loudly and decided to run away from the palace to avoid her shame. But Jad saw this in time and was able to restrain the girl. Since he was stronger than she, it wasn't difficult for him, and he sat his sister down in the same chair again. He said she had absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. If she was hungry, then he was very glad that she was full and felt content and happy. The boy sat down in the chair next to her and said that her seat would be opposite his chair, and next time she should sit there. But the poor girl was no longer happy. She felt guilty and deeply ashamed that anyone could notice her stuffing herself with food. Jad noticed something was wrong with her. He began to look at her closely, turning his head towards the girl. He noticed a strange aroma emanating from her. He told her it was strawberry blonde, and that's why her hair smelled like strawberries. He added that it was probably the smell of soap. L.E. wasn't listening to the boy at all at this point. She looked at the table and noticed that most of the plates had been cleared. She felt ashamed that she'd left the rest of the family without dinner. The boy turned to her again and asked what had happened to her. He wondered if she might need his help. L.E. looked like she was in deep water. She said she'd eaten all the food, which was also meant for other family members. She was truly ashamed of herself for having done so. She couldn't forget that, on the street, if friends managed to turn off something from passers-by, they always shared with each other even the smallest piece of bread. Only in this way, by helping each other, could children survive on the streets without resorting to theft, for which they were severely punished. She told the boy sitting next to her everything and said that her friends always shared even the smallest piece with her. And then the girl started crying. She said she really wanted to be friends with everyone in the palace, but now they'd probably think she was some kind of glutton. Jad immediately told her not to worry about anything. He said he was just watching her eat. That's why he didn't show it. The girl looked at her brother in surprise. This surprised her, and she asked why he was watching her eat. Jad told her it looked quite unusual. He'd never seen anything like it before, and he kept wondering why she only ate once a day. It turned out she ate a lot at once. L.E. immediately wanted to explain everything to him, because on the street she ate only once, because there was nothing to eat, and she was forced to eat only once a day. The girl was very upset and withdrew into herself again. She thought that her brother had misunderstood her words and would now think that she could eat so much food. But he didn't seem to care. He asked her to eat something else and added that it was really funny to watch her while she ate. Her cheeks would puff out and she looked like Pop. When the girl asked him who it was, he told her that it was the name of a cat he once had. This cat, as soon as she saw food, completely lost her head and ate more than her own body. Lee almost choked on the cake she was eating after the boy said that the cat always kept treats in her teeth so that no one would take them away. She immediately put the piece of cake from her hands onto the table and told her brother that he must have loved this cat very much. He said that this was indeed the case, although she died as a result of a failed experiment. And when he invited her to look at the stuffed animal that remained of this cat, the girl categorically refused to do this and even changed her face, repeating to him that she was not burning with desire to do this. She asked the boy what kind of experiments he had conducted on the cat, and thought that he was not going to conduct any experiments on her either. Jad explained the experiment to her in detail. He changed her environment, placed her in a warm place, prepared a bed for her, and even gave her medication. When he added that there was no particular effect, and she was dying, the girl thought that this was not an experiment at all, but simply caring for a sick pet. And she decided to remember what Jad was like in the book. He was deeply unloved, living in his own world, not allowing anyone to interfere in his life, not even his father. He wasn't bad, and she decided that everything looked exactly like in the book. She smiled at the boy and said that Popo was probably grateful to him for this experiment. Her interlocutor replied that he knew nothing about it and immediately asked why she wanted to be friends with him. Lee replied that thanks to him, she was able to stay here in the palace, and now she really wanted to befriend the boy as a sign of gratitude. He answered her that it was just his father's decision, and even if he had been against it, it probably wouldn't have changed anything. When the girl tried to object to him saying that her father was probably indulging his whim, Jad replied that this was not at all the case, and that they would not be able to become friends, because brother and sister cannot be friends. His answer seemed to deeply upset the girl. She suddenly fell silent, her eyes shining with frustration at not being able to befriend her new relative. But then Jad leaned over and said that, despite all this, relatives can be close. They can trust each other, and watching her devour the food was quite amusing. Low spirits at all. She was still sad, and told him it was just today, and that she didn't usually eat that much. He seemed upset by this answer, but he did not show it and turned to her again, saying that he still wanted to ask her something. The boy's question concerned a red flower with golden hair. Like the prince, he was very interested in the flower the girl had brought. Jad looked her intently in the eyes and asked the girl if she really got it from someone. He was also interested in how it happened. She was surprised by his question, confirmed that it was indeed true, and she didn't even know who she'd gotten the flower from. At the same time, she wondered if something was wrong. She remembered that when the prince took the flower in his hands, he had a very serious expression on his face, as if something had really puzzled him. Lee wondered if the prince and his son could have thought that she had stolen this flower, because frankly speaking, she had not stolen it, but had simply found it on an old newspaper with which she had covered her body at night. Now it was her new relative's turn to reflect. He gazed thoughtfully into the distance and began to wonder aloud why her father had wanted to adopt her. The girl replied that she herself didn't know why. She was even more surprised when asked if she had ever killed people, or perhaps been an accomplice to any crimes. She also answered negatively to these questions. She immediately hastened to assure the boy that no one would die at her hands in the future either. He said, "Okay, that's all clear," but then asked if she had done any other bad things. The girl thought for a moment, going over her past memories, and said that she had once been falsely accused of stealing a wallet. She remembered that she had been unfairly accused of a crime she had not committed, and what's more, severely punished for it. The girl touched her cheek with her hand and said that she hadn't stolen the purse. She simply wanted to pick up the item that had fallen to the ground. Noticing the expression on his sister's face, Jad asked her if she had been beaten hard. She replied that she had been slapped several times, and at the same time, she thought that she had almost died then. Lee was surprised by the boy's words when he said that in that case, she wasn't just a toy for her father, but something much more to him, She decided that under no circumstances would she agree to be anyone's toy. She decided that the boy was trying to check whether she was just a toy for the prince, and she wondered if she had done the right thing when she decided to come to the palace. Her brother turned to her and asked about the man who had slapped her. He said he was a bad guy and asked if she remembered his face. Ellie tried to do it, but she couldn't. She replied that she didn't remember, because it was too long ago. Jad smiled and said she could tell him about it if she remembered, and then he would make sure she played with this man's head like a ball. She laughed in response to his words, thanked him, and said that she would definitely tell him if she remembered, but she thought that even if she remembered, she should never tell him about it. Deep night fell over the city. A full moon illuminated the almost cloudless sky, but not everyone was asleep in the prince's palace. His office for special missions was located in the basement, and people were there now. The butler was reading the file of the little girl who had become his master's adopted daughter. Name: Elle. Age: 9. Born in a poor neighborhood. Her only relative was her mother, who died of illness. After that, she lived in back alleys, begging. The prince nearly fell asleep listening to his servant read. He continued saying that the girl had never been involved with any gangs, had never committed any crimes, and had no unusual behavior. When his servant asked if the prince had adopted the girl because of that flower, he replied that it was absolutely true, as such a flower couldn't be found. Even if his sister's country were turned upside down, she couldn't have brought that flower by accident. It's a very rare thing. It's not easy to find. It's a red bell with gold stripes. This flower is complex. It is closely associated with magic, and it is a challenge to a criminal. These were the very flowers the prince noticed near the body of his murdered mother. This criminal who used such flowers became her murderer. When Cyan asked the prince if he thought the girl was the killer's target, he replied that she was either the next victim or an accomplice. Whoever she was, he planned to leave her here and observe her. His servant told the prince that the 9-year-old girl did not look like a spy at all, and looked like an ordinary child, no different from her peers. Kaylin replied that she did look cute, but that one shouldn't pay attention to that, and added that his butler was too indulgent with children and animals. Cyan asked about his son, said that he had not shown any feelings after the death of the chimera that had been given to him, and therefore he simply needed to be left alone. Then the prince looked down, somewhere rose slightly from the sofa, and asked the butler if the chair could move. He stepped on the head of a criminal lying at his feet. After the contact, the body moved slightly and groaned. Cyan bowed before his master and asked for his forgiveness, saying that he believed he had given him too little. The prince again pressed his foot hard on the killer's head and said that he had killed 30 people, some of whose bodies went into his collection. Afterwards, he asked the butler if he had returned the exhibits from this villain's collection to the relatives of the victims. He replied that he had not yet. Kaylin thought for a moment and then began to muse out loud. He pondered what he should do and decided that perhaps he should divide it into 30 pieces and send them to the families of the victims as a souvenir. His servant came up to him and began to ponder the same question. He took the hand of the criminal prince, lying at his feet, and said that he could not yet understand how it would be used as a gift. The man lying at their feet seemed to have heard everything. The criminal's eyes were filled with horror. He groaned loudly, as if fearing the fate that awaited him. Sion said he thought that might be sufficient punishment. The girl recalled her past life, but almost all she remembered from it was how she read books in a white hospital room. One day, when her mother came to see her, she told her that she wanted to catch criminals when she grew up, and asked her if she could do it since she was in poor health. She broke into a wide smile when her mother said, "Of course she was a very smart girl." She so aspired to be like the elegant and strong family of the main character in the story she'd read. In her final days, the illness progressed rapidly, and so she only vaguely remembers the book about the prince. But it seems it was the last book she read while she was alive. The last thing the girl remembered was how ill she felt before she died, and she could no longer hold the book in her hands, and it fell with a thud on the floor of the hospital room. Ellie opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling of the palace bedroom where she had spent the night. She thought she was dreaming about her past life again. The girl lifted herself from the bed and looked out the window. She was haunted by the thought of why she couldn't remember the contents of that book. She continued to sit on her huge bed and thought that maybe all this was because of a dream, because every morning she woke up and began to doubt the reality in which she now lived. To make sure that everything that was happening to her was not a dream and that she was really in the palace now, she even decided to pinch her cheeks and screamed loudly in pain. After some time, she was dressed and quickly ran to the dining room, where her new relative was waiting for her. She greeted the boy, who was now sitting in his usual chair. He wished her good morning in return. When she noticed that the prince was not at the dinner table today, either, Jed explained to her that her father was always busy, and that today he had gone to the suburbs on some kind of inspection. The girl replied that she understood everything and thought the inspection in the suburbs was just an excuse for the prince to leave on a mission. She decided not to ask about it anymore. When she told Jad that she would no longer be interested in it, he replied that this was indeed very correct, and she should not at all be interested in what their father was doing. Every morning, she ate breakfast alone with her brother. He continued to watch her closely as she ate her food. Ollie looked at her brother and decided that he was still a closed person to her, but they had become a little closer, and so now she called him by his name. When he asked the girl if it was really that delicious, she replied that of course it was, and responded affirmatively to his suggestion that it would be a good idea for her to learn a little table etiquette and eat a little more slowly. She looked at the boy and thought that she could perhaps hope that they had become closer, and asked him if he was busy today and if there was a possibility. But Jad didn't let her finish her sentence. He announced that he wouldn't be there today because he had to stop by the academy. L.A., of course, was upset by his answer. She said she understood and began thinking about what she should do today. Her brother called the butler over and gave him some order, after which the man turned around and went off somewhere. After some time, Sion returned, carrying with him a beautiful yellow balloon. He leaned over to the girl and told her she could play with the ball instead. The girl was overjoyed and amazed by the gift she received from her brother. L.E. immediately started playing with it and asked if it was really meant for her, since the balls were only for special days. She remembered how her mom and dad sometimes brought her balloons to the hospital, and she was incredibly happy with such a gift. Remembering her parents from her past life, the girl immediately began to cry. Her brother and butler decided it was probably from joy. Jad leaned slightly towards her and said that he didn't think she would like some kind of ball so much. The boy's eyes lit up as he watched his sister's delight in receiving such a modest gift. He also appreciated the sincerity with which she thanked him for it. He decided to stroke the girl's head after she said that she would always carry this ball with her and would always remember her brother's kindness. Then a sweet scent reached the girl's nose. It was milk tea brewed from the leaves of the Ragul Empire tea. In a matter of seconds, she immediately grabbed a cup of delicious favorite tea and drank its entire contents in one gulp. Lee decided that today was a fantastic start to the day. She slept well, ate well, and even received a wonderful gift. The girl didn't have to think long about how to occupy her time in her brother's absence. The prince's butler decided to give her a tour of the palace and its surroundings. When they left the palace, they began walking along the lawn of the park surrounding the palace. Sion explained that it had its own history, and the prince was the only one in the capital who owned so much land. Lo was interested in who lived in all these houses that belonged to her adoptive father. The butler answered her that initially the prince's relatives had once lived here. All these houses were occupied by them, but they all moved away, and now the houses are empty. He pointed his finger somewhere into the distance in the direction of a small hill, and asked the girl if she saw an ancient temple there in the distance. When she replied that she did, he told her that precious items from the prince's collection were kept there, and therefore she was forbidden to go there. The girl decided that the prince's office was also located there. She didn't have time to think about anything else because the sound of an approaching carriage attracted her. Both she and the man accompanying them turned in the direction from which the noise was coming to see who had arrived at the palace in the rapidly approaching carriage. It was drawn by beautiful white trotters and was rapidly approaching the place where the butler and his young mistress stood raising clouds of dust from under its wheels and hooves. Sion told the girl that he thought it was a carriage from the temple and that they had no need to worry. But Ellie was still frightened. Her expression changed slightly, and she tried to hide behind the butler's body. The carriage pulled up and stopped right next to where they were standing. The man and the little girl waited for whoever would step out of the carriage. The prince's sister immediately jumped out of the approaching vehicle. She asked who was there and announced that they had met again. When the butler told her that all they saw was the carriage rushing towards them, Maria hastened to tell him that society was already full of talk about the prince's adopted daughter. Sion was a little surprised by this. He said he'd tried to stop the newspapers from reporting it. It was surprising that rumors had already spread. The prince's sister explained this to him by saying that gossip spreads information much faster than newspapers. They are the main occupation of socialite girls, and they strain all their receptors, reacting acutely to every movement of the handsome prince. Maria laughed and said that Lady Roger had already come to her to test the situation and that she thought it looked very funny. Hearing this name L.A. was slightly surprised. She felt as if she had heard this name somewhere before, and it did not bode well for her. When the prince's sister finished talking to the man, she glanced at the little girl again and was slightly taken aback by her attire. It seemed completely inappropriate to her. When she told the little girl about it, she began to examine it. The woman kept asking if her outfit was too big for her, adding that it was a very old-fashioned dress. Maria clutched her head and declared that she'd known it all along. The sweet little lady had come into the house, and he'd bought her something she didn't need and didn't like. The little lady standing in front of the servant didn't respond to the woman, merely thinking that she liked her new clothes. Then the princess thought for a moment and asked if her brother was at home, as she had decided to talk to him about something. The butler replied that his master was busy and was not at home at the moment. It seemed that this only made her happy, because she began to smile and said that it was very nice, and said that in that case she would take this sweet little girl with her. He tried to object to her, saying that he needed the owner's permission for this, but all his persuasion was useless. The woman grabbed the indignant girl and dragged her toward the carriage, despite the butler's words that all the young ladies' exits must be coordinated with the prince. Maria leaned close to the girl's face and said they could ask permission later, but first they would buy new clothes and come back. She then asked Elle how old she was. She smiled sweetly at the girl and asked if she looked like a Mrs. when she told her that she was 9 years old and called Maria Mrs. She said that at her age she should choose what appeals to women, not men. If anything, she could invite the prince to the atelier. He's probably staying at the hotel under the pretext of a trip out of town. The butler told the princess that he was forced to agree with her. Then nothing could be done, and the girl could go with her to the city. The princess immediately invited the girl to quickly get into the carriage, and once they were seated, it quickly moved along the road. But her companion continued chattering incessantly, giving the little girl no peace. Sitting in the carriage, the girl continued to listen to the princess's babble. The princess told her that she had seemed very sweet the last time, but now she was convinced that she was actually quite attractive, adding that she had a keen eye and could see the essence of things. When the little girl told the woman she was so beautiful, the woman immediately admiringly said she was very sweet and apologized for leaving so quickly last time. That was because guests had arrived at the temple. Hearing about the temple, the girl asked her companion if she worked there. Maria said that she has a very simple position. She is a holy virgin. It is a kind of special position. The girl immediately imagined her interlocutor as a holy virgin. She couldn't believe she was sitting next to her in the carriage, chatting amiably. Could this really be the Holy Virgin she was thinking of? The princess said she was very curious to see if the store had any new dresses, and added that she couldn't wait for them to arrive. Seeing her light a cigarette, the girl immediately realized she couldn't possibly be a Holy Virgin. As soon as she inhaled the toxic smoke released by her companion, the girl immediately began coughing and thought it looked very ridiculous, a Holy Virgin smoking. Although on the other hand, no one forbade smoking. Realizing she had made a mistake, the woman immediately put out her cigarette and tried to turn it into a joke, telling the girl to just look at her and ask if she was surprised. Ellie thanked the woman and said that nothing special had happened. She simply thought the Holy Virgin should have looked a little different. Still, she thought the princess wasn't bad. While talking in the carriage, the girl and the woman did not even notice how their carriage quickly reached the city, and now the horses' hooves were loudly striking the stone pavement of the street. The girl was curious to see the city again, a city she'd been away from for a while. She looked out the window, and to her delight spotted a toy store. She looked at the window of this store, and remembered that only recently she had been a beggar, and for her looking at the windows of toy stores was the highest luxury. They would often come to the toy store window with their friends and admire its contents from the street. This didn't sit well with the store owners, who considered them hooligans, so they would chase away the vagrants who hung around. One day, something truly incredible happened to the girl. When the store owner chased them away, she hid around the corner. Then she noticed that the owner had forgotten to turn off the light illuminating the display case. Then he went home, leaving the light on. As soon as he walked away, the girl immediately returned to the toy store window and began examining the contents. It was absolutely stunning, and she felt as if she had found herself in heaven. She couldn't tear herself away from the stunning sight that opened before her eyes, and that Time LA stood in front of the window of this store all night. And now, in exactly the same way, she peered out the carriage window, trying to see if any new toys had appeared in that store. The princess sat opposite her, admiring her little companion's curiosity. She thought that if she were with Maria, perhaps she would be able to get inside the store. When the princess stroked her head, the girl thought that perhaps she would still be able to go with her to a toy store and touch some doll with her hand. When they finally arrived and got out of the carriage, the little girl's companion said that the purpose of their journey was right here, and all the young ladies buy clothes at the Seville store. As they approached the store entrance, the woman said they would need to buy as much as possible. The girl might only be 9 years old, but if she lived in the prince's house, she'd have to go to many places. And then the princess began listing all the clothes she thought her little companion needed. She named a going-out dress, a casual dress, an evening dress, and many more. As soon as they entered the store, the women working there immediately noticed them. One of them even clasped her hands and cried out that the Holy Virgin had appeared to them. She happily announced to the other employees that their honored client had arrived and asked them to serve the people who had entered. As soon as the prince's sister and his daughter approached the salespeople, they immediately began asking her what dress she wanted today, adding that they had just received a new shipment of silk. But the princess replied that it was not she who would be choosing the clothes today, but this child. Until these words, the child had been hiding behind the woman's back, but now she came out and greeted the salespeople. She thought that she had previously thought Maria wanted to drive her away. When the women working in the store asked who the young lady was, the Holy Virgin told them that she was a new member of their family. She also told them that they needed to dress this young lady as best they could. She needed to completely update her almost empty wardrobe. While Lea was hiding behind the hem of her companion's dress and only peeking out from there, furtively, the sellers asked how much they were expecting. The woman smiled and asked them if they really dared to ask Lady Levelton herself about prices. The women seemed to realize they had made a mistake, because the first of them immediately began to bow in fear and ask for forgiveness. The princess smiled at them and said there was no need to apologize. She said they should start with 100 gold coins, and they needed to make sure they could spend it all. L.E. immediately began to mentally imagine what a huge sum that was, a whole 100 gold coins. If a maid's salary is 1 gold coin, then 100 coins, roughly speaking, is a whole 100 million. Maria was very surprised when the prince's little pet rushed to her and declared that she couldn't spend such a huge sum. In her opinion, it was too much. Despite all the little girl's protests, the princess answered her that this was exactly as much as was needed for the first time, and asked her not to worry so much. Ellie thought about how she wasn't his biological daughter, and how she shouldn't spend so much money. She figured the prince would throw her out, deciding he didn't need such a spendthrift daughter. She was very upset that the princess had decided to spend such a huge sum on her. The girl seriously considered being kicked out for it. The store employees immediately rushed to the young woman and began telling her that they had many dresses that would perfectly suit such a beautiful lady. The girl decided she couldn't listen to them. She noticed that the salespeople's eyes were simply shining. One of the women snatched the rope holding her balloon from her hand and said that they would take it for safekeeping. The same woman took charge of tying the rope near the window. She said the balloon would stay there while they chose their outfits, and there was no need to worry about it at all. The girl was literally dragged into the back of the store by force. The salespeople told her they needed to take her measurements first and asked her to follow them. Ali didn't understand whether this was really possible. The princess sat in a chair merely directing the salespeople. She asked them to bring the more expensive items so that they would be in keeping with the prince's family. After she saw what was brought, she declared that it was already out of fashion and asked if they were really going to dress such a beautiful child in such an ugly dress. The woman was choosing something from the catalog that was offered to her, and finally seemed to have found something there, since she said that she thought the dress was quite nice. The saleswoman immediately told her that they had just the right copy of this outfit and asked if they would like to try it on. Naturally, the princess immediately agreed and invited her companion to stand and try it on. One of the sales assistants was about to escort the girl to the dressing room for distinguished guests. The fitting rooms for the guests of honor were truly impressive. They resembled real apartments with sturdy wooden doors decorated with carvings. When the girl put on the dress, the saleswoman began to lace it up at the back and explained that it was meant for evening wear and that the princess herself had recently ordered a similar model. Lo couldn't believe this was actually happening to her. She couldn't believe, just as she couldn't believe that a princess could be choosing a dress here and that she would be wearing a similar outfit to the one the princess had just recently chosen. Then the girl heard the fitting room door open, and the saleswoman greeted Lady Rogere. The girl immediately remembered that she had just recently heard this name and thought that this was the one Maria was talking about. It seems this woman was not known for her good manners. She spoke rudely to the store clerk and ordered her not to touch her, declaring that her maid would serve her. The girl heard the angry woman shout at the crying woman that she wasn't going to tolerate this. After all, she was soon to be a princess, and now there was this stepdaughter. This woman began talking specifically about the prince's adopted daughter and said that she didn't have the prince's magical blood in her, as her son did. And there are various rumors about this in high society. The girl remembered what Maria had said about this and decided that that was what the rumors were about, and that it was true that aristocrats could not treat the lower classes differently. The woman who arrived told the maid that education was no problem, but how could she be made into a person? At least there was another way. Marry her off early and send her to live in the village. The woman didn't let up. She added that it sounded good. If only this girl were pretty otherwise, who would want to marry an ugly woman? When the maid replied that she hadn't heard anyone speak ill of the prince's adopted daughter's appearance, the nasty woman said, "Who knows? Maybe everyone except her mistress has strange tastes. And if this girl looks like a monster, she'll have to be sold to the circus." Seeing the little ladies upset, the attendant accompanying her decided they needed to leave. She told the girl to leave right now to avoid being seen by this woman. Ellie thought about how many times she had seen people like this evil woman. They all looked at her with contempt. She looked out through the slightly open door to make sure that the nasty woman was not there, and thought that she had nothing to be afraid of, and was perfectly fine. When she appeared before her aunt in her new outfit, she immediately clasped her hands and began to praise her, saying that she was very pretty. One of the store employees approached the princess and asked her what she thought about making identical dresses for her and her niece, since they just happened to have a model with a similar design. The little girl was overjoyed to see Maria looking so happy. She declared that it had been her longtime dream to wear matching dresses with her relative. The saleswoman accompanying the girl asked her to sit in a chair. She promised to bring her something to drink. Lee was very glad that all this hassle with new outfits seemed to be finally over. She turned her head towards the window, deciding to check if her ball was okay. But to her regret, the girl noticed that the window was open, and in the place where her balloon was tied, it was not there. She rushed headlong to look for her brother's gift, ignoring the cries of the woman who had arrived and was bringing her a cup of tea. Lee went outside and peered in vain among the passers-by, trying to find somewhere the gift so dear to her heart. It was nowhere to be seen. She was very upset because she couldn't keep the balloon safe. She had promised her brother that she would keep it safe, and now it turns out she couldn't keep her word. As she was walking down the street, suddenly a bony, scary-looking hand reached out to her from a dark corner, which really scared the girl. Lee turned her head to the side, well to the darkness, and from there someone in a strange, creaky voice addressed her, calling her mistress, and asked if the lady from the noble family would like to tell her fortune. A bony hand grabbed her by the hair, and its owner asked the girl where she got such beautiful hair. The girl was terribly frightened by what had happened. Her throat was dry, and she couldn't utter a sound in response. A terrible hand grabbed her wrist, and then a creaky voice told her that if you know your destiny from childhood, you can be prepared for the future. The girl raised her head and saw someone in a dark cloak. She heard him tell her that she should follow him and that there was a very famous fortune teller there. It would be enough to give her 1 silver coin. The girl immediately said she wouldn't do it and turned to run. A bony hand didn't have time to grab her by the red hair fluttering in the wind. Lee ran with all the strength she could muster. She wanted to get away from this place and what she considered to be the monster she had encountered there as quickly as possible. Her hand where the stranger had touched it hurt terribly, and she touched her wrist with her other hand to relieve the pain a little. Lo was completely exhausted. She ran as far as she could and ran around the corner of a building. There she stopped to catch her breath. She was very curious to see if the strange, scary woman was following her. She turned her head to make sure she had indeed managed to escape from her. As it turned out, she found herself in a familiar place. Looking at the nearby store, the girl was surprised to notice that it was the toy store where she and her friend often gathered to look in the window. The girl raised her head and began to examine the toy store window. She had so dreamed of coming here, but unfortunately, right now, her balloon was more important to her since it had been a gift from her brother. Then she turned around and realized she must be lost because she didn't know how to find her way back to the store she'd been to with her aunt that day. The girl was frustrated at having lost both the balloon and presumably the chance to return to the palace. Lee began looking for the way back and wandering aimlessly through the city streets, passing by passers-by. She thought that the dress she was wearing now wasn't hers either, and she'd just up and run away without saying anything. She was upset because she didn't know where to go. She thought she needed to get back quickly so her aunt wouldn't leave without her, but unfortunately, she had no idea which way to go. At one point, a passerby nudged the girl, telling her to be careful. She fell onto the stone sidewalk and noticed she was in extreme pain. Her knee felt like it was on fire. Lee immediately decided to endure the pain and stood up. She began brushing the dust off her dress and knees, deciding that she absolutely mustn't get dirty. The girl realized she must be lost. She had no idea which way to go back. That's why she stopped and started crying, unsure what to do next. Then she seemed to sense some movement next to her and turned her head sharply in its direction. She thought that perhaps a bird had flown so close to her. Lee stood at the crossroads, hesitating to choose her path. She still couldn't figure out what it was. She noticed it right next to her. People were passing by, but she remained motionless. And while she was looking around, a carriage pulled up and stopped next to her. Someone's shoe appeared from it. And then Lee heard a voice so familiar to her, which asked her if she had already started running away from home. And then the owner of the voice, so dear to the girl, now emerged from the carriage. It was her adoptive father, whom she had been unable to meet at their palace, but who, for some reason, had managed to find her in the city. Of course, the girl was very happy that the prince had been able to meet her in the city. This is precisely what she tried to tell him now. Callan just smirked at her words and told the girl that he heard that she was heading to the studio. The girl began to stutter and hesitate as she tried to tell her father what had happened to her. She couldn't seem to express her thoughts coherently. The girl even started waving her arms and said that while Mrs. Maria was changing, she wanted to find the ball. When the prince leaned over to her and asked what ball he was talking about, she explained that it was the ball that Jad had given her, and she had promised him that she would keep it. But unfortunately, she had lost it. Her father picked up the girl and carried her into the carriage. He called her a fool and said that she could buy a new balloon, but she continued to cry and thought that new promises couldn't be bought. Lee suddenly became curious about how the prince had recognized her. She asked him this question and said that the last time he saw her, she looked completely different. The girl told her father that she had been washed and combed, and now she and her aunt had chosen a very beautiful dress and asked if she hadn't changed from how she looked before. The prince reassured her and said that of course she had changed, but just as when they first met, she was all aglow, which was why he recognized her immediately. He had noticed an angel on the road, and when he approached her, it turned out to be his daughter. Lee was incredibly surprised to hear such words from the prince. To her surprise, he knew how to say pleasant things. Perhaps this is exactly what true aristocrats should be like. When the carriage stopped sometime later, they found themselves back at the store where she had previously chosen her clothes. Her father still held the girl tightly in his arms, while frightened salespeople ran around the store. One of the women came up to them and told the young lady that she had disappeared so suddenly, and she was very scared and even wanted to call the police. Callan immediately explained to the woman that his daughter was looking for her lost balloon, which is why she was on the street outside the store. The girl who worked in the store began to justify herself, explaining that another customer had said he was stuffy and asked to open the windows. She then apologized to the prince's young daughter. They heard the rustling of a dress nearby, and a woman approached them. She turned to the prince and asked how he had ended up there. She then said that if she had known the prince was coming, she would have reserved a table at the restaurant in advance. The woman began to smile and laugh artificially, and told the girl's father that they had been seeing each other so rarely lately, and that this was very inopportune. It was the woman who had discussed the prince's daughter in the dressing room. She leaned her head toward the girl in her arms and asked him what kind of child it was. Lee also recognized the prince's interlocutor by her voice. She remembered that it was she who had spoken so unkindly about her in the fitting room, and even remembered that her name was Lady Roger. The prince told the woman they met that they had indeed not seen each other for a long time, and then introduced the girl sitting in his arms, saying that this was his daughter. This nasty woman said that she had actually heard something about the prince adopting a poor commoner. She brought her face close to the girl and told her that she should become friends with her because they would soon become a family. The girl decided not to tell the prince yet that the woman was a liar. She knew full well that she had something completely different in mind. The woman couldn't calm down and wanted to please the girl's father as much as possible. She told him that his daughter was prettier than she thought. Ellie's delight. Her father replied to this nasty and evil woman that he did not know what she thought, but that his daughter was beautiful, was undeniable. The woman replied that she respected the prince's passion. In her opinion, charity was important. She then asked if he had already found a tutor for the girl, adding that she knew a teacher who could teach her properly. And she described this teacher as very strict, even beating her if necessary. Such a man would be useful to the prince in concealing the girl's origins. Hearing this woman's words, Lee became very frightened and began to cling tighter to her father's body. She was ready to cry, hearing that she might be assigned such a terrible teacher. The prince decided to remove the girl from his arms. He gently grabbed her under the arms and lowered her to the floor. Then he sat down next to her, so that his eyes were opposite his daughter's eyes, and asked her who he was. When the girl told him that he was a prince, the man replied that that was not it. The surprised girl heard from him that he was her father, and a request to call him something else. The man continued to look at her, waiting for an answer. He said that she was probably still shy. The girl's face turned red. She didn't know what to say to the prince, and then he said he had another request. When his daughter asked what this request was, the prince replied that she could tell this lady to leave here immediately. Hearing this, the woman began screaming at the prince, demanding an answer to what it meant. She screamed that he didn't understand indirect speech at all, but the prince had no intention of playing with her or conversing at length. He said he was repeating his words once again about her needing to disappear from his sight immediately, and it would be a good idea if she never showed up again. Callan told the woman that in layman's terms she should back off and asked her if she now understood his words. It seems this woman was a lousy actress. She immediately began to pretend to faint and screamed at the prince, asking how dare he say such a thing to her. The girl looked at her father and thought that the prince must have always had such a difficult character. He must have been a bad boy all along, and while the girl was thinking that perhaps she was mistaken in thinking that the prince was inhuman, he leaned towards her and, calling her a child, asked her to say goodbye. He leaned toward his daughter's ear and whispered softly. Smiling, he informed her that she would never see this man again. Lee took hold of the hem of her father's cloak with her hand and wished the woman a good journey. She also called this woman Aunt, which in this country meant either a married woman or an older woman. Hearing this, the prince smiled slightly and slyly, and then told his daughter that she was very kind and that this was exactly how one should learn aristocratic manners. The man began to stroke the girl's head, and she did not dare to object to him, remembering that the maids had styled her hair so beautifully that morning. The woman who had recently claimed to be the prince's wife still could not calm down, and now asked if they knew who she was. The girl began to straighten her hair and answered the woman that she did not know who she was, and on the other hand, considered it a relief that she was not as beautiful as the woman. When asked what her words meant, the girl said that if she were so beautiful, she would probably have to marry early. And then she turned to this nasty person and asked her if she thought she should be sold to the circus. Hearing this, Lady Roger became even more angry and began to ask Le if she was going around everywhere and eavesdropping on other people's words. The prince responded on behalf of the girl. He said the woman should refrain from threatening his daughter and asked if she even knew what it meant to be asked to leave. Lady Roger opened her mouth wide again and shouted at the prince that this was not his house. Other customers noticed that some kind of scandal was brewing. They approached the woman and asked her what she was doing. The little girl's father then explained that the street was his, and he thought his interlocutor knew this, which was why she was hitting on him. He added that he was very disappointed and preferred more social types. The prince noticed that his young ward had reacted somewhat strangely to his last words, and he told her that of course he liked more secular people besides her, and that she didn't need to know anything, and he stroked the girl's head. But the woman still couldn't calm down. She approached the prince again and told him that they were dating and asked how he could treat her like that. The prince seemed completely oblivious to her. He ignored her words, and so the lady, whose demeanor was anything but aristocratic, suddenly shouted the prince's name loudly. Callan told her that having lunch with him a couple of times was not the same as dating, and added that he had no idea that his friend was so naive. He decided to walk the woman to the front door and told her that if she was so sure about their relationship, then perhaps it would be better for them to pretend that she was the one who turned him down first. The man extended his hand towards the exit of the store and told the woman standing next to him that it was time for her to go. Since she still stood there and didn't even move towards the exit, he looked at her intently and asked if she could disappear before he called security. The prince's young daughter watched all this closely. She noticed that he was extremely angry and was ready to simply push the woman out of his shop. Lady Roger rushed quickly towards the exit of the store, and behind her, the employee shouted after her, asking her to take back the clothes she had bought in the store. The prince decided to figure out what had actually happened here, and turned to his young daughter with this question. Ali thought that if she told everything there might be problems, so she began to tell the story slowly, making up some plausible version as she went. Luckily, the prince's sister came to her rescue. Maria jumped out from somewhere around the corner and shouted to her brother, asking when he had arrived. Then she asked him if he had been with the baby, and had already started asking her niece why she was wearing the same outfit as 2 weeks ago. The girl's father answered for her. He immediately bombarded his sister with questions. Not only had she not tried on the new dress, but she'd also worn the same one she'd always worn. This seemed to sober and calm the princess very quickly. She immediately rushed to her brother and began asking him to shut up and not mention her old outfits. Then Maria thought for a moment and remarked that her brother was a sharp-tongued individual. It's time he knew that ladies could use a dressmaking studio for a variety of purposes. Callan replied that he would very much like his sister to know how much trouble she was causing him by being interested in men. Maria yawned deeply and replied, "Isn't she allowed to date anymore? How should she be any different from other girls her age?" The prince decided to remind her that she was a holy virgin, and for her special profession, this was very problematic. But the young woman did not want to simply submit to her brother's will, and reminded him that he himself was dating all sorts of strange people, like Lady Roger. The prince smiled and said that he had already parted with her. And when the princess asked her brother when this happened, the little daughter Callan heard from him the answer that she rejected him. Then the father looked slyly in the direction of his adopted daughter, as if expecting her not to reveal this little secret. The girl realized what their game was, and put her fist to her mouth with all her might, showing her father that her mouth was shut. When the man asked his sister if she had bought everything she needed, she replied that of course she had, and pointed with her hand to a huge pile of packaged outfits. Ala'i thought that she absolutely had to be stopped, and she cried out that she was very glad that she had been picked up and taken to the city today, and added that she thought that her aunt had not spent all that money quite wisely. Seeing such a huge pile of purchases, the prince immediately asked his sister how much she spent. Maria answered him carelessly that she had taken into account 100 gold pieces and asked him to give her all the silk and precious stones. When the girl heard that the prince told his sister that she was wrong, she first thought that she had done the right thing by telling everything, but then she was literally dumbfounded when her father added that she should have spent 200 gold pieces. The prince told his sister that they should give the women who worked at the store an advance so that they would prepare the best silk next time his sister agreed, and said that he was a real fine fellow. Here, his little daughter intervened in the conversation and told the prince, who turned to her, that their children's outfits were enough for her since she had 5 of them at home. Now it was the prince's sister's turn to be surprised. She asked how anyone could think a wardrobe could be filled with just 5 outfits. After all, that wouldn't even be enough for an evening out. When the girl told the prince that this was too inconvenient, he replied that she should not worry at all, since this was part of the guardian's duties. And as they were leaving the store, Ellie thought that she had never heard of any obligation to spend huge amounts of money on shopping. When they reached the door, the prince asked his sister how many dresses she had bought. The woman told him that she hadn't counted, but it seemed to be about 20. The prince's daughter thought that nothing had any effect on them when she heard her father's words about the need for them to bring more. She decided she had one last way to stop this sheer madness. So L.E. took a deep breath and yawned widely, then said she was so tired her eyes were closing on their own. Her attempt was successful, and the girl was very happy when the prince said that nothing could be done and that the rest of the outfits had to be returned. Her aunt was the first to leave the store. As she left, she stopped in front of her carriage and told the little girl that they would have more fun with her next time. But the prince objected to her and said that this would not happen again, since she did not know how to handle children, and without his permission, there would be no more trips. When the young woman's carriage had already set off, she leaned out of the carriage window and began waving to the girl, shouting that they would see each other again. She added that next time she could call her by name and that she didn't need to worry at all about her father's words. The prince's carriage pulled up behind them. He informed the girl that it was time for them to return to the palace. As Lo stepped onto the carriage's step, she remembered that she had unfortunately been unable to find her balloon. She was worried about what Jad would say. As she began to climb the steps of the carriage, a sickly-looking woman jumped out from somewhere calling for help. She held out her hand, trying to ask for help. The woman's face was a very strange color. L.E. immediately found herself behind the prince, who shielded her from the woman with his body. The girl thought that this stranger looked very ill and that her face was pale. And literally, a couple of seconds later, the woman stopped screaming. Her body fell face down on the stone sidewalk, right in front of the prince and his daughter. Kaelin approached her, trying to help the poor woman. The girl remained standing directly behind him, watching from a distance. When the prince finished examining the woman, he told the girl that she was dead. She, as if in a stupor, repeated the word dead after him. The girl looked closely at the woman and said that she had no wounds on her body and suggested that it might be cardiac arrest. The prince turned to his daughter and said that this was very likely and added that his child was very smart. An elderly man approached them, said he was a police officer, and asked if they had seen the woman collapse. When the prince at his request stated his name, the policeman immediately removed his hat in greeting and apologized for not recognizing him. He also informed the prince that he had a few questions for him and that it was merely a formality. The police officer also said that the deceased woman's name was Vinette Alium. She had no pre-existing medical conditions, and the presumed cause of death is a heart attack. She is said to be the daughter of a merchant who owns several shops in the seafood market. The policeman apologized to the prince for wasting his time and said that he had no more questions. Now they had no reason to linger in the city, and the prince and his young daughter moved towards the river that stood nearby. The senior policeman and his subordinates bowed as they saw the prince off. El-Is remembered how the book described the capital not only as being rife with crime, but also as being plagued by numerous mysterious deaths. She wondered if this really was a simple heart attack. It would be great to know the full story of the story she'd read in her past life. Her thoughts were interrupted by her father. The prince told her that she had been so brave the first time they met, but now she was simply shaking with fear. He asked his daughter what had frightened her. L.E. remembered how a bony hand reached out to her from the darkness, and someone calling her a lady from a noble family offered to tell her fortune. Then she remembered the touches to her hair that were so unpleasant for her. She remembered how the sinister stranger grabbed her wrist and said that, if you know your destiny from childhood, you can be prepared for the future. She again remembered the offer to tell fortunes, but decided not to tell the prince anything and only replied that anything can happen in this world. The girl again grabbed the place on her wrist that had recently hurt after the touch of the terrible woman and replied that she was completely fine. It was already late evening when the prince's carriage pulled up to his mansion. The girl had spent the entire day in the city and was delighted to be back in this wonderful place. As soon as the prince's carriage arrived at his palace, his butler immediately opened the palace door and greeted his master and young lady. The young man immediately asked the prince how it was that they had returned home together. He replied that he had simply picked up something that was lying on the road. The young gentleman also came down the stairs to greet the arrivals. He also inquired why they had arrived together and where they had been. And while the butler was still trying to get the prince to answer his question about why they ended up together, the girl looked at her brother, not knowing how to tell him that she had lost his gift. When the prince said something had happened to them along the way, Jad immediately asked him what exactly had happened. But the prince, it seemed, wasn't in the mood for a long conversation and marched off to his room. Then the boy turned to his sister and asked her what had happened to their father. Elle didn't know what to answer him. She kept wondering where to begin her story and began by asking for forgiveness for losing the balloon. When the boy asked how it happened, she prepared herself for her long story. The prince's children sat down on the path laid out on the steps leading to the second floor and began to chat. The girl decided to tell her brother all the events of that long day. She ended her story by saying that in the end, she was unable to find the balloon, which probably flew away somewhere from the window of the clothing store. Jad listened to her attentively, and seeing tears on his little sister's face, decided that he absolutely had to calm her down. He stroked her head and asked her not to cry over something that could be replaced. Then the boy asked her if she really liked the balloon so much. Then the boy stood up and told her that next time they would go and play boats, and asked her if that was an activity she was comfortable with. Lee raised her head and asked her brother if he was busy, but he told her he would find some free time for her. And after his words, she decided that he was probably trying to comfort her. The boy turned to her and said that she was probably tired and needed to rest a little, at least before dinner. He extended his hand to her and said that he would walk her to a room where she could rest a little from the events of the day. Tears appeared on the girl's face again, but these were no longer tears of grief, but rather tears of joy from the fact that her brother was no longer angry with her and had forgiven her for losing his gift. And the girl was absolutely happy that everything had turned out so wonderfully. She took her brother's hand and laughed merrily. The prince hadn't yet undressed in his room. He sat still, dressed in an armchair, drinking whiskey. He told the butler that so far he had learned that this child named Elle was very sweet, and nothing more. His servant stood next to him, and now he told him that it did not matter whether it would help him or not, but everything should be fine. The prince performed some kind of magical act and said that, thanks to his message, he was able to immediately find the little girl. But everything is not so simple. The young man took another sip from his glass and declared that, as it turned out, raising a small child was not at all easy. It seems this day had been a difficult one for the palace's master as well. He didn't rest until he'd drained his glass completely, and only then did he set it down on the table. The prince approached the gramophone and decided that the record he had just chosen was just right for this evening. The music perfectly matched his current mood. His little daughter looked at this device and thought she was seeing a gramophone powered by a magic stone for the first time. It was the first time she had ever seen a magical object. Now she was sitting next to her brother, drinking a light wine. The girl decided to ask how old her brother was, and heard in response that the boy had just recently turned 14. She thought he was still very little. She thought he was about 17. And Lee cried out asking if he could drink wine yet since he was still underage. Jad replied that it was nothing. All members of their family were adversely affected by alcohol and drugs. But then the prince appeared from behind the girl and said that she couldn't drink wine because she was too young. The girl was forced to agree with her father's words. The prince told her that when she grew to at least half the height of her brother, only then would she be able to drink a little. She immediately, for some reason, began to put her hand to the top of her head, performing some strange manipulations. When Jad asked her what she was doing, replied that she wanted to grow up as quickly as possible. Their father watched this conversation closely. After this, the young man decided he too needed some rest. He sat comfortably on the sofa and began drinking wine. But he did not have long to rest, because Sion appeared and informed the prince that an urgent dispatch had arrived for him, and he immediately brought it to his master. Without a moment's hesitation, the prince immediately grabbed the envelope containing the letter and tore it open. He began reading it, which apparently contained something important, because he immediately became serious and preoccupied. His eyes lit up as he began reading. The letter he'd received indicated that His Majesty had sent him another riddle. The girl sat next to her father and listened to him think out loud. He said he'd had a heart attack of unknown cause, meaning it wasn't the first. The prince already had several similar envelopes on his desk. He said the second one could have been dismissed as a coincidence, but it seemed the police were investigating after the third. As he learned, 3 different women had died in different places. They had only one thing in common. All the women had red hair. They were all of different statuses. The man finished reading the letter and began to ponder. He was deeply intrigued by this complex case. He hoped it would turn out to be a good one, and that he would eventually be able to solve this complex mystery. The little girl sitting next to him began to tremble slightly. She thought it was certainly a good thing for the prince, since he could hunt. However, she was afraid that something might happen to him, and then there would be no one to take care of her. The change in the girl's mood was noticed by her father, who was sitting nearby. He looked at her closely and noticed that she had begun to tremble. Kaylin told her that she seemed to have a very strange expression on her face, and that she also seemed to be not feeling very well. The prince decided to test his guess and touched his daughter's forehead with his palm, deciding to check if she had a fever. It happened to her again. The girl seemed to be somewhere else and had no control over her body or mind. She clearly saw something in front of her, August 9th, Tuesday. This time, the target was a little commoner girl. She heard the words spoken, "Check if your mother is living well in heaven." All she had was the name her mother gave her. It's a shame she gave in to temptation so quickly and ended up in an iron cage. And no one will come looking for this poor girl. She wasn't treated the same as other women. Then, a maniac and murderer approached the girl's cage, holding a bloody saw. He told her what a beautiful hair color she had. These were his last words before the girl's left arm was cut off. Then, as if in a dream, Elle heard someone calling her child's name and asking her to wake up. When she opened her eyes, she saw 2 men and a boy standing before her, their faces worried, asking her if she was all right. She immediately asked what day it was. They told her it was the 9th of August, and immediately asked why she suddenly decided to ask that. Aliyah suddenly realized that August 9th was today the day when the poor girl who found herself in the killer's cage would be killed. The criminal had a mother who was too attached to him. He loved her and hated her at the same time. Experiencing these conflicting feelings within himself, he suddenly realized that he wanted to take his mother's place. It was this attachment to his mother that led him to switch to his victims who had the same red hair as hers. Girls with red hair were invited to a mysterious fortune teller who predicted the future. This same fortune teller offered the girls miraculous beauty remedies. It must be said that this remedy did indeed have a certain power. It temporarily made the girl's skin flush, making her more attractive. But in reality, this miracle cure was a slow-acting poison that after some time caused the victim's heart to stop. Suddenly, the girl remembered lines from a book she had read, which said that women with red hair died from cardiac arrest, and this was not an accident. The girl decided to report all this to the prince and told him that the fortune teller she'd met in the alley was the culprit and that these were the real murders. This concerned the deaths he'd just mentioned. The prince doubted her words and said that if this was someone's plan, and someone was trying to kill women in this way, and asked if there were other common signs. He asked his daughter what she was talking about. Lee immediately went deep into her thoughts and began pondering what to say to her father. She said that, for example, it could be that all the murder victims liked to tell fortunes. She thought that red hair was certainly an important clue, but it didn't lead to a fortune teller. It seems that the prince was interested in her words about fortune-telling, and he asked her why she thought so. The answer seemed obvious. Most fortune-tellers were located in poor alleys, and she'd heard that even aristocrats went to famous fortune-tellers. Ali continued her attempts to reach her father. She told him that when it came to restaurants and clothing stores, people usually only went to those that suited their status, but a fortune-telling house was a place where people of all social classes could come together. The prince carefully considered his adopted daughter's words. He thought there might be some truth to them. It seemed amusing, and perhaps it made sense to investigate the fortune-telling houses. Suddenly, the girl felt a severe pain in her head. It kept growing and getting stronger. She pressed her hands to her head because she couldn't bear it anymore. The prince didn't notice anything was wrong with the girl. At first, he told his butler to contact the Information Guild and gather information about the fortune-telling houses. The next second, he turned around and saw that L.E. was not okay. He quickly put his hand under the little girl's shoulder to keep her from falling to the floor and began asking her to come to her senses. But his daughter closed her eyes, and exactly the same thing happened to her as it had several times before. The line between this life and the one she had lived before began to blur again, and she saw the pages of a book she had once read. The floor of the maniac's filthy basement was awash with the blood of a little girl whose body now hung above it. The maniac, having fulfilled his promise to cut off her arm, was now quietly humming a song to himself. Without stopping, this cruel killer put on a red wig and his mother's ring and stared into the mirror standing on the table in front of him. A little girl named L.A. was lying at that time in the same iron cage. After the sadist had done his bloody work, he placed her back in the cage. Her body, where her arm had been, was bleeding profusely. The girl moaned in intense pain and wished he would kill her. At that moment, a man entered the basement. It was the prince who had completed his investigation and was now examining a piece of paper in his hand. He said that he believed this was called fetishism. Dressed in women's clothing, the maniac immediately turned sharply towards the person who entered and shouted at him who he was and what he was doing there. The very next moment, the prince immobilized the criminal with his magic. A black cloud in the shape of a snake immediately wrapped itself around the villain's neck and head, immobilizing him. His body hit the floor with a loud thud. His wig flew off his head, and now he continued to lie in the corner of his basement where he committed all his bloody crimes. By the prince's magic continued to writhe near the criminal's head. The maniac realized he would certainly be punished and began to tremble. The man who managed to catch the criminal bent over his body and said that the pieces of his flesh would have to be cut up beautifully. The man then turned around, hearing something coming from the cage next to the wall. He decided to go over and look at the person inside. There he saw a little girl with hair of a very strange color and green eyes, which had already begun to lose their shine due to the fact that she had lost a lot of blood. The prince felt very sorry for this poor child. He pulled her body out of the cage and began supporting her by the shoulders. All the girl's clothes were stained with her own blood. He told the girl that he had to take her to the doctor, but at that moment, a sharp iron arrow pierced his body. The astonished girl saw her savior's blood slowly trickle from his chest, pierced by an arrow. Just as quickly, blood poured from the throat of the man standing over her. The little girl couldn't understand what had happened or who had killed this man. She began to peer intently into the depths of the basement. After that, she saw before her the villain who had lured her here earlier and cut off her hand. As if nothing had happened, he was rubbing his neck where the snake had recently been, and grinning, he looked at his captive. Once again, the girl was transported to her current life. She lay on her bed staring at the ceiling of her bedroom, with astonished, motionless eyes, trying to analyze what she had just seen. When she raised her body and sat up on the bed, her father sat down next to her and began to examine her closely. He couldn't understand what could have happened to this girl. The daughter continued to tremble, so the man gently stroked her shoulders and asked her if she was okay. The girl's butler and brother stood nearby. They were worried about her health, and just like the prince, were at a loss to understand what could have happened to her. La couldn't calm down. Her body wouldn't stop shaking, and remembering what she'd just seen, the girl suddenly realized she wasn't the only one involved in this crime. She suddenly clearly saw before her eyes that tonight the prince would be wounded by an arrow, and after that he would fall into a coma and find himself confined to a hospital bed. The doctor who examined her father said that the arrow that hit the prince's chest was poisoned. The prince's distraught son will demand that he be rescued. The best doctors and priests will be summoned from across the empire to try to save the wounded man's life. But all efforts will be in vain. Callan will lie unconscious for a whole month. No efforts by doctors or priests will be able to raise him from his bed. As soon as the prince's difficult situation becomes known, a whole line of people will form outside his palace, coming to the prince's house. These people didn't come here just for mercy. Most of them are either those who have borrowed from the prince or those who want to win over the young heir. Many of the people who came will harbor the secret thought of getting rid of the prince who has not regained consciousness, and some of them will try to destroy him. Unfortunately, that was all the girl knew about the future from the book. Her memories stopped there again, and she couldn't remember anything at all. It was at that moment, when she was reading this episode, that she lost consciousness, and this became the last page she read in her past life. Lee literally got angry with herself and began to angrily hit herself on the head with her fists, thinking why she remembered such an important detail only now. And she also thought that she should not have told the prince about the fortune teller. Out of helplessness, she continued to wave her fists, but suddenly, someone grabbed her wrist and asked her to stop. Jad standing next to her, he grabbed the girl's hand and asked her not to hurt herself, asking if she had come to her senses. Lee suddenly realized she was lying on her bed in the palace bedroom. It was her room, and next to her were her father, brother, and the prince's butler. They asked how she was feeling, and the girl replied that she was already fine. She wondered why they were looking at her so strangely. And Cyan told her that if she felt any pain anywhere, she should tell him right away. The men surrounded the girl, and she wondered if she'd said something strange in her sleep. The butler said that since the mistress had come to the master, could go and rest. But it seemed no one was going to leave the girl alone while she was feeling ill. The girl looked around at the people around her in surprise. She couldn't understand why they weren't leaving. It suddenly occurred to her that perhaps they were waiting for her to wake up. There was a knock on the door. When the butler went to open the door, one of the maids appeared and said something to him. Cyan approached the prince and informed him that the investigation results he had requested had already arrived. The prince said it had happened even faster than he had expected. Callan immediately sat down on the bed next to his daughter, opened the envelope, and began to read the results of the investigation that had been brought to him. The girl wanted to look at these papers. It was a report on the crime scenes of the red-haired victims. She thought that if the prince read this, he would go to the fortune-teller's house that very night. Lee was determined that by any means necessary, she must prevent the events described in the book. To this end, she clutched the prince's clothes with both hands, trying to draw his attention to herself. Her father tore himself away from his report with difficulty and, looking in her direction, asked what she needed. The girl began muttering something incoherently under her breath. She didn't know what to tell him. She couldn't tell him they lived in the world she'd read about in a novel about a past life. And finally, it dawned on her that all her words might be meaningless because the prince wouldn't believe her anyway. That's why she lowered her head, exhausted, and closed her eyes. When the prince told her that there was nothing to worry about and that she could speak, the girl remained silent and thought that he would not believe her. When the girl again grabbed the hand in his shirt, the prince turned his head in her direction, looked up from his reading, and said that she could speak. Lee, feeling her powerlessness to change the future, immediately began to cry and asked her father not to go to the fortune-telling house. The prince switched back to reading and began to carefully reread the information about the places visited by all the recently deceased women. The papers brought to the prince revealed that the only place visited by all the women who had recently died of heart attacks was the fortune-telling house, the red-haired fortune teller. This is precisely what the prince read. The young man was very surprised, because according to these notes, everything was exactly as the girl had said. It all fit too closely to be a coincidence, and he wondered if they were deliberately luring him there. Beside him, his little daughter continued to cry. While the prince reread the information brought to him, Lou continued to cry into his shirt and repeat that he couldn't go there. Kalen couldn't understand what was happening. He looked at the girl and wondered what she was thinking this time and why he couldn't take on the task. For the umpteenth time, Lee repeated to the prince that he should not go there, and all the while her face remained red and wet with tears. Because the girl was crying and suddenly began to tremble violently, the prince dropped all these papers from his hands and they rustled onto the floor near the bed. All these sheets of paper scattered on the floor, and his daughter tirelessly repeated to him not to go there. Despite all his pleas to calm down, she continued to cry bitterly. Le wasn't shivering from the cold. She was very scared, and she said she dreamed that the prince would suffer greatly, and in her dream, everything was so clear that she began to worry greatly. The girl raised her eyes to look into the prince's face and asked if he could stay with her, at least just today. Seeing that her words were producing no results, she continued to cry, wiping away her tears with her hand. She said it wasn't a lie, and thought that the prince was once again not answering her. Callan seemed to heed her plea. He said he'd probably stay home today, as it was more important to him that she remain calm. He couldn't believe she'd actually achieved what she wanted. To double-check that the prince wasn't angry with her, she asked him about it. When her father said he wasn't angry, she asked him if he would send the girl away, but he said he didn't think he'd do that. But the girl's nerves seemed to be completely frayed. Despite her father's promise to stay with her, she began crying again. Her brother approached her and began stroking her head. He told her not to do that. The butler, also in the room, decided there was no other way but to tease the little girl a little. He immediately began playfully whining and crying, as if teasing her. The prince immediately ordered the butler to immediately go for a sedative, which he did, immediately jumping up and running out of the room. When her brother asked the girl if she had finished crying, she apologized and said that she thought she had calmed down, but the tears did not stop flowing. Jad continued to look at his sister with pity, not understanding what was the reason for her bad mood. Cyan ran in carrying something in a cup. He told his mistress that she needed to take some medicine. When the man approached the girl, she immediately began to refuse, saying that she was already fine, and the most important thing was for the prince to be nearby. Then her brother took the cup and asked her to drink it, as she was feeling nauseous. If she didn't drink it, she would have stomach problems and would have to have surgery. Having heard about the operation, the girl was forced to agree. She didn't want it. She didn't want to be sick again in this life, much less have an operation. Realizing that there was no other way to get rid of these people, and also deciding that she had no reason to get sick, the girl drank the medicine in the cup in one gulp. As soon as she drank it, she immediately began to grimace, noticing that this medicine was very bitter. Afterwards, Cyan began wiping her face. Despite her insistence that she could do it herself, Jad offered her some candy to sweeten the day after the bitter medicine. Lou's father leaned over and asked how she was feeling. He also wondered why she couldn't sleep alone. The girl immediately, categorically shouted at him that she could not do this, and that today he had to stay next to her. The prince was very surprised by the statement. He thought that this wasn't even his own daughter. It was astonishing, and her threatening gesture was very sweet. He told the girl that that was exactly what he had intended to do. It was a very strange situation in his opinion, and for some reason he couldn't shake the feeling that the girl was right. The prince placed his hand on the white sheet of the bed and told his daughter that she should now lie down. She absolutely needed to sleep, as that would help her recover faster. Here, Le told him that she didn't want to sleep. She thought that if she lay down and fell asleep, she wouldn't be able to rest until tonight was over. Her father was forced to agree with her. He lay down on her bed, put his hand under his head, and asked her if this was right for her. The girl continued to sit on her bed and, pouting her lips, thought about what else she could do to ensure that the prince would stay with her that night. She lay down on her bed and closed her eyes slightly. She thought she would just lie down, but she would definitely not sleep. When she told the prince lying next to her about this, he immediately agreed with her, saying that everything would be fine. Then Callan turned to his son, who was standing next to the bed, and told the boy, who was surprised by his words, to come here too and lie down next to them. Le opened her eyes and noticed with satisfaction that her brother was also lying down next to her on the opposite side from the prince. She was simply happy that her entire family was now with her, and besides, the prince would stay at home and would not go to that ill-fated fortune-telling house. The prince nodded approvingly to his butler when he said that he would be somewhere nearby, and if anything happened, they should ring the bell. After the butler had turned off the lights, the girl's bedroom was lit only by the moonlight streaming through the window. Her father and brother lay next to her on her huge bed. Les' eyes were open. She still couldn't calm down after recalling the book's pages. Then her thoughts shifted, and she realized that they lay in such a way that it seemed as if they really were one family. The girl's eyes slowly began to close, but she kept thinking about her adopted daughter's situation and whether deep down she could consider them all a true family. Lying next to her, Jad opened his eyes again, and looking at the girl told her that if she wanted to sleep, she could sleep. Lee complained to him that it seemed very strange, because she had just been so cheerful. The boy told her that after taking medication, you usually always want to sleep. The girl yawned and said she'd been tricked. She asked the prince again if he would leave and begged him not to go, even if he fell asleep. Her father immediately promised her that he would stay by her side and not leave her that night. The girl looked once more at the darkness surrounding everything in her room and reminded the prince of his promise. Lee closed her eyes, and her last thought before falling asleep was that she should get up early tomorrow and file a police report. If they're calling for a criminal, then the prince. As soon as the girl fell asleep, a quiet movement began in the palace. Her father, seeing that the children were asleep, decided he needed to act and went out into the corridor. While his servant was helping him put on his cloak, the prince thought that he had not taken the report with him, and then decided that there was nothing wrong with that. He thought that his son seemed to like this girl very much. When the butler asked if he wanted a report brought to him, the prince replied that it was not at all necessary, since he already remembered everything. Colin turned to the servant and told him that he too had become interested in the girl. He thought she would reveal some information, but she started crying and begging him not to go, which seemed like a mystery to him. As he headed for the front door, he told the servant that he wouldn't know whether it was a trap or not until he went down there. If anything happened to him, this child. His butler said that perhaps the red flower was here for a reason, and he sent the girl here as a spy. But his master objected and said that, in his opinion, everything here was much more complicated. After Sion said that his assumptions could not be false, the prince only laughed, raised the collar of his cloak, and said that it was time to begin the hunt. The moonlight shining through the young lady's bedroom windows had already given way to the bright warmth of the sun. It penetrated the girl's room and warmed everything around it. Lou lay there, her head still on the pillow. She felt the warmth of the sun and wondered what it was that was shining into her eyes. To her surprise, she realized that it was already morning, sat up in bed, began to rub her eyes, and decided that she needed to quickly contact the police before the prince woke up. She sat up, swinging her legs over the side of the bed, and was surprised to notice that the prince was not in her room. The girl immediately began calling his name. When she decided to get up and go to the prince, she noticed with surprise that her foot was lying on the papers scattered near her bed that her father had received yesterday. The girl quickly grabbed these sheets of paper in her hands and began to look through them carefully, trying to find the answer "you" to all her questions. When she finished reading, she realized she needed to act, and her brother, who was also in the palace, could help her. She ran quickly toward him, trying to wake the sleeping boy. The girl ran to the bed where her brother lay and began shaking him with all her might, trying to wake him. She pleaded with him to wake up immediately. He muttered sleepily why she needed this. When Jad raised his heavy head and heard the question about where the prince was now, he told her that he had gone out at dawn and said that he needed to find out something. The girl immediately began screaming that her father's words couldn't be trusted. She thought it was only natural and that this prince wouldn't listen to her. She absolutely had to stay awake. Ellie quickly moved as close as possible to her brother, who was surprised by her appearance, and asked him if he knew how to ride a horse. The boy, still confused, heard from his sister that she had a request for him. Ellie said that he should definitely listen to her and agree with her, and then she promised to do whatever it took to thank him. Jad didn't understand what had happened. He could see that his sister was very agitated, and it seemed to him that something very important must have happened for her to be so agitated. The boy grabbed his head, which still refused to think, and said that, so be it, he would agree and fulfill her request. While he was still thinking about where to start, the girl began to quickly lift him from the chair by the hand, urging him to quickly go to the stable and reminding him that it was very urgent. When they arrived at the stable, Lo was very surprised to see a horse in front of her. Never before had she seen them so close as this time. Jad led out of the stable a beautiful brown trotter, who, judging by his eyes, was very intelligent and meek. The boy was preparing the horse for a ride. He had thrown the saddle on and was now tightening the girth from underneath. His little sister was still amazed and wondered if horses had always been as big as this one that now stood before her. After all the preparations were completed, Jad quickly jumped into the saddle and found himself sitting astride the horse. The boy extended his hand to his sister to help her climb onto the horse in front of him. When he offered her his help, L.E. immediately grabbed the hand offered to her with both hands, and the boy pulled her up. L.E. said that they needed to get to the city as quickly as possible, and her brother drove his horse as fast as he could through the city streets, where there were already a large number of passers-by. It was her first time riding a horse. She was terrified, and she gripped the horse's mane with all her might and screamed loudly, overcoming her fear of riding fast. The wind roared in her ears, caused by the horse's rapid movement. It was breathing loudly, and its hooves clattering on the cobblestones. The girl screamed that she couldn't hear anything. When Jad leaned towards her ear and asked if she was okay, the girl replied that it was. When they arrived at their destination, Lo started pointing her index finger in the direction of a house and said that it was here, adding that they needed to move towards the third alley. The children immediately climbed back on the horse and continued moving in the direction the girl thought they needed to go. She decided that the house they now stood in front of was the fortune teller's, judging by the description and address. This was where the bloody events described in the story took place. The girl quickly ran towards the house, and her brother thought that this was the fortune teller's house, which meant that she asked him to bring him here to find their father. Jad thought that if anything happened, they could just go back. After all, it might happen that his father wouldn't be here anyway. A very strange sound reached their ears. While the boy was very surprised and asked what it could be, his sister immediately said they absolutely had to check it out, adding that she had a very bad feeling about it. Her brother tried to stop the girl. He grabbed her hand and told her to wait. The brother continued to hold his sister's hand tightly, did not let go, and asked what she knew. The little girl looked him in the eye and reminded him that he had promised to help her and asked him not to ask her about anything for now. The boy, ashamed by her, immediately agreed, bowing his head. He understood that he had to keep his promises. He let go of her hand and said that he was ready to fulfill any of her wishes. The girl walked up to the door and pressed her ear to it. She wondered if everything had suddenly gone quiet behind her and whether something had really happened to her father. She thought that if all her guesses were correct, then either someone was hiding behind the door in this room or there was a gang of fortune tellers there. Lee decided that her brother was stronger than the average adult, so he should be able to handle whoever was behind the door. She told him that if there was someone near the door, he should be grabbed immediately. When Jad completely agreed, the girl extended her trembling hand to the door handle, thinking that something was definitely happening inside. She imagined the face of the maniac she had read about in the story, and who had been haunting her mind that night. The girl was scared, very scared, but she knew that she had to go through that door to save the man who had become so dear to her lately. She was absolutely certain that nothing bad would happen to the prince, and so she abruptly flung open the door leading into the room her brother followed her in. As soon as they entered the house, and their eyes got used to the darkness that reigned there, the girl saw a man standing in a pool of blood spilled on the floor. A man's body hung in the air. He was dressed in a red dress, revealing men's trousers, and matching men's shoes underneath. A black rope created by the prince's magic was tied around the man's neck as he hung suspended in the air. He screamed loudly and begged for mercy. Next to him, his cane slung over his neck, stood the little girl's father. He watched as the snake summoned at his command powerfully squeezed the criminal's neck. The prince tightened his grip on the rope around the criminal's neck while he struggled to break the snake's grip. His wig had almost fallen off, revealing a man's hair sticking out from underneath. When the girl called out to the prince, he immediately turned in their direction and asked what had happened. The little girl and her brother stared in amazement at the scene unfolding before their eyes. The girl was witnessing the prince's magic for the first time. Judging by the boy's eyes, one could tell this was new to him too. Kalen immediately ordered his son to take the girl and leave. He said he was busy and promised to talk to them after he finished his business. Jad tried to cover the girl's eyes with his hand and told her it was too early for her to see such things. He asked her to leave the room. She didn't want to listen to him and again reminded him of her request. And although she saw that no one else was there, she thought about what the book had written about a shot. When the girl looked closely at the body of the hanging man, she noticed that he had done something with the ring on his finger. It seemed to her that this maniac began to slowly turn this ring, It must have been done with some purpose. Her brother tried to force her out of the house, but she was relentless, and realizing that it was a trap, decided to break free from his embrace. The girl looked at the wall opposite her and realized that it was a trap with a shooting installation, which was set up in such a way as to kill the prince. Le immediately broke free from her brother's embrace and ran towards the prince, screaming that he couldn't be there. Her brother's cries were useless and went unanswered. Her father continued to stand in front of the maniac, hanging over his head, and did not even suspect the danger that now threatened him. And his young daughter was now rushing to him to warn him about this and protect him from death. She was confident that she would be able to save the prince from imminent death, and it was for this reason that she was now rushing towards him as quickly as possible. Callan was very surprised when the girl appeared next to him and pressed her small body against his back. He turned to her to ask what she wanted, and was even more surprised because his daughter was pierced by an arrow shot by someone. The assassin captured by the prince grinned maliciously, seeing his arrow hit its mark. He was glad that his deadly weapon had not been prepared in vain. The prince immediately grabbed the girl in his arms, and his son rushed towards them, repeating the name of his little sister. He held the body of the little wounded girl in his arms and called for her to wake up, calling her child. Leonie moaned. Tears appeared on her face because it was so painful. She wanted to cry even more because she understood that certain death awaited her since the maniac's arrow was poisoned. The prince continued to plead with his daughter to wake up. He insisted that she mustn't lose consciousness and asked her to look at him. The girl finally opened her eyes and told him that she was in great pain and that her shoulder was in terrible pain. The prince didn't know what to do. He simply asked her why she was so kind. The girl seemed to be losing consciousness. The images of her brother and father seemed to float. They leaned over her, and Jad said it was nothing and she would soon recover. Lee remembered the faces of her parents, who had leaned over her in the hospital in exactly the same way. They too had assured her that nothing was wrong and that everything would soon be okay. There in the hospital, she also felt very ill and was ready to die. These were the memories before she was taken to the operating room. The girl extended her hand to the prince's face, stroked his cheek, and called him Daddy. She continued to cry and look into his face. Then she said the word, sorry. The little girl's hand remained on the prince's face. She stroked his cheek and called him her papa. Noticing that the girl's eyes were starting to close again, her brother rushed to her and began asking her to wake up. The prince held the little girl in his arms and asked just one question. Why? Then his butler appeared and apologized for being late. He explained that when he learned that the young lady and master had disappeared, and then he became seriously emotional when he saw the scene that met his eyes. Cyan fell silent, and a small tear trickled down his cheek. He saw the whole family of his masters, and also a little girl who seemed to be dying. The prince still held in his arms the body of his little daughter, who said the word Mama. The prince's father called him a monster, and the bane of our entire family. He always envied his son, who was a more capable magician than he was. The man was both envious and afraid of his son. He said his son had summoned a spirit with whom even he had been unable to form a contract. The little boy was deprived of his father's love, who constantly punished him, finding any excuse. Callan loved only his mother. When the prince was a small child, he was often beaten like some kind of animal, and he would cower and hide behind his mother, who protected him. His sweet mother always reassured the boy, telling him it was okay, and that she was there for him. She repeated that she would always love him. She often asked him for forgiveness, saying she had so little strength. Sometimes he got it, instead of her son. When his mother died, the prince felt as if his entire world had collapsed. It was exactly the same now as he saw the death of his little daughter before him. She lay in his arms, and he longed to bring her back to life. He realized that perhaps, with her actions, she was trying to save him from death, and that made the weight of this loss seem even greater. Callan looked again at the face of that poor girl from the street named Lehi, had adopted her on a whim. The prince was haunted by a single thought. He couldn't understand why this girl, whom he had only recently met, wanted to save his life. He leaned over this child dear to his heart and thought that she had seen him kill a man, but it still did not disgust her. The prince's servant and son bowed down next to him and also began to address the little girl, calling on her to wake up and return to life. Their faces were deeply troubled. They liked the prince did not want the death of this sweet girl, whom they had fallen in love with for such a short time. When the prince called the butler by name, he immediately raised his eyes towards the master and prepared to fulfill his every wish. Kalen ordered the butler to tie up the trembling criminal lying on the ground nearby. Sion looked at the man and thought that he could kill him with his own hands, but he only answered the prince that he would now carry out his order. The prince told his son that he must help him. He explained that he would now try to stop the bleeding and the girl might feel pain. When he told his son that she should put something in her mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue, Jad immediately began to tear the hand in his shirt with his teeth. The prince decided to use his magic. He rose and began to cast a spell. His magic seemed to be taking effect. The girl began to shudder, and only the cloth bandage kept her from biting her tongue as her body began to tremble violently. When the magic session ended, the girl's body calmed down, and it seemed that she began to breathe a little more evenly, but she was still unconscious, and her health was a matter of great concern. The prince decided he'd done all he could for now. He said the bleeding had stopped, but unfortunately, there was nothing more he could do. While the boy was examining his sister's wound, the prince told his servant that it was necessary to move the girl to a safe place. The young man was now busy tying up the captured criminal with rope. He told the gentleman that his hotel was nearby, and it would be a good idea to take the little girl there. That's exactly what he was doing now. When the little victim's body was placed on the bed, a doctor was immediately called to examine her. After the doctor finished examining LA's body, the prince turned to him with a question asking about her well-being and whether anything threatened her health. The doctor immediately reassured everyone. He said that more details would only be available once the surgeon arrived and examined her, but it appeared there was no danger to the little girl's life. The doctor added that fortunately, the arrow was not poisoned, and moreover, did not hit the child's heart. The prince looked at this little girl so dear to his heart and said that this was how it should be. And if she died, he would destroy all the doctors in this city. He leaned over the girl's body to look at her again, and the doctor said he would do everything in his power to save her life. L.E. remained unconscious. Her breathing was regular, and since the bleeding had stopped, she seemed to be in no further danger. The prince sat down next to his daughter and looked at the child again. His whim seemed completely ill-considered. When he invited the girl to his palace, he simply wanted to give her a gift. And now it seemed that his decision to adopt her had become life-threatening. He reproached himself for acting this way. He felt that if she had continued living on the streets, she would have remained healthy and her life would not have been in danger. The man kept trying to figure out who this girl was. Perhaps she was a spy for the killer with the red flower? It also could not be ruled out that she was the target of this criminal who killed with enviable regularity and whose victim was the prince's mother. Callan thought that at first, he thought that the information the girl had given him last night was either a trap or an accident. But after the girl while dying called him dad, his opinion completely changed, and it began to seem to him that she was sincerely attached to him. He stroked the girl's cheek before him and thought that he couldn't have foreseen this, just as he couldn't have foreseen that she would suffer in his place, having decided to save him from death. The prince placed his hand on the girl's forehead and thought he wished it were a trap, and once again he wondered who this young lady was. The prince was troubled by his thoughts. He thought the girl should survive and bear responsibility for her words. If she called him father, then a familial bond had formed between them. The man took the girl's hand in his and said out loud that it didn't matter that she wasn't his own, he could still make her his daughter. He hugged his unconscious daughter's hand and said that when she woke up, the education plan would have to be changed, and she would have to be raised to be arrogant and selfish, so that she wouldn't care if an arrow or a knife was flying at someone right in front of her. He kissed the girl's hand and continued talking to her. The prince said that at first he would have to keep her locked up like in a greenhouse, because it would be more peaceful that way. He really wished the girl could at least hear him. He wanted even more for her to finally wake up and become healthy again. Les his hand and asked her to come to her senses quickly. But unfortunately, the young man's wishes were not yet destined to come true. His adopted daughter continued to lie motionless, unconscious. By his order, the best doctors of the empire were gathered, who examined her every day and held their consultations. Each time the prince stood behind them, trying to hear something from their conversation in the hope that his daughter was getting better and would soon wake up and be healthy. His faithful servant accompanied his master every time he noticed that he too had recently begun to look worse. He had lost his appetite and sleep and constantly inquired about the well-being of his adopted daughter. This time, when his master returned home, Sion asked him about the young lady's condition. The prince replied that they said her life was in no danger and asked where his son was. The butler replied that he had been waiting until the operation was over and was now resting in his room. The butler began pouring wine into the prince's glass and told him that for the first time he had seen the young gentleman restless, although this was quite understandable, considering the closeness that had developed between him and his sister. The young man asked if he had sent a man to the temple. He hoped the high priests would surely know magical techniques for removing pain. The prince looked closely at his servant, who explained that he had contacted them. But there was an event at the imperial palace today. Most of the high priests had left for there, but they promised to send someone as soon as it was over. The prince took a few sips from his glass and told the young man to listen carefully to what he was about to say and to convey it word for word to the emperor. He placed the almost empty glass on the table and said that the emperor should be told that if he did not send all the high priests here immediately, in that case, the prince promised he would be forced to go to the palace himself, and he would make the first member of the imperial family who caught his eye experience exactly the same suffering that his daughter was now enduring. Lestille lay motionless on her bed, unconscious, and without opening her eyes, her breathing was quiet and calm. The boy who had recently become her brother never left her bedside. He thought that perhaps this girl would never recover and might be better off making a stuffed animal like Papa. His stuffed cat was kept in the library, where his father's books were collected. Its presence often reminded the boy of the experiment he had conducted on it. For a moment, the wings of this cat, once given to him by his father, appeared before the boy's eyes again. When he was a little boy, his father decided to give him such a gift and brought him Pop-Oys. She was an unusual cat because she had wings on her back, but at the same time, she looked very cute and loved to cuddle at the boy's feet. He immediately picked her up and told her father that this was an unusual cat. The prince hastened to immediately explain to his son that this was not an ordinary cat, but a chimera. He explained that a chimera is a magical animal that shares life with the one it belongs to. If one person gets hurt or dies, it will affect the other one as well. The cat sitting in the boy's arms immediately began to cuddle him, and the father announced that from that day on, he would be the baby's owner. The Pope looked into the face of his little master with his blue eyes, and the prince said that he should take care of his pet, as well as he took care of himself. For some reason, these very memories came to the boy's mind as he sat beside his sister's body. He thought that he would later learn that all the prince's words were a blatant lie. Jad touched the girl's cheek with his hand and thought that her sick appearance reminded him even more of Pop. But in his opinion, it was not enough to just be similar. She was still different. He remembered how cheerful and happy she had been on the day she had received the balloon as a gift from him, and he wanted to see her speak and laugh again. He remembered how the body of this little girl was pierced by an arrow shot by a criminal, and he thought that she had done something that he could not even imagine. Jad was constantly haunted by the thought of why he simply did not believe her and why she sacrificed herself to save her father. The boy felt a twinge in his chest. He touched the spot and thought it was very strange. He realized it was his heart that was hurting. The pain was so intense that he even lowered his head onto the bed and clutched the sheets in his hand. As if through some veil, strange sounds began to penetrate the girl's consciousness. She heard someone crying. Then someone said they really wanted to see their children's faces. Someone begged, pleaded, and simply pleaded with her to wake up. Ellie finally managed to open her eyes a little, and again heard someone saying that it didn't matter at all who was chosen, and then immediately adding that let's not hold it against each other. She couldn't understand what all this meant. When she looked up, she saw a very strange ceiling. The curtains hanging from it looked just as strange. The girl couldn't figure out where she was. And then she remembered how she had saved the prince. Someone had shot an arrow at him, and the girl had become an obstacle in its path. When she opened her mouth to call out to someone, she was surprised to find that her voice had completely disappeared, and not a single sound came out of it in her futile attempt to speak. The poor girl decided she must have died again and was in the afterlife. Her body began to shake with heavy sobs. Then she seemed to feel some movement next to her head and looked in that direction to find out who it was next to her. To her great joy, Elle saw that it was her brother, leaning on her bed and sleeping next to her. This meant that she was not yet dead, and it turned out that she was still alive, if Jad was next to her. The girl immediately jumped up joyfully. She looked at the sleeping boy and could not understand why he was sleeping here, and not in his bedroom in the ancestral palace. The boy heard someone moving around next to him on the bed, and began to slowly wake up, opening his eyes. After this, he raised his head, propped it up with his hand, and said to the girl, "Hello, princess. You're awake. I've been waiting for you for so long." His sister still couldn't come to her senses. She felt much better, and couldn't understand why she hadn't died from that arrow, since it should have been poisoned, as described in the story. But in the end, she decided not to bother her head with stupid thoughts. The main thing was that she was alive, and now her beloved brother was by her side. The girl immediately began jumping on her bed, happy that she remained alive, and that her father remained alive, and the poisoned arrow did not kill him. She really wanted to say something, but unfortunately, she lost her voice, and instead, she began waving her arms and making some figures with them. She looked at her brother and couldn't understand what was wrong with him. For some reason, the boy looked at her sadly and didn't say a single word. He finally seemed to understand why his sister couldn't speak. He picked up a pitcher of water and began pouring it into a glass. He decided that if Elle drank the water, she would be able to speak again. He approached the girl and handed her a glass of water, which she took from his hands with both hands. As it turned out, the boy was right. She immediately grabbed the glass and began greedily drinking water from it. He asked her to drink a little more slowly. When she had completely drained the contents of the glass, she smiled and began to make various sounds, glad that she had regained the gift of speech. When she asked her brother what this place was, he told her that it was a hospital, and she had been there since the moment the arrow fired by the maniac hit her. To her question about the prince, he replied that their father remained unharmed, but she had been unconscious for a whole week, and they had already begun to think that she would never regain consciousness, or might even die. His words greatly surprised his little sister. She couldn't believe she'd been lying in bed for a whole week without even realizing it. Then Jade pulled aside the curtains that hid the girl's bed and shouted loudly that the child had woken up. His little sister became very curious about what was hidden behind those curtains, and she timidly peeked out from behind her brother. L.E. saw that a large number of doctors had gathered in the hospital ward. They surrounded the most senior of them, who seemed to be feeling very unwell. Some of the doctors had tears on their cheeks, which they wiped away with their handkerchiefs. Seeing that the girl was okay, the doctors began to cry even louder, but these were tears of joy. They couldn't believe it had actually happened, and the lady opened her eyes. Some of them simply triumphed and shouted that they were saved. The girl thought that maybe they had prepared a surprise for her. One of the doctors approached Jad and asked how long he'd been there, but the boy said they didn't need to know. His sister assumed he'd snuck in. She became curious about who all these people were, and when she asked her brother, he replied that they were doctors. He said that when they saw her shoulder wounded by an arrow, they began to say that she would survive and would soon come to her senses, and that no poisonous substances were found in the arrow. But a little later, it turned out the arrow had been laced with a narcotic. It's not easy to detect, so they weren't able to find it at first. Jad told his sister that she was still too young, so even a small dose would be enough to put her in critical condition. The girl immediately began to rejoice, thinking what a relief it was to know that she had not died after expecting a fatal outcome from the shot to the shoulder. The boy, hearing this, asked how it was a relief if she had been hit by an arrow. He couldn't understand what his sister was talking about. The girl realized that she seemed to have said something unnecessary and immediately told him that she could have spent her whole life in a coma because of this drug, and added that she did not know whether she was lucky, but she needed to think positively. Jad replied that he understood everything, and it was truly a miracle that she finally woke up, and he was very glad that she survived that ill-fated shot. Then the girl had another question. She pointed at the people rejoicing in her room and asked why they were all talking about being saved. The brother said that she was probably interested in such fun among doctors, and said that he would explain everything to her now. The boy said that she probably knew about their father's strange character. The butler said the prince became extremely angry when the girl remained unconscious for a whole week. He paced the corridor like a madman. All this time, he kept repeating, "I can't stand it when someone sacrifices anything for me. And if something happens to my daughter, I'll take my anger out on the first person I come across." He repeated this tirelessly and paced back and forth. Hearing this, the girl was surprised again and decided that the prince was definitely strange. But if you think positively, it meant that he was simply very worried about her. Jad bent down to retrieve something from under her bed and continued his story. He said that after talking with her father, they were going to draw lots if the girl didn't wake up that day. The boy took out a cardboard box and told her that they were going to draw lots for one of those stupid doctors to show her how they planned to punish them all, and asked her if she wanted to choose the lot. The girl put her hand into the box and pulled out a small piece of paper, thinking that it was some kind of punishment, like in a game. When she unfolded the little piece of paper, she saw that it had a skull drawn on it against the background of two crossed bones. She thought that this was probably some kind of winning, and in vain, she thought that the one who pulled it out should receive some kind of prize. But then it dawned on her that this couldn't possibly be a prize. It was more like a punishment, and a very dangerous one at that. It probably meant death, and she couldn't understand how the doctors were to blame. She asked her brother if they weren't doctors, and he replied that they were indeed. 7 of the capital's best doctors had been gathered. They'd been invited here when the girl was wounded, but she thought the word invited sounded like dragged in when he said it. The imperial palace allowed, this Jad said that it was the imperial palace that helped gather all these doctors for the little girl. Ellie realized that her father was probably a very important person in this country, if the emperor himself helped with doctors for his wounded daughter. She thought that this country was very dependent on the prince, and she was perhaps very lucky to be a member of his family. The conversation between the brother and sister was interrupted by the doctors present. They apologized for interrupting their conversation, but they needed to fulfill their professional duties. People in white coats lined up in front of the little girl's bed, and one of them asked the little lady for permission to examine her. The most senior of the doctors approached her, and placing a tube on her chest, began to listen to her breathing and heart rate. When the examination was complete, the doctor removed his stethoscope, pulled it out of his ears, and breathed a sigh of relief. He told the girl she would now recover, adding that the shoulder should be left as is for now, and that he would check her condition again after lunch. After the boy asked whether he was speaking accurately this time, the doctor began to nervously wipe his face, which was covered in sweat from worry, and said that he was definitely speaking accurately. The other doctors, as if on command, immediately began to bow before the young lady, saying that she was a real success for the empire, and if something happened to her, then they would be in trouble. The girl listened to their words and couldn't understand what luck for the empire meant. Was it really that serious? These serious-looking men remained standing before the girl, sitting on the bed, and the boy standing next to her. So great was their fear of punishment that they could not move. Jad told the doctors that luck was on their side, and the draw had already been prepared. This time, they were simply lucky. The doctors began to cry again and thanked the young master and young lady for their good treatment of them and for the mercy they had shown. The boy raised his hand, asking them to be quiet. He said they could all go, and when his father gave them permission, they could come back again. Lee immediately ran to her brother and began asking him to tell her what had finally happened. She was curious about what had happened while she was unconscious and why they called her luck. When they sat back down on the bed, the boy told her he was going to tell her everything anyway, but she couldn't stand it and demanded he start the story quickly. The boy said she probably remembered the fortune-teller's house where she'd been hit by an arrow. Many different traps had been set there, and the gun that shot the girl was one of them. When the fortune-teller turned her ring to the right, an arrow laced with deadly poison would fly out. If she turned the ring to the left, an arrow containing a narcotic substance would fly out. While her father held the villain by the throat, the criminal attempted to wind the mechanism. If the ring had turned to the right, an arrow poisoned with deadly venom would have flown out, and the girl would have died. Now she understood how she had survived what seemed like a fatal wound. She was extremely lucky that she had been hit by an arrow laced with a narcotic substance. She remembered that in the book the prince had been hit by an arrow, and that the arrow had been laced with deadly poison. That was why he had died. Jad explained the criminal's motives to her. He was obsessed with his mother and pretended to be a fortune teller to kill women with red hair like hers. The girl decided it was similar to what she'd seen before. He took advantage of the fact that different women came to him choosing a victim with red hair. The boy declared that this villain was a real scumbag. He said the arrows laced with the drug were intended for women because he felt sorry for killing them right away. The little girl thought the stories alone were enough to scare her. There were all sorts of criminals in this world. She felt like she was about to feel sick. When she began to tremble, her brother told her that everything was now all right, and her father punished him thoroughly. He stroked his sister's head and asked her to calm down. The poor girl assumed these words simply meant that the prince had killed the maniac. When her brother asked her if it hurt, the girl replied that it wasn't particularly painful. The wound was probably shallow. At first, though, she thought she was dying. Her brother said a chunk of flesh had been torn from her shoulder. The bone was even visible where the arrow had struck her. The bone had cracked, and she could have died from blood loss. Lei was ready to scream in horror when she heard and imagined the wound on her body. She began to rejoice at the fact that she now seemed to have recovered. The boy told her not to worry. The high priests had been using magic for a week to take away her pain, so she wouldn't feel it for a while. Besides, they were still waiting in the next room. The girl was surprised by this. Even the priests had come for her. She had heard that people who used sacred magic were very valuable. Jad asked her not to worry about anything, and added that they were ready to squeeze the last life force out of these people, just so that she would not be in pain. He reminded her again that his aunt was a holy virgin, and there should be no cause for concern. If it bothered her so much, he could repay the priests later with generous donations. Her brother stroked her head again. She thought this was what they called the rich man's world, but it was more likely the villain's world. Ultimately, she decided she couldn't change anything in this world, but saving the prince was truly no small feat, and she succeeded. Her brother placed his hand on the girl's forehead and told her that he had many questions for her, but the first of them was, why did she do this? He looked her in the eye and told her that if that arrow had hit her father, he would have been practically unharmed. So it was unclear why she had chosen to put herself in his place. The girl didn't know what to say. She quickly found an excuse, saying that even an arrow laced with a narcotic substance could be dangerous if it hit the heart. When she added that everything ended well and everyone was alive, and wasn't that the main thing, Jeed said, that his sister was very unusual. She was still so little, but braver than many people he knew. Elia laughed and said that she was not at all like he thought. She simply did not want the prince to suffer and for the boy and the butler to be sad about his death. The boy told her, "Okay, it still feels good after a sweet candy." His interlocutor decided that both the prince and his son were not quite ordinary, and she should not even try to understand them. Jad apologized to her for not believing her and said that he should have trusted her from the very beginning. She was surprised by his words. Was he really asking for forgiveness for not believing her and for her getting so angry in the fortune teller's house? When she remembered what had happened there, she was horrified that she could have behaved in such a way, and now she didn't know how to explain what she had said so that he would shut up. The girl covered her face with her hands and began to think she couldn't tell him she'd read it in a book. She was glad he hadn't asked about it yet. Lo suddenly realized she absolutely had to end this conversation before she got into any trouble, so she said she seemed to be feeling unwell, hungry, and sleepy. The boy immediately realized he needed to end the conversation. He said everything would be fine, and he would immediately order food for her. When the girl finished eating, her little brother realized that she really seemed to be getting better, because her appetite was exactly the same as it had been before her illness. Elle ate everything the maids brought her. She smiled happily and sat on her bed. The girl thought that now she could live. Lei wondered where the prince was now. She asked her brother this very question. The boy answered her that his father was at home now, and if necessary, he would send a man to call him here. That was definitely not what she wanted. She immediately started yelling loudly that she shouldn't have invited the prince. Everything was fine and nothing bad would happen. She didn't have to see him after all. The reason for this was quite simple. The girl simply hadn't yet come up with an excuse. Moreover, she had seen the prince kill a man. She was afraid he would say to her, "You know too much. I can't let you live." The little girl began to tremble violently, unsure of what the future held for her. She was afraid to imagine what the prince might do to her to silence her. The boy noticed the change in her mood and was very surprised. He asked her if everything was okay and what it all meant. Lee immediately began stammering, making excuses. She said that of course she would be glad if the prince came, but he was so busy, so even if he couldn't visit her in the hospital, it wouldn't matter. Jad leaned close to her face and asked the girl if she thought her father had never come to visit her. She replied that he probably had at least once when they arrived at the hospital. The boy immediately grabbed her cheeks with his fingers and told her not to talk nonsense. He explained that the prince was there every day, but was just away for a while. Jad told her that her father had been very worried about her illness. He'd come here every day and inquire about her well-being. It was on his orders that all these doctors had been gathered here. But the girl still couldn't calm down. She wondered what it meant. He was so angry with her that he kept coming, maybe even to kill her. The boy said he needed to go out. He opened the door to the hallway slightly, and turning his head toward her, said they would talk about the incident when his father arrived. His words only upset the young woman. She sat on the edge of her bed, dangling her legs, and began to ponder what excuses she could come up with for the prince. She had several options for how to respond. First, she could say she didn't remember anything and apologize for that. Or perhaps she should say her mind was completely blank. She didn't know what to do and wondered if she should say she didn't remember anything because of the shock of the wound. She ordered herself to think and grabbed her head with both hands. She thought the prince would never fall for something like this, and she needed to think of something else. The prince and his faithful servant returned to the place they had last visited. It was the basement of the house of the criminal who had wounded the prince's little daughter. Callan couldn't understand how this could have happened. Everywhere in the house were piles of red flowers with golden hairs. They lay on the floor, on tables, on stools, and even on the cage where the little girl was kept. The prince approached the pile of flowers and touched one with his hand. He said it was unclear what the police were doing, and that while he was gone, everything had become overgrown with these flowers. He was examining the flowers lying at his feet, and something seemed to catch his eye. He stared intently and beckoned his assistant over. When Cyan approached him from behind, the prince explained to him that he should tell the police to come inside immediately. When the prince slightly pushed the leaves aside, a motionless hand of a man fell out. The prince said there was a corpse there. Police were forced to cordon off the red-haired fortune teller's home. While they investigated, a crowd of onlookers immediately gathered around the house, curious to know what had happened. When the body was freed from the flowers that had been covering it, they discovered the body of a small boy now being observed by 2 police officers. Investigation revealed that he was the boy who had been selling flowers on the street. When the prince asked the senior policeman whether the boy was connected with the fortune teller, he replied that according to the children's stories, he told the aristocrats where to get medicine and served as an intermediary between them and the fortune teller. The prince began to ponder, from the policeman's story, it seemed the boy was the fortune teller's intermediary, but since they had managed to capture the fortune teller first, it was unclear who could have killed the boy. The prince felt a thought swirling around in his head, as if he'd heard something about a boy selling flowers before someone had told him something similar just recently. He thought it was unclear to whom the flowers had been sent. He also remembered that his little daughter had found similar flowers when she woke up on a city sidewalk. Perhaps they were somehow connected. The prince asked the policeman what he had said. The commissioner replied that let's say the flowers were needed to hide the body, but for some reason there were too many of them in the room. Callan immediately pounced on the surprised police officer with his questions. He asked the one who had testified about the boy if they were by any chance the kids from the alley. The prince wasn't entirely surprised by the old man's answer, as he'd confirmed it was all true. The children said he'd sometimes given them the remaining flowers. He recalled that on that first day, his daughter had said someone had given her a flower. The policeman turned around, called out to the prince, and told him that he would question the little children again, and perhaps he would be able to find out some more details. The young man left the fortune teller's house and walked towards his carriage, which was waiting for him not far from the building. The prince decided he wouldn't learn anything new here, and perhaps he should discuss the matter with his daughter again. That's why he was now moving quickly toward the carriage. He stood on the step of his carriage and ordered his butler to follow him. Ellie had to be checked immediately. The girl continued to sit on her bed, pondering what answer she should prepare for the prince. She thought that if he asked this, she would answer this way, and then she thought again about what else he might ask. Finally, the sound of someone moving quickly reached her ears. The girl became alarmed, thinking it might be her father. She decided the best thing to do was pretend to be asleep. So with that in mind, she quickly jumped up and plopped down on her bed. She was terrified that she was about to have an unpleasant conversation with the prince. Although she had prepared a couple of suitable responses, she thought they wouldn't be enough now. She peered warily from behind the curtain covering her bed. Kalen practically burst into the hospital room. He flung the door wide with a sharp movement of his hand. He was eager to make sure his daughter was safe. His butler came running after him. The men looked tired after their brisk walk, and the girl was surprised to notice something strange on their faces, as if relieved by what they had just seen. The prince moved quickly towards her, and Lo decided that he was angry after all. His face looked exactly that way. She curled up into a ball, ready for any move the prince might make. The girl didn't know what to do. Perhaps she should speak first, but she didn't know where to begin. That's why she closed her eyes and began to cry and whine softly. When the prince approached her, he handed the girl a handkerchief. After this, the young man hugged his daughter tightly with both arms and pressed her small body to his chest. Ellie A. was very surprised by the prince's words. She expected anything from him, but not this. He said to her, "Child, Papa has come." Then he let her go and looked into her face, said that he asked her forgiveness for arriving so late, explaining that he had some business to attend to. The girl was shocked by his words, and the prince added that it was very good that she was okay, because he was very worried about her health and would never be able to forgive himself if she had suffered. Until now, the girl lived on the street, and if something hurt or she was hungry, she simply endured it. She remembered that even though she had friends, she had to take care of herself during her illness. And now she realized that it was a very pleasant feeling when someone cared about you. Ellie decided that she should not get used to this feeling because the prince could always change his mind, and then she would hope and wait for him. Ellie E. decided to start an unpleasant conversation herself and asked the prince if he wanted to ask her something since she had left the house at night without his permission. Her father replied that everything was correct, but in his opinion, now was not the time for this conversation because there was something more important, and now he would like to ask her a few questions. He pulled a red flower out of his pocket, held it out in his palm towards the girl, and said that she had seen such a flower before, and asked if she really didn't know anything about it. Ellie E. took the flower in her hand and said that it was the same flower that she had brought with her when she came to his house, and added that the only thing she knew about it was that it was very beautiful. The prince continued to sit before his young daughter. He looked into her eyes and said that it was enough and asked her forgiveness. The girl could not understand what was going on, but the prince took his head in his hand and told her that he wanted to tell her a lot, and when she was completely well, he would definitely do it. The prince extended his hand to his daughter and thanked her for saving him, asking her not to do it again. He also said that he was her guardian and she was his daughter. Fathers have a duty to protect their children. The man began to stroke the girl's head and said that she should never sacrifice herself for him, and not only for him, but also for others. He simply forced her to agree with his last words. When the girl tried to object, he immediately cut her off. His faithful servant continued to stand silently by the door of the hospital room. Sion had heard the prince's entire conversation with his daughter, and now only smiled sweetly. L.A. was very pleased by the touch of her father's hand. She also liked his words. After all, it meant that the prince was concerned about her. Kalen suddenly picked up the girl and asked her why she looked so sluggish. After all, the doctors had said that when she came to her life would no longer be in danger. He was simply furious, deciding that these doctors had lied to him again. The girl immediately rushed to answer, so that none of the doctors would be harmed. She said she wasn't at all slow, but simply nervous. The girl thought the prince would have many questions for her, but as it turned out, he was the one who told her she probably had questions for him and looked into her eyes. L.E. immediately began to think about what she should ask the prince. Nothing came to mind. Kalen asked her if she wasn't interested in who he killed and what he did there. The girl replied that she didn't know for sure, but the man was bad, and that's why he acted that way. She added that he couldn't have attacked an innocent person. Her father continued to stand by her bed, and his adopted daughter thought he didn't touch the innocent, only those who had killed or were about to kill. These were his unquestionable rules, but she couldn't understand his reaction, and perhaps she had said something wrong. When the prince asked the girl where she came from and if she wasn't afraid of him at all, she told him that of course she was. But did he really expect her to run away screaming? The prince said that was excellent, and he couldn't help but ask. The prince recounted that according to his son, she had told him that day that something would happen at the fortune teller's house and had asked the boy to take her there. That's why the prince asked how she knew he was there. The girl nervously clutched the fabric of her dress when her father said that this matter was not over yet and she should tell him everything. His daughter was close to tears, having no longer expected this conversation to resume. She explained that she had seen the sheets of paper the prince had left in her room. After the question about the papers, she thought she didn't know the true reasons, but it was a fact. That night, Callan had left papers in her room that contained an important clue. This struck her as odd. Why would the prince, who was always meticulous and precise, need to leave clues related to the crime? The prince paused after her answer and said, "Ah, so that's it." The girl was talking about the report about the traces left by women with red hair, but he still had questions. And one such question came from a servant present during their conversation. The butler asked the prince if their mistress could read. The prince thought these words made sense. He himself became curious as to how the girl had been able to read something from the sheets of paper scattered on the floor. That night, an incident occurred in the house of the red-haired fortune teller, which is located near the girl's alley. When the prince asked her if she knew this place, the girl replied that yes, a fortune teller lived there, tall and powerfully built. Rumors also circulated about her, claiming she caught and devoured small children to maintain her magical powers. She told the prince that she'd seen familiar letters on those papers and thought he was there. As she'd said, the fortune teller's house was the only thing that united all those women. Lee told the prince that this was precisely why. Since she'd mentioned that house, she thought he'd gone there, and that made her feel sick. She wondered what would happen if the fortune teller devoured him. Then she woke her brother and asked him to come with her. The young man said it was impossible to believe, and not because he didn't trust her, but because it all seemed so much like a miracle. The prince thought for a moment and then said that it turned out that she had drawn conclusions, including the guess that he was most likely investigating this very case. The young man couldn't understand how the little girl had managed to do this. At first, she suggested that all three women might be linked by fortune-telling and then relying on sheets of paper scattered across the floor. She was able to locate the house where the criminal was hiding at the time. He decided that this was enough and told the girl that this was the end of it, but asked her not to do anything like that next time. The girl promised to listen to the prince's opinion from time to time, and that is why she would be forced to ask often, to which the butler replied that this meant that his mistress was very smart and perceptive. As the prince stroked her head again, L.E. thought he'd misunderstood, but for now it was best to leave it as is. Ellie still could not understand why the prince again began asking her questions about this matter, and also why he was so interested in red flowers. When she first came to the palace with this flower, he was also very surprised, and now he brought it here again. She was curious about its meaning. Le decided that there would be no better opportunity for this, and asked the prince what this flower meant, and why. Every time he looked at it, he got a very strange expression on his face. The prince didn't know what to say to his young daughter. His servant watched this scene silently. They couldn't tell this little girl what they both knew, that this flower was a summons from an assassin who incidentally had once killed the prince's mother. Looking again at her silent father's face, the girl decided that perhaps she had asked something wrong and began to reproach herself for being too talkative and inquisitive. She looked into her father's face, and she already wanted to ask forgiveness for her question, and even wanted time to turn back. But at least she got some kind of answer. The prince said that this flower was left by a bad uncle. A very, very bad one. When the girl asked how bad he was, to her surprise, she heard that the prince himself did not know this, just as unfortunately, he did not know who he was. After this, followed a very long story from the prince about what he knew about this ill-fated red flower. The prince learned from the capital's police that there had been several murders in the city where these red flowers had been found at the crime scenes, and that this seemed to be some kind of clue. No one could figure out how these flowers had ended up in those particular places. It was suspected that they were committed by the same criminal who killed people and then perhaps scattered red flowers over their blood and bodies. The prince told the girl that it was unknown who the criminal was, and she wondered who had left her this red flower with gold threads. The girl thought for a moment and decided that perhaps the prince had adopted her precisely because it was not just luck, but because she had brought him red flowers as a gift. L.E. was deeply troubled by the thought that he had adopted her precisely because of the flower, and if he had wanted to find out anything in this way, he was mistaken because she knew nothing about it. Perhaps the prince doubted her, or there was something else she didn't know. Ellie thought about what would happen to her now, because she liked the prince's son and even their butler so much. She asked the man to do her a favor and said she honestly knew nothing about this flower. She thought the book hadn't mentioned it either. The prince didn't seem at all upset by her words. He merely remarked that the girl was indeed a very quick thinker. He began to stroke her head again and told her that at first he had doubted her thinking that she knew something, but as soon as she began to help him, every time he found himself in a difficult situation, he immediately changed his mind. Hearing this, Le asked him if he had doubted her, but the prince objected, saying that he no longer did since she had saved his life. And now none of that mattered, since the relationship between father and daughter could be different. Hearing him call her his daughter again, the girl seemed to perk up and wanted to hear again the same words he had just spoken. Deciding that she was worried about something, the prince looked at the girl's face again and told her that everything was fine now, and he would try to make sure that everything remained that way. That day, the prince and his adopted daughter spent a long time in the hospital ward, sitting on the girl's bed. He told her many other things. He also said that he punishes bad people doing what the police cannot. She listened attentively to her father, wondering if what he was telling her wasn't his secret. She didn't think he could tell her such a thing. Kaylin told her that she had been a great help to him this time. He was very grateful that she had gone to great lengths to save him. He added that only his butler and son knew about all this. The prince said that she was his daughter, and therefore also had the right to know about everything, and asked if she felt anything. L.E. couldn't understand what he had just asked her, so she looked questioningly at the man sitting next to her and asked him, "What?" The prince told her that recently she had become a real member of their family since she had learned his secret, and now she could no longer just leave. Ellie convincingly said that she would always keep this a secret and would take all the secrets of their family with her to the grave. Her father said that he needed to ask her something else important. She seemed saddened by this question. She was convinced that this was the end of all the questions, and she would no longer have to rack her brains coming up with excuses. Kaylin turned to his adopted daughter and asked her why she called him Prince. He leaned closer to her and told her to call him by his proper name, and asked who he was to her. Ellie couldn't understand why he had suddenly changed the subject. She didn't know what to say to him and timidly said, "Father," but he countered and said, "Not like that." He added that she had already called him that. The little girl blushed a little and quietly said the word "Daddy" to her adoptive father in a half-whisper. The prince told her that she had done just fine and asked her to now try to call him Dad. It wasn't that the girl didn't like the prince's request. In her opinion, it simply meant that she was as close to him as he had become to her recently. She was glad that their relationship had improved. When the prince asked where his son was, the girl replied that he was sleeping in the next room, and the butler added that yesterday the gentleman spent the whole night next to the lady. Kaylin told the girl that she had the ability to charm everyone in the house and asked his butler to call Daddy. His servant bowed to his master and went to the room in which the prince's little son was now resting. After this, Kaylin picked up the girl in his arms, hugged her and said, "Let's go home, child." How these words delighted her. She had no desire to remain in this hateful hospital room and was glad to go to her room in the palace. The girl smiled and hugged her father around the neck. When they emerged into the street, the prince's carriage was already there. To celebrate his daughter's recovery and her discharge from the hospital, the carriage was decorated with a multitude of balloons. The girl could not hide her amazement, and even sitting in the carriage, looked out the window onto the street to admire these colorful toys. She held another ball in her hands, trying not to lose it. She asked her brother, who was sitting opposite her, if these balls really belonged to her. A joyful Jad immediately confirmed that all of this belonged only to her, and promised that when they arrived, he would personally remove all the balloons and bring them to her room. Al-E immediately cried out, "Wow!" and began to thank her brother and the prince for the gifts. The prince looked at his delighted adopted daughter and told her that if she wanted, they could stop by the toy store now. Lee asked again, "Toy store?" and wondered why he'd suddenly decided to take her there. She thought perhaps the prince was being so kind because she was ill. Kalen told her that he saw her looking at the toy store that time and added that she was so cute as she looked at the window with love. She couldn't understand what he was talking about and decided it must have been when she was looking for her lost marble. It was surprising that the prince still remembered it. The girl remembered that when there were celebrations on the street, she often saw children going to the toy store with their parents. She was a simple homeless girl living in a back alley, but these were people from a completely different world, and she didn't even dare envy them. Ellie decided that if Callan was in a good mood today and wasn't busy, maybe she could do it like those guys. The prince said they could go to the toy store whenever she wanted. The girl replied yes, sometime later, but her father said he didn't know what she liked, so he simply bought the entire store. At first, the girl thought she'd misheard. She couldn't even imagine anyone buying a toy for her. But then it turned out the prince had decided to buy an entire toy store because he couldn't decide which one to choose for her. The girl screamed the word "what" so loudly and piercingly that the carriage seemed to shake and the balloons seemed to break free from the ropes with which they were tied. The horses seemed to run faster. L.E. shouted, turning to the prince why he bought the store and asked the butler if it was true. The young man told her that he tried to stop the prince, but the owner didn't even think to listen to him. The prince seemed upset by his adopted daughter's reaction. He paused and told his butler to stop chatting, but the butler was unstoppable. After urging the girl to tell him everything, he informed her that the day before yesterday, the gentleman had gone to the toy store to buy a gift for his daughter when she woke up. The girl once again reacted loudly to the butler's words, saying that her father hadn't known what to choose for her as a gift and looked very awkward. That's why he was forced to buy a toy store. The prince seemed completely unfazed. He said that, to be precise, he had simply paid for his purchases in advance and that the sum would be enough to buy the entire store. She still couldn't believe it and asked him again if he was telling the truth. She also asked if he really didn't know what to buy at a toy store and had never bought anything for his son. The prince said he didn't know what girls liked. Moreover, he never bought them gifts. Once on his sister's advice, he bought a toy for Jade. I think it was a teddy bear or a toy in a military uniform. His son immediately confirmed that it was a teddy bear in a military uniform. He then told his father that there was no need to show him the special care he was given to ordinary children. The prince also explained that his son was mature beyond his years and in his opinion didn't need toys. He then told his father that they should have a rational father-son relationship. The boy sitting next to them in the carriage immediately confirmed this. He said, in other words, he was in favor of cutting down on all those annoying things, like birthday presents, since the butler chose all his gifts anyway. The servant sitting next to him immediately leaned over and looked into the boy's face, and then asked the master about the fact that it turns out he knew about everything. To his chagrin, the prince heard his son reproach him. He explained that every year he was given useful gifts, sword books or rare effigies, but his father would never have been able to choose such fine gifts. L.E. looked at her father, who tried to object. He asked who they all thought he was, and explained that he was the one who allowed his son into the room with the stuffed animals and bought the poisonous snake he wanted, even though it was already dead. She couldn't understand why the father-son relationship was so frosty, and why he didn't buy him any birthday presents. Cyan tried to justify his master, and quietly whispered to the girl that their master was not very knowledgeable about children's toys and gifts. The prince began to think out loud and said why the boy needed some small bear cub when there was a stuffed bear that he had caught with his own hands. It seemed the girl understood everything. In her opinion, the prince never received gifts from his parents because he couldn't live like an ordinary child. She decided to talk to him and took his hand, then said that they say that a teddy bear drives away evil spirits when they appear in a bad dream. But the prince answered her that this was just superstition, and one should not trust everything that people say. Then, Le loudly, so that everyone in the carriage could hear, declared that whenever the prince had a bad dream, she would allow him to come to her room. He could hug her since he didn't have a teddy bear. She screamed so loudly that she even closed her eyes. And when she finished and opened them, she noticed that everyone was looking at her strangely. The prince said that he would definitely do this as soon as he had some terrible nightmare. He put his hand on his adopted daughter's head and began to stroke it, and she told him that she was still sick. The prince looked at his little daughter with affection and said he wanted to bite her. He liked her so much. The girl said she understood how he felt, but asked him to refrain from such remarks. The butler asked his little mistress if she wanted anything. He said she was still weak, and therefore travel was contraindicated for her. But if she wanted anything, he would fetch it from the toy store. The prince asked if there was any way to cancel the purchase of the store, but then decided that he would not do this, and told the girl that when she grew up, he would give it to her. But his adopted daughter immediately declared that she didn't need a whole store. She would be very happy, however, if the prince himself chose just one toy for her. The girl was surprised when her father asked her to say it again. She asked what, and he replied about the toy. The prince wanted to hear this phrase. I will be happy if the prince himself chooses a toy for me. The man kissed the girl on the forehead and said that he was sorry that he had become a prince again, and promised that he would buy her the best gift. She laughed and put her hand to the place where traces of her adoptive father's kiss could still be felt. It seemed the carriage was approaching their destination. They were almost home when the girl told the prince that he absolutely must return the store he had bought. The following days in the palace became simply unbearable for the girl. Her health was carefully guarded. She was not allowed to engage in ordinary activities, and it was extremely boring. The butler immediately told her to rest completely and that she was not to get out of bed until the high priests and doctors arrived. Ellie couldn't believe she was truly dying. She felt great and had no pain. Perhaps it was thanks to the high priests. But she wanted to move as much as possible. Her whole body was numb from lying down, and she needed to walk at least a little. That's why she moved to the edge of the bed. Lee jumped out of bed and began walking around the room to at least stretch her numb legs a little. She seemed to feel a little better, and she immediately decided to run barefoot near the window. But she must have overestimated her strength, because after a while, she leaned over the floor feeling tired. She decided that this wouldn't work, since her body had become so heavy. Since the girl was close to the window, she looked out of it and noticed that there was an unusually beautiful moon today. She couldn't tear herself away from the sight of the celestial body. She remembered that today was a full moon, and therefore the moon was larger than usual. Lee remembered how the prince had told her that from now on he would sometimes listen to her opinion, but unfortunately, she realized that she could not help him in any way because she only knew the contents of that book before these events. She remembered her conversation with her father about that criminal and thought that she would really like to know who this very, very bad man was. She would so like to help the prince. The stories she read from her past life only spoke about how the prince brilliantly solved crimes. Now, however, things were different. Some man sending red flowers exuded something sinister. The girl remembered that there was something suspicious in the book. The medicine the criminal used was said to be tasteless, odorless, and to be from a very rare plant. And now, all the thoughts of the little girl, who could not sleep late at night, were turned to how the fortune teller from the poor alley could have obtained such a rare thing. The girl decided to air out her room and opened the window wide. She thought it would be interesting to know if the prince was thinking the same thing. She remembered him telling her, "Great now, try calling me Dad." The girl thought more than once how great it would be if she had a father. She always understood that being alone was very lonely, and spending her days and nights on the street, she could not even dream of a family. But thanks to chance, her life changed dramatically. She found people who became a true family to her, and who it seemed cared about her too. The girl thought about how so many good things had happened to her lately, more than she had experienced in her entire life on the streets. Sometimes it made her feel really scared. She had imagined many times what might happen if she called him Papa, and something bad happened, or suddenly he got tired of her, or she turned out to be useless. And because of this, the prince drove her away. L.E. stood by the open window and thought about what the future held for her. She wanted to be of some use to the prince so that he would need her and never be able to refuse her. And she couldn't think of anything better to do than simply pray, looking at the full moon. She began asking for its protection and help in her life, promising not to be too greedy. The full moon in that cloudless sky, silently and indifferently, watched the little girl, who at that moment sat on her knees and continued to pray to her. The girl's greatest wish was to remain in this house. This is precisely what she now asked the heavenly body for. At this late hour, the little girl wasn't the only one to witness the full moon rise. A couple of other people were watching, and nothing good could be said about them. The man stood on the balcony of his house, gazing at the moonlit sky. He said they had dealt with the boy selling flowers. He had left the body in plain sight. The boy had been the fortune-teller's go-between and knew them by sight, so trouble could have ensued. The man continued to talk. He told his companion that it was unnecessary to hand over rare potions to that vile fortune-teller, and then asked him what he thought about finding criminals who would be more useful. His companion wore a dark cloak that hid half his face. He didn't reply to the host, nor did he respond to his remark that there was a full moon today, and as they say, everything in the world becomes the same during a full moon. Having admired the moon, the man returned to the room and sat down in a chair crossing his legs. He informed his guest that he would continue to help anyone who needed him, because after all, planning crimes was his job. He remembered what they had talked about before, and asked the newcomer again if it was true that the prince had an adopted daughter. Without taking off his cloak, the man who came to this house said that everything was exactly as it was. This girl's name is L.E., and she is 9 years old. This seemed to surprise the master of the house. He said she was still too young to receive flowers, and therefore his flower was the first she had received from another person. He called it an interesting experiment and asked what she would become in the prince's household. The man thought for a moment, pressing his hand to his lips. He said he was looking forward to meeting this girl. After this, he added that this meeting should be very interesting, and it would be necessary to prepare for it properly. L.E. slept soundly in her bed. After watching the moon the night before, her sleep was especially sweet, and she didn't want to wake up. Suddenly, she felt something strange touch her face. It was soft and pleasant. L.E. opened her eye to see what had disturbed her sleep, and was surprised to see something lying in front of her. She received a gift. It was a beautiful teddy bear. The girl immediately jumped up, grabbed it, and began tossing it into the air. She couldn't stop admiring him. She hugged him, pressed him to herself, and said how sweet and soft he was. And in her words, he was also very handsome. Then she took a closer look at her new toy and noticed that it was a little strange. What was strange was that the teddy bear had different colored eyes. Moreover, when she had played with her toy to her heart's content, Lou found another envelope lying next to it. She picked it up and thought that perhaps it was a postcard from the prince. She sat on her bed, holding the teddy bear under her arm and the envelope in her other hand. Finally, she realized she needed help and would have to ask Sion to read her the card. Alia did not hesitate, and immediately, without even changing her clothes, rushed to look for Dvoretsky so that he could help her find out what her father wrote on his postcard. The prince's servant was busy giving instructions to the head maid standing next to him. He held a piece of paper in his hands and was reading something to the woman. His young mistress called his name so loudly that the young man and the girl standing next to him immediately turned in her direction with concern, thinking that something bad had happened to her. But to their delight, they noticed that the young lady was fine. She was cheerful and happy. She ran towards them with her favorite teddy bear, waving an envelope in her hand. She immediately showed her gift to the servants and held the envelope high above her head, telling the butler that he must definitely read what was written there. The young man approached the girl and told her that she should not run. Otherwise, her wounds might start to hurt, and also reminded her that she had gone out again in her night clothes. Lee told him she was no longer ill and asked him to look at it, holding out her teddy bear toward him. She said that when she woke up, the teddy bear was at her head. Zion said it was a gift from the prince and had taken a long time to make. Then L.E. handed him the envelope and said that there was a postcard in it and asked the butler if he could read it to her. The servant took the envelope in his hands, opened it, and pulled out a sheet of paper. The girl thought she saw a look of dismay and surprise on his face as he read it to himself. When Sion finished reading the note, He smiled and told the girl that it was a real gift from the prince. When she repeated the words, "a real gift," the man said the prince had long wanted to give it to her. He handed her the envelope back and asked if she would like to ask the prince to read it personally, noting that he would be pleased. The girl was interested in what could be written there, and when she asked the butler about it, she was surprised to hear from him that her new name, which the prince had given her, was written there. Holding the note in her hand, L.E. thought that she really didn't want to lose the name her mother had given her. And besides, aristocrats had very long names. She was worried about whether she would be able to remember everything. They didn't even notice the prince had arrived. He was standing nearby, leaning against the wall. The man asked what was going on, and told the butler that he could read it too. Sion turned back and told the gentleman that he had not even noticed when he approached, and in his opinion, these lines should be read by the one who gave the gift. But his master only smiled in response. He said it wouldn't hurt if he read it anyway, and he ordered him to read. Sion sat down again, next to his young mistress, took a note from the envelope, and sighing heavily, began to read its contents. The words written there were, "Hello, princess, I'm a teddy bear. Think of a name for me." The prince, hearing his words, immediately laughed and told the servant that he needed to read with expression. The man walked up to his daughter and put his hand on her shoulder. She too began to laugh at his joke. After this, the servant took the toy in his hands, so that the bear cub looked at the girl with its multicolored eyes and said, "I will now be your friend. I will give my princess a new name." Her new name was associated with the moon, the very one she had asked for help from the previous night. The new name of the sweet princess will be Lettucey, which means sky with 1,000 moons. The butler continued reading. He read that the teddy bear would protect Miss Lettucey from nightmares. Its eyes were like stones that complemented her moonlight, and he asked her to treat it with care. Ellie thought that her previous name meant child born on Monday. She was very grateful to the prince for keeping her real name and making a new one, which was very similar to it, and in her opinion also suited her. This meant that the girl could keep memories of living on the street and of her beloved lost mother. The girl looked gratefully at the real prince next to her and thought that many children had been born on Monday, and she was one of them. And thanks to the prince, she received the moon, which could fill the entire sky. The butler, still sitting next to her, asked the girl if she liked her name. She replied that she did, and thanked him for reading the note. When the prince told the servant that it was funny, the young man replied that he had tormented him so much, and asked if the prince had really written it. The young man told the servant it was a secret, then turned to the girl, calling her by her new name, Lettucey, and asked her if she liked her new name. She replied that she did that. It was very beautiful. Callan told her he'd spent a long time thinking about what name would suit her. He said their first meeting had been quite unusual, and he was thrilled she liked the name he'd chosen. When the girl told the prince she was very happy, he replied that, by the way, he still didn't know when she was born. Therefore, today would henceforth be considered her birthday. The day she gets her name should be meaningful, and let it be her birthday. The prince then said that it was all the more reason she had survived. And when his daughter tried to object, referring to the doctor's words that her wound was not fatal, he replied that at some point the thought must have crossed her mind that she was dead, and therefore this day could be considered her birthday. The butler, overhearing his master's dialogue, was no longer surprised by anything. After being forced to read the teddy bear's letter, he was prepared for anything. The prince, with a smile on his face and love in his eyes, looked at the girl and said to her, "Happy birthday to you, my daughter Lettucey." Lately, she'd often thought about how she was the happiest girl on earth, and how she no longer needed anything, but as it turned out, the prince had managed to give her what she needed. Besides such a beautiful toy, she'd received a new name today, and it was her birthday too. To thank her father for all this, she threw herself into his arms, hugged him around the neck, and called him as he had requested. "Daddy." The girl thanked him for today's gifts. The prince felt a warmth in his chest. He was deeply pleased by this girl's touch and the emotions her behavior evoked. He had never imagined that giving gifts to someone could be so pleasant. Lee grabbed her teddy bear with both hands and told him that he should go and show off to his brother, and the prince immediately agreed with her. Without letting go of the toy and the envelope with the note, the girl quickly headed to Jad's room, wanting to share her joy with him. Her father still couldn't get over what had recently happened. He thought he'd wanted to bring this girl a little joy, but it turned out he'd gotten a lot out of it, and he was very pleased about that. The closer she got to her brother's room, the faster the girl moved. She wanted to show him this cute teddy bear as soon as possible, but even more, she wanted to tell him about her new name and that it was her birthday. When she came into her brother's room and loudly shouted his name, he, with difficulty without lifting his head from the pillow, opened one eye and asked her what had happened. It seemed her appearance was rather untimely. The boy was excited by the suddenness of her appearance and still couldn't understand her words about her having a name. She walked over to her brother's bed, placed the envelope on it, and began to tell him what had happened to her that morning. Lee showed him her gifts and told him that her name was now Leticia, which was what her father had named her. They also agreed that today would be her birthday. The boy told her it was a beautiful name and that it suited her very well. Her father hadn't told her this beforehand, so she begged him for a first birthday present. Leticia couldn't believe her brother's words about the bear having beautiful, precious stones. She was surprised to hear that these weren't just simple glass beads that served as his eyes. Jad took the little teddy bear from her hands, looked closely at its eyes, and said that it was indeed so. He pointed his finger at these eyes and told her that the red stone was a ruby and the blue one was a sapphire. The girl dropped the note from her hands, taken aback by what she heard. She couldn't believe the prince had given her such an expensive gift, but in her opinion, this was completely unnecessary. She even thought it was unacceptable. This is precisely what she decided to tell her father over breakfast. Ellie told him she wanted to say something, and she said that it would be fine if it were an ordinary teddy bear, but she didn't want expensive stones. She was afraid that would get her used to luxury. Without looking up from his breakfast, the father replied that she could get used to luxury because he hoped she would become so spoiled and accustomed to wealth that others would not be able to cope with her. The girl was surprised by his words. She didn't want this at all, and so she told the prince that no one would love her then. Kaylin merely smiled at her words and said that was fine too. She needed to become someone worthy of living in the prince's house, and she also needed to always be his daughter. His little daughter still wouldn't let up. She wanted something completely different, and she asked the prince if she could be his daughter without the precious stones. The prince seemed puzzled by her words. He didn't know how to solve the problem and assured the girl that she only needed to accept this, and that would be the end of them with the expensive toys. Jade, overhearing their entire conversation, continued to eat his breakfast imperturbably. A slight sly smile appeared on his lips. When it was carried into the banquet hall, a little girl immediately began screaming, "Wow, white and beautiful!" That's exactly what the cake looked like as it was carried into the dining room. The butler brought it and said that the prince had secretly ordered the kitchen to prepare this cake. It was a dish for the first birthday of their little mistress. Lee jumped up from her seat to get a better look at this festive dish. She began loudly thanking the prince for yet another gift she had received on this extraordinary day. As it turned out, she was still in for a surprise. Following the young man, many more people entered the dining room and stood in front of the girl. She didn't expect all the servants who served the prince's palace to be gathered there. They came and congratulated their dear mistress on her first birthday in the prince's house. Ali thought this day would be the happiest day of her new life. She had received so many gifts, and she loved them all. Besides, so many people would probably never wish her a happy birthday again. Zion also said to her, "Madam, happy birthday." Following him, her older brother did the same. Of course, it was the prince's turn to say, "My daughter Leticia, congratulations on your 10th birthday." At first, it seemed to everyone that the young lady had lost the power of speech, and she also looked as if she was sad, and this even excited everyone present. But as it turned out, that wasn't the case at all. The girl was simply preparing words of gratitude that she intended to express to all these people dear to her. Lee smiled broadly and cheerfully, thanked everyone for the gifts. She said she was very happy, and this was probably the best day of her life. The girl began her breakfast. Her favorite tea was immediately poured into a cup, and the butler was already holding a bowl of birthday cake. Her father and brother admired the girl who celebrated her 10th birthday today and greeted it with a new name. La was very happy and decided that she would never forget this happy day given to her by her new family. For some reason, she remembered something that happened. It seemed so long ago, several years ago, one winter evening. She and her friends were standing as usual outside a toy store, peering into its window. But the girl didn't see what was happening inside the store. At that moment, her current father was standing there examining the toy in his hands. He said he wondered if he'd like it. The servant standing next to him said it wasn't particularly important. All that mattered was that he'd chosen it personally. Besides, the young master already had everything. As Callan moved towards the exit of the store, he noticed that a whole gang of street boys and girls rushed to run away from the window of the store he was visiting. They ran quickly, disappearing around the corner of a nearby house. When the prince asked who the children were, the owner replied that they were kids from the gateway. They thought it was the shopkeeper coming out, and so began to run away. When the prince asked the butler if this meant that they were not running away because of him, he answered that he did not think so, because usually shopkeepers drive away children, believing that they might steal something. The prince glanced in the direction the children had disappeared. He noticed them peeking around the corner. He thought it was very unpleasant when the shopkeepers chased away these children, who were already so disadvantaged by fate. It's unknown whether the prince remembered that his current adopted daughter was among those children. Along with the other kids, she was peering around the corner at these elegantly dressed people who had just emerged from the store where they were hanging around the window. The young man turned his head toward the children and noticed a girl with a very unusual color of hair. He of all people should have noticed hers. The prince handed his butler a gold coin and told him that it should be given to the shopkeeper and that he should be told not to turn off the lights in the shop that night. And when the butler looked at him in surprise, the prince answered him that his son would throw away this toy anyway, so he needed to give a good gift that at least someone would like. Sion looked at his master in bewilderment. This was completely unlike him. He couldn't believe he'd decided to do something nice for some stray children. It happened on a cold winter day just before Christmas. It was very frosty, and the entire capital was covered in snow. But despite the cold and snow, the little girl was delighted to be standing in front of a toy store window. She thought it was a fluke and tried to take advantage of the opportunity to fully enjoy the spectacle. Never in her previous life had Lei been so happy. She gazed at the toys in amazement, trying to touch at least the glass that hid them, completely oblivious to the winter that reigned around her. But life didn't stand still. The case of the red-haired fortune teller was finally closed. A month had passed since she received her new name and celebrated her birthday. The girl spent that month at home among toys and books. She was told that she could not go outside for the time being until her wound had completely healed, and she devoted all this time to learning to write. At the same time, the dresses she and the prince's sister had bought together arrived from the store. These dresses almost completely filled her wardrobe, and the girl also gained weight. This was due to her regular calorie-rich diet. When she tried on the dresses she'd brought from the capital, she found she'd even gained a little weight. People began to say she had a twinkle in her eye. When she began to try on her dresses, Maria could not contain her admiring oohs and ahs, praising the beauty of her little niece. She looked at the girl standing in front of her and said, "Is it possible to recognize in her the girl who once came here?" She was simply delighted with this sweet girl and asked her about the fact that she was probably going boating for the first time. Lee replied that it was the first time in her life that she was going so far away, and she really wanted to enjoy this boat trip. Her aunt brushed her hair. She said the girl looked cute and full of anticipation, and then asked how she was feeling. The prince's daughter felt perfectly fine. Her brother had spent the entire summer in his room. Perhaps he felt awkward around her, but today he was supposed to go on a boat trip with her. When the hairdo was finished, Maria and her little pet looked in the mirror together. The girl told her that if she suddenly felt any pain, she should come back immediately. The girl thanked her for the hairdo. For a moment, Maria felt sad. She thought that's probably how someone raising a daughter feels. She told the girl that she would soon be a beautiful lady, and she would very much like to see her grow up. Her niece, too, had become strangely sad. She'd recently learned that the girl sitting next to her couldn't marry because she was a holy virgin. Sometimes she seemed a little sad. Perhaps that was why. To somehow cheer her up, the girl told her that when she grows up, she wants to become as beautiful as she is. Then she added, surprised by Maria's words, that she wanted to be as beautiful on the outside and inside, a radiant person like her. The girl immediately began hugging and kissing her tightly. She said the girl was very kind and asked where such an angel had come from. She also asked her not to pick up her aunt's drinking habit. When her older brother appeared at the door, the girl shouted his name loudly. The boy asked them if they were ready for their walk. When Maria saw her nephew, she told him that wine is a joy for everyone, and her nephew should also learn from her how to drink it properly. The girl thought that Maria was truly an exceptional holy virgin. But Jad had a completely different opinion. He told his aunt that she didn't study, but still drinks well. The girl was upset to learn that her aunt would not go with them on the ride, and asked why she did not want to go with them. The girl kissed her firmly on the cheek and said that unfortunately, she couldn't do that because there would be an event at the temple after lunch. She wished her niece a good time. When they went for a walk, her aunt remained standing at the door of the palace and waved her hand to them as she said goodbye. Le began to catch up with her brother, who did not say goodbye to his aunt, but had already gone ahead. She chatted carefree the entire way, delighted that her brother had finally emerged from his self-imposed confinement and decided to take a stroll with her. At that moment, the girl had no idea what this long-awaited picnic would turn out to be. This long-awaited trip immediately lived up to all her expectations. She'd never been on a boat before, and now she couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly she moved along the fast-flowing river. Wherever the girl looked, everything delighted and amazed her. Her eyes were wide open, and her mouth never closed for a second, as she was constantly marveling at something and asking her brother if he had ever seen anything like it. She kept saying that it was very beautiful here, then sat down in the boat opposite her brother, having calmed down a little, and told him that it would be very wonderful if the prince went with them. The boy replied that according to the butler, he had to attend a government meeting today. Although his position was low, his presence at the meeting was mandatory. The girl remembered the prince's face at the moment they said goodbye, and it was clear from his face that the prince was also sorry. Lee was a little sad that her father and aunt weren't with them. It would be great if they could go for a walk with them today. After some time, both children's attention was drawn to shouts coming from behind them. Someone called out loudly to the little travelers and asked if they were heading to the island. It was a group of teenagers about the same age as the little girl's brother. They were cheerfully waving their arms and shouting something. The girl thought Jad was very upset by this. He said something odd about how lucky they were, and it seemed like those boys were heading in the same direction they were. The boys behaved differently, but judging by their behavior, they were a little strange. Le asked her brother if he knew these boys. He replied that he studied with them at the same academy, but they were a little older than him, and besides, he wasn't that close to them. They were just all on the student council together. The boat carrying the brother and sister moved swiftly forward, cutting through the surface of the Blue River. They were approaching the island where the picnic was to take place. Following them, but seemingly a little slower, came a boat carrying 3 of Jad's classmates. Its passengers had already calmed down and were sitting quietly on the benches. The girl turned around again, and it seemed to her that they had gotten separated. She said that, by the way, she hadn't seen her brother go to the academy and asked if he wasn't supposed to go there every day. Jad replied that this was usually the case since attendance grades were important too. His sister asked if that meant he was an exceptional case. His teacher at the academy told the boy that he could simply do well on exams. He needed a lot of exams to make up for the attendance marks. And then the boy told her that their family was a clan of hereditary mages, of which there were very few in the empire. He could have come up with an excuse saying he needed to go to the magic tower to train. She was very surprised by the boy's answer. She declared that it would be a lie if he hadn't done anything at home instead. Jad said he'd been constantly messing around with her lately. That's why she could be considered an accomplice. After some time, they approached the island's shore. The pole of the man steering their boat hit the sandy riverbed near the shore. Ellie thought that the tuition fees at aristocratic schools were probably very high, and she began to dream that she too would one day be able to study at the academy. But then she decided to simply enjoy life. She couldn't be greedy. She should be grateful to the prince for allowing her to live in his house. When she jokingly told the boy that she felt like he was teaching her bad things, he replied that he was teaching her the most important things. Bad and outstanding things are just as good as kindness and loyalty. When she told her brother that she would be doing something in between and hadn't even managed to master writing yet, he immediately jumped up to her and said that when she learned to write and read, she would immediately become much smarter, and asked about the fact that perhaps she already knew how to write some words. Ali replied that yes. Now she can write her name, although she sometimes makes mistakes. When he asked what else, she paused, traced her finger in the air, and explained that she'd also been taught how to write the prince's and his son's names. The teacher also told her that it was customary for aristocrats to exchange letters with loved ones. She screamed loudly and told her brother that that was why she really wanted to write him a letter too. When Jad coughed a little and started smiling, the girl asked him why he was doing that. He replied that she was very funny. Lee immediately puffed out her cheeks angrily and said that there was no need to tease her. The boy smiled slightly again and promised her not to do it again. She couldn't say anything to him after he asked if she missed anyone. Lee remembered the face of a boy with whom she often spent time on the street and who often loudly called her name, and she told her brother that she had a friend named Walter with whom they lived together on the street and sometimes spent whole days together. He helped her a lot. When Jad asked who else besides that boy, she became sad and said that they had agreed to pretend they didn't know each other outside that street. They had promised each other that. The boy felt sorry for his sister again after she told him that she and her friend had agreed that if one of them fell ill or was dying, or was beaten while begging, or was caught and sent to an almshouse, nothing should bind them together. She continued her story, though she seemed close to tears, and said that even if someone were lucky enough to end up in a good place, they had agreed not to look for each other or pretend to know each other, and everyone knew it. The girl remembered that children who grew up and lived on the streets also have their own moral principles. As long as they can, they help each other. That's the main rule. She remembered how some naughty kids had once picked on her and forced her to fight. These kids' rule was to forget everything that happened to them on the street, including those bad kids. The girl smiled and said she was very lucky because winter would soon begin, and winter was very difficult. It was terrible when you had to warm your frozen feet and sleep under a blanket. That was why she was very grateful to the prince and his son. The boy listened to her attentively and asked a question as if she had said earlier that the alley where she lived was warm. The girl remembered lying to make a good impression. She said that despite all the difficulties, she was very healthy, and it was warm there almost always, except for the coldest winter days. Jad realized that perhaps she had not told them the whole truth before, and immediately pestered her with questions about why she had not immediately told them about what her life in the alley was like. In the girl's opinion, both the prince and his son were very noble. He stood up and told her that although that was all true, she shouldn't be so grateful for what was natural, adding that his home was now just as much her home. L.E. sighed heavily upon hearing this. She had been grateful to these people before, but it was especially pleasant to hear such words again and again. She decided to tell her brother that it wasn't true, and the more natural their help, the more grateful she was. She remembered that her mother had taught her that in her past life. He asked her if it was true, and when she confirmed it, he said that then he too should thank her more often. Jad leaned over to his sister, who was amazed by her words, and said to her, "Thank you for coming to their house, and thank you also for getting well and coming to go boating with him." L.E. was simply stunned by his words. She really liked the little boy's emotions. She noticed his warm feelings towards her. She immediately threw herself on the boy's neck, began to hug him, and shouted that she was grateful and very happy that he was her older brother. The boat was already right at the shore, but the passengers were still there. The girl hugged her brother and thought it would be wonderful if she could fold all these emotions like a postcard and keep them in her heart. Even as she stepped out of the boat and ran forward across the grassy lawn, she thought that if she ever had a hard time again, she could go on living by remembering these happy moments. After a while, she calmed down and began to walk slowly. The girl looked around and cried out, "Wow, how beautiful! There's so much space here." She began to urge her brother on, tugging at his jacket. She wanted to get a quick look around, so it seemed like he was moving very slowly. When Jad told her to be concerned and said she was still sick and shouldn't overexert herself, otherwise she'd get tired right away, he added that she'd planned to walk around all day. The girl cried out happily and said that, of course, that would be the case, and she planned to walk around here all day. The boy watched with pleasure as his sister bent over the rosebush, saying it smelled delicious. She admired the blue roses and their beauty. Having learned from her brother that blue roses bloom on the island for 3 days a year, and that now was the season the girl told him they were very lucky. But Jad replied that he had chosen this day specifically, and that at this time of year there were no people, so they could enjoy a peaceful picnic. She continued to admire the roses, saying that there really was no one there, as if someone had rented the entire island. And if they were such rare flowers, shouldn't there be plenty of people here? The boy asked her to be careful with the thorns, and said that there were bad rumors about these blue roses. When Lo asked what these nasty rumors were, he picked up a flower and said that the poison of the blue rose could drive a person mad. Anyone who came to the island while the blue rose was in bloom would surely die. His words seemed to really frighten his sister. She seemed dumbfounded, and Jad asked her if she'd heard the creepy legend about this island. The girl sighed with relief when he said that, of course, all this was just superstition, and few people believed in such nonsense. It's like you can die if you sleep in a closed room with a fan on. The girl thought that it was like being dragged away by a ghost if you wrote your name in red ink. Ellie gently touched a blue rose petal with one finger and said she was so sorry. They were so beautiful. Why were there such terrible rumors about them? Jad replied that the bodies of people who died suddenly had been found here twice, and it had still not been possible to determine what caused their death. After these words from her brother, she again became very scared, and although he carelessly touched the bush of blue roses, the girl trembled and hid behind his back. Jad smiled slightly at her and said that this was where the bodies of these people were found, and pointing his finger forward, said that it was precisely in these thickets that this happened. After these words, she seemed to experience an unpleasant sensation. She became completely wary and seemed to start trembling slightly. Her eyes and face also changed color. Her brother finally decided to tell her the truth. He said that, frankly, those roses turned blue for a reason. The explanation turned out to be very simple. Their color was changed by crystals buried in the ground nearby. The girl sighed with relief. Her brother told her that until it was discovered, there was a belief that they contained poison that made people go crazy, but in fact there was no poison in them. At that moment, they heard someone calling them. It was the servant who had arrived with them and was now informing his master and mistress that they had everything ready for dinner. As the children headed toward the servant's office, they encountered Jad's classmates, who were already sitting on the lawn eating lunch. One of them told the boy they hadn't seen him in a while, as he hadn't been seen at the academy lately, and asked how he ended up there. The boy confirmed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and said that he thought the place should be deserted today, so he came with his sister to admire the flowers. His words surprised the boys greatly. They immediately began to look at him in amazement, trying to spot the person he had mentioned. They had never heard of him having a sister. The girl was very afraid of strangers. Perhaps she had often seen mean rich people in the alley where she used to live, and that was why she was still wary of young aristocrats. These people looked the same, so she decided to hide. Lee peered out from behind her brother's back, with one eye, and thought that if he decided to introduce her to his classmates, then he would still have to say hello to them, because it would be impolite. She heard Jad tell them their meeting was fate. Then, he said it was nice seeing them, wished them a good day, and clarified that he meant separate from him and his sister. He moved toward his servants. Immediately behind him walked a girl who couldn't help but wonder, is this even possible? They couldn't get away from these impudent fellows quickly. One of them rushed up to them and told Jad that he was still as abrupt as ever, and asked to at least give them a chance to say hello to the young lady. All three young men stopped in front of the disconcerted girl, and her outwardly calm brother, Jad, sighed slightly, and deciding to introduce his sister, told them her name. Lo felt shy and blushed, but she overcame herself and said to the boys standing in front of her, "Hello, my name is Leticia." She thought these young men were crazy. They shouted their names so loudly that it even made her ears pop. They turned away from the discouraged brother and sister and immediately began to discuss her, saying that she was so cute and wondering why the prince had such a pretty daughter. Then the young men began approaching them one by one and stating their names. The first to approach was a rather pleasant-looking boy who said his name was Rion. L.E. was surprised to see him. She felt like she had seen him somewhere before. The second was a cheeky fellow who said his name was Fercy. He added that he was 3 years older than Jad and bowed deeply. The girl was forced to bow to him in response and said to him, "Hello?" When he turned around and started walking away from them, the girl thought he was acting strangely, but she couldn't understand what exactly had happened. The third young man approached the girl and gallantly took her hand. He said his name was Jex. This one said that he thought a fairy had appeared in the flower field and was already preparing to kiss the little girl's hand. But this young man was destined to be disappointed. The next moment, the little girl's hand literally slipped from his. Jad grabbed his little sister under the armpits and quickly lifted her up above his head, and thus her hand was freed from the young man's grip. Instead of kissing the little girl's hand, he kissed his own palm. Jad continued to hold his little sister up and asked for forgiveness for acting this way. But his sister is very afraid of strangers. It seemed these cheeky fellows had no intention of calming down. They started laughing loudly and kept repeating that it was just that he had such a cute little sister. The boy said that's exactly it. She's very cute, but he can't touch her. Otherwise, there will be problems, and he himself might cause them. Elle, sitting in his arms, told her brother that he had some real jokes. But looking at his face, she thought it seemed like he wasn't joking at all, and that he was very serious. The brother and sister approached a place where the servants had laid a lavish dinner for them. The servants told them they would come for them a little later. They walked a little further, turned around, and said they would see each other soon. But in the meantime, they asked the children to enjoy their breakfast outdoors. Ellie immediately took advantage of this opportunity and began eating right away. Her mouth was simply stuffed with delicious food. In her hands, she held a thick sandwich that she had already bitten into, which after a short walk seemed like a real delicacy to her. When her brother, who was sitting next to her, asked her if it was tasty, she replied that it was very tasty and that this sandwich had everything she liked. The brother began pouring tea from the teapot and said that he had finally decided to spend time with his sister, and then such a coincidence happened. As it turned out, the impudent fellows had started following them again and were approaching. Jad waved at them and said, "Have a cup of tea and move on." The loudest of the boys wouldn't calm down. He started pretending to cry and said that for once, such a coincidence had happened, and he was so cold to his classmates. The boy replied that instead of going to school, they had come here to test their courage. The other boys immediately started saying that Jad had a very sharp tongue. Another said that he had stopped him. He didn't want to come here because he was afraid of the blue rose's curse. Another immediately said that he liked blue roses. The girl couldn't take her eyes off one of the boys. She thought it was very strange. She kept imagining that he seemed somehow familiar. She couldn't understand where such confidence came from. After all, she knew for a fact that she didn't know any aristocrats. Her gaze turned again and again to this young man. At first, she looked at him when he was cheerfully talking about something. Then she decided to look at him at the moment when he fell silent, and as it seemed to her, slyly squinted his eyes. After a few moments, Rian asked if they wanted him to tell a funny story about Jad's time at the academy. Another boy joined their conversation and said that he was talking about how he fell asleep while everyone was being scolded at the ceremony, and added that it really was very scary back then. And again, Rian took the floor and said that he could return to another story about what happened at the ball at the academy. Eventually, the little girl's brother seemed to get fed up with it. He asked the boys to speak more quietly. His sister seemed to enjoy all of this because she began to laugh so loudly and infectiously that tears even appeared at the tips of her eyes. Jad just sighed heavily and thought that these slackers and impudent people would never shut up, and therefore he should probably just endure all of this. The boys still wouldn't let up. One of them suggested bringing his sister to the academy for a tour sometime later. Another thought it was a good idea, but Jad said he was afraid she'd get pestered by all sorts of bugs and declined their offer. The girl continued laughing. They looked so good-natured, and perhaps she only imagined she'd seen them somewhere. Percy said that Ryan is the best student at the academy, but the boy in question said that compared to Jad, he is average. The first of the young men persisted, saying that being too modest in his opinion was a flaw. He added that, incidentally, he'd been even more shy as a child. When he was like Jade, everything was worse. He couldn't even speak normally. It seems like when they were about 15, Ryan suddenly seemed to become a different person. Ryan started laughing and said that he had simply changed thanks to their friendship after the boy said that he thought he had eaten something bad, but then he became like he is now. Jad decided to hint to these young men that it was time for them to leave, and nodded his head in the direction of the things collected nearby. Fiercy told the girl that when she made her debut in high society, she should come to a ball at his house. But his friend just patted him on the shoulder and said that a ball in his house was too much. His house would be more suitable for the first ball. Lee watched all this, and she felt as if she were being treated not like a child, but like a lady of high society. Her brother standing next to her said, "What debut? She's still young, and besides where she should go first is something he and his father would decide." Hearing this, the girl seemed upset and asked her brother if his words meant that she couldn't go anywhere. The boy replied that when she grew up, she would be able to choose for herself, but only if these were safe places. She was very pleased with her brother's answer. She laughed loudly and said that it was wonderful, and she would look forward to the moment when she would be given the opportunity to go out into society. Fiercy still wouldn't calm down. He burst into tears and asked how it was possible that such a little girl could turn out to be such a beauty. Jad was getting pretty fed up with all this. He told her as sternly as he could that it was time to stop talking like that about other people's sisters. The young man immediately looked at the prince's son and said that he seemed completely different from himself. A friend standing next to him confirmed this, adding that it was the first time he'd seen him like this. He'd always been arrogant and cold before, and this seemed to indicate he was behaving differently with his family. The girl thought she wasn't his sister, but perhaps it was because of the blue rose. She looked at the noisy young men and thought that this definitely wasn't about her brother. At this point, the third, the most silent of the young men, announced that he wanted to go admire the roses, and he would like to pick some roses for his sister, which she liked very much. His friends immediately looked at their companion strangely, and the girl noted that he said the word liked. Fiercy looked even stranger. He seemed to darken, and his expression changed dramatically. His eyes became sad, and he asked the young man if he wanted him to go with him. Ryan turned around and said that wasn't necessary. He wasn't such a fool as to accept such legends, and the blue rose was too close to his heart. Besides, he was planning to return soon. One of the young men continued to be sad, but the second tried to joke and laughed, saying that a person couldn't really just go and die from the scent of a rose. But then he thought that he had said something unnecessary or something inappropriate at that moment, and suddenly he fell silent, biting his tongue. The little girl still couldn't understand what had happened. She was wondering if the boy was okay and if something had happened to him. Jack said his friend was fine, and they had only made the young lady worry for nothing. He also told her that Rion's sister had passed away last year. When he said he wanted to pick flowers for his sister, he meant he wanted to lay them on her grave. The girl learned that Rion's sister Eliza was a renowned beauty. Her beauty was known to many young men in the capital. Then the young man explained that she was also engaged to the friend sitting next to him. They got engaged when they were the same age as the girl now, but they had known each other for a long time. Fiercy said that this girl grew up in the village, and therefore they saw each other rarely, but she was very nice, and there was a very friendly and good relationship between them. Lee asked the young man if this girl had been sick and thought, just like me in my past life. The young man fell silent for a moment. A tear ran down his cheek, then another, and he explained that the fact was that she died of pneumonia. The girl realized that this young man was in a very bad way. She felt sorry for him, and for the girl he was now thinking about, for whom he was probably very sad. She understood that unfortunately she could do nothing to help him. At that moment, Ryan returned. He was holding the blue roses he had picked. The young man asked them what they were talking about. The girl turned to him, and after thinking for a moment, said that, judging by the expression on his face, he probably heard everything. And he approached them, and leaning slightly said that everything was indeed so. And to be honest, he came here today for his sister. She said she'd like to see blue roses at least once. For some reason, the young man's face was constantly hidden by the wide peak of his cap. He said he didn't want to tell such sad stories, and so he didn't reveal the purpose of his visit to the island. He also told them that he had accidentally discovered his sister's things yesterday. The box containing her things turned out to contain many blue objects. She loved this color very much. The young man then turned to Fiercy and told him that he was very grateful that he remembered his sister and had not yet become engaged to anyone else. His interlocutor asked him not to say that, and said that their family had nothing but money, and Eliza was a remarkable woman from a distinguished family. She was his first love, which meant a lot to him. Ryan replied that it was the other way around. He was very grateful to him and thanked him for not asking for the return of the jewelry they had given their family for their engagement, which was why they were able to get back on their feet. All the young men, who had just recently been rejoicing, having fun, and unable to contain themselves, suddenly became sad. They said that perhaps the time had come for them to say goodbye. Then one of them suggested that perhaps they should all go to Eliza together. The dead girl's brother said that would be great. She'd probably be happy if Fercy brought her flowers in person. The girl listened attentively and watched these friends. It was all very sad. She felt sorry for both the young men and the dead girl, but the friendship between these three seemed, in her opinion, very honorable. He began wiping the tears from his cheek and suggested they talk about something else. He immediately asked the girl if she was interested in learning about life in the capital. Ali immediately answered him that she knew little about it, and to be honest, she had rarely been there. The young man standing before her told her there were many good places there. He grew up in the village, so for him, the capital was a completely different world. He still remembers how he felt on his first day at the academy. He also told her that he clearly remembered the red tiles bathed in the evening sun. He also still can't forget the excitement when he got off the train. The sound of the bell coming from the blue clock tower and the blue doves that were frightened by its ringing and flew away around him in different directions were forever etched into the young man's memory. Ryan told the girl that it was a great honor for him to spend his adolescence in the capital. The girl thought that her alley in the capital was certainly different, but she also really liked the blue clock tower at the station. She told the boy that he spoke as if it had happened a long time ago. After saying goodbye to their three friends, the brother and sister were able to take a little break from them. They settled comfortably on the lawn. The girl lay down, and her brother sat next to her. When Jad asked her if she had fun here, L.E. replied that she really liked it here and would like to come here again. The boy smiled and said it seemed like it was worth bringing her here. He was pleased that his idea of a trip to the island had been a success and that he had managed to please his little sister. When he asked the girl if she wanted to sleep, she replied that she would like to take a little nap here. Lea was a little scared and told her brother that he absolutely had to wake her up and not leave her here alone. She thought her new life still felt like a dream, and she was afraid it would all disappear because of one stupid mistake. She looked again intently at the boy sitting next to her and was frightened by the thought that this might be her last meeting with him, and she would have to live on the street again. To keep the sun out of her eyes and help her fall asleep faster, her brother pulled her hat over her face and wished her sweet dreams. She immediately pulled off the hat, thanked her brother, and once again reminded him of his promise to be sure to wake her up and not leave her. She was overjoyed at being so lucky to have a brother. She was happy that he cared about her so much and organized such a wonderful outing for her. Even though autumn had arrived and the trees were already beginning to change color, the weather was quite warm. Moreover, the day was windless and calm. Ellie woke up and began rubbing her eyes. She felt a bit uneasy after being asleep for a while. She noted with pleasure that her brother was still sitting next to her. The girl lifted herself up, sat next to him, and wondered how long she had slept. Fercy, who was sitting with his glass in his hand, looked somewhere to the side and said that he thought there was a girl somewhere nearby. He looked closely and saw that not far from the shore, Kaylin was standing on a boat surrounded by young girls hidden under umbrellas. The girl also noticed her father and loudly shouted his name, Callan. Her brother turned his head slightly to the side and said the word, "Father?" questioningly. The prince said goodbye to the girls accompanying him, thanked them for giving him a ride, and said he'd had a good time. The girls replied that they'd see each other again. When their boat had already set sail, the girls continued to wave their hands at the prince and shout to him, inviting him to come to their ball someday. They considered the prince a true hero. Moreover, he was very popular in the capital. When the girl ran up to her father, he immediately caught her in his arms and threw her high into the air. He asked her if she was having fun, and she in turn asked why he had come. Kaylin told his daughter he'd come to visit her. She'd been so upset that morning, but the girl didn't quite believe it and said that maybe he'd just been pretending to meet her and wanted to go boating with those women. The prince immediately pulled his little daughter by the ear and told her that he was not making up any excuses, and only she could make him drop everything and come running. At this time, one of the young men sitting nearby on the ground dropped his glass from his hands, and the wine poured into it spilled. These boys, who had recently been so impudent and bold, were now afraid that the girl would tell her father everything, and were already prepared for severe punishment from him. And while the prince and his daughter were looking at these young men, the prince's son approached them from behind and asked them to lower the girl to the ground. The prince lowered his daughter to the ground, bowed slightly to her, and told his son that he wanted to ask him a few questions. When the prince spoke, it seemed he was being genuinely polite. He asked his son to tell him who these people were, who dared to be near his daughter without an escort. He looked around and added that they were also drinking alcohol in the presence of a little girl. The young men were definitely sweating and began making excuses. They apologized and said they were just going to have a cup of tea and had done nothing to offend the young lady. One of the young men immediately began hiding bottles of wine in a box intended for picnics. The prince wasn't so easy to leave behind. He glared at the young men and ordered them to present themselves immediately. The boys immediately stood in a single line and began calling out their names one by one. Ryan's face looked very strange. He was sweating more than the other boys. Jad said that they were seniors from his academy, and they met them by chance while walking. The prince smiled slightly and asked his son, "Are they harmful insects or not?" His son smiled back and said, "Not enough to get rid of them." The girl listened to their conversation and thought that they were talking about such terrible things in such a gentle voice. The prince smiled again and asked the young men not to worry, saying that it was just a joke and that he simply had a very beautiful daughter. The girl's little toy was forgotten, and she watched the events on the lawn all alone. The prince's son seemed a little uneasy about his father's appearance. He asked him why he had arrived so early. After all, government meetings usually lasted quite a long time, and he always returned late. He also said that it wasn't out of jealousy that the brother and sister had decided to spend time together. Kalen sat down next to his daughter and asked her to move a little closer, then told his son that His Majesty hadn't been working as hard as he had lately. That was probably why he'd finished early. When the boy told his father he was curious whether this wish was his or someone else's, the prince said nothing. He turned to the three young men sitting in front of him and said he was glad to see them, asking what they had discussed. One of the young men continued to be sad and silent the whole time, and his friend said that they were telling the young lady about life in the capital. The prince immediately cut him off and said, "What's with that expression? If you have something to say, you should say it." The girl thought she thought they were both afraid, and at the same time, somehow amused. Percy stood up, apologized, and said he thought he needed to go for a walk. He thought it would sober him up a bit. Jex seemed to cheer up again, and turning to their newly arrived guest, said that frankly, he was very interested in learning about his magic, and he even planned to choose this as the topic of his thesis. Ryan, sitting next to him, immediately approached him with a request, and also made a request of him. He asked the prince, if possible, to tell him about the time when he was on the student council. Ellie was surprised by the sudden change in the young man's mood. She even wondered if he was ill with something. The prince looked at his daughter and asked her if she was interested in the same things the young men had asked. The girl replied that she was interested in absolutely everything connected with him. As soon as she said this, the prince said that in that case he would tell, and then he began his long story about his studies in magic and how he had once been a member of the student council. The girl also listened attentively to her father's story, but at some point she felt cold and suddenly began to shiver. Her brother came up to her, took off his jacket, and covered her with it to warm her up a little. Her father said that perhaps it was time for them to go home. Ryan jumped up from his seat and said he would call the servants. The young man said he would return soon, and also informed them that he had arranged to signal the servants with a mirror from the shore. A moment later, they heard something splash loudly into the water. When they looked toward the river, they saw strange circles spreading across its surface. The girl became curious about these strange sounds and what caused this gurgling. When one of the boys said that there were many water birds on this island, and perhaps one of them was the cause of these sounds, the girl realized that she had absolutely nothing to worry about. Ryan was just hiding his mirror and answered in the affirmative when his friend asked if the servants had seen his sign. The prince's entire family continued to sit next to him, They watched the young men begin to gather their belongings. One of the young men remembered that for some reason, their friend who had gone for a short walk had been gone for a long time and said that perhaps he had become very drunk. Ryan said that maybe it would be worth going and getting him, because when he drinks, he starts to have severe mood swings, and I'm a little worried about him. When the young men began to talk about Fercy, possibly going rose picking, the girl jumped up and said that the prince had never seen blue roses before and suggested they go look at them before heading home. She immediately volunteered to show them to her father. She immediately lifted the prince from his seat and dragged him along, holding his hand. She kept urging him on, telling him how beautiful the flowers were. The prince was lost in his own thoughts. He was thinking about how this girl's mood and well-being could suddenly change. Just recently, she was shivering from the cold, and now, as if nothing had happened, she was pulling him to look at some flowers. But suddenly, something changed in the prince's gaze. His eyes seemed to take on the appearance of a bird of prey. His pupils turned red, and he seemed to become very angry. His daughter also noticed these changes. She began to look at her father's face with alarm and fear in her eyes. She couldn't understand what had caused the young man's behavior. She stopped and looked at the prince. As it turned out, her older brother had exactly the same face. They both looked preoccupied, and she couldn't understand why they looked like that. The girl turned her head in the direction her family members were looking, but couldn't comprehend what had happened. She peered intently, but couldn't figure out what had caused the prince and his son's mood to change so abruptly. Then Jad approached her, pressed her head to his chest, and told her not to turn around and not to look in that direction. Still baffled, the girl analyzed the reasons for this strange behavior. She was still impatient to find out what had happened there, and she decided to take a peek in the direction where her brother had advised her not to look, and was horrified to see it. She saw a body lying on a blue rose bush. It wasn't moving, and she thought it might be Fercy. The girl was still in her brother's arms, and he asked her father if it was suicide. The prince didn't answer his question. He crouched down next to the rose bush, where the young man's body lay a sharp knife in his hand. It seemed the prince had decided to investigate the matter. The man continued to sit silently next to the body of the young man lying next to him, and did not answer his children's questions. His daughter was surprised to see the prince smiling at the time. She would very much like to know what he was thinking about. Kalen told his daughter that she should now step aside, count to 3, walk 10 more steps, and then shout. She should call out to the other two and not look over there, while he and her brother examined the body. The girl was frightened by the body of the man who had so recently been with her and enjoying life. She said she would fulfill her father's request immediately. And while she walked away from this terrible place in the direction of the other youths, the prince and his son stood over the body of the murdered man. The boys continued to pack their things after the picnic and were very surprised by the cry of a little girl that trouble had happened. Ryan immediately asked her what happened. His eyes looked frightened. I raised my hand and pointed my finger towards the rosebush and shouted that it was there. The young men seemed terribly frightened. They looked terrified and couldn't utter a single word. When they approached the rose bush, they saw the body of their friend there, and stumbling and stuttering, asked the prince what had happened. Kalen told the upset boys that he had just inspected the scene, and judging by the wounded wrist and the bloody knife, it looked very much like suicide. Ryan approached the prince's son, and taking him by the shoulders, said that the young man could not commit suicide, and this could not happen because he had his whole life ahead of him. The second young man sat down near a bush and said that they had been together all this time and there was no one else here. The shore where the boat could land was also only in the direction they had been. The little girl listened attentively. She decided the young man was trying to tell her that it was definitely suicide. She began to wonder if it could be any other way. And he hung his head low and said that it was all because of him, and because he started talking about his sister. Fercy must have had a hard time about it, and he only pushed him. Lee thought it was probably an impulsive suicide. That was certainly possible, but she couldn't fathom why it had happened today, exactly a year after her fiancé's death. She looked at her father, who continued to examine something near the rosebush, and thought that the young man had even been joking before the conversation turned to his fiancée. When her father extended his hand to her and asked if she was scared, the girl thought she had seen the dead so many times before. But the story she had read in the book had long since ended. She was saddened by the fact that, unfortunately, she knew nothing about the contents of the story she had once read. She truly knew nothing and couldn't solve this puzzle. Jex turned to the prince and told him that he did not want to offend him in any way, but Fercy's body was discovered by the prince and his family, and before the three of them decided to take a little walk, they were all together. Kalen calmly replied to him that there was no need to suspect them of having plotted killed the young man, and called his friends, despite the fact that all sorts of rumors were circulating about their family. The girl wondered what these rumors were, and in the meantime, her father said that if you look at the amount of blood and the hardened clots on the rosebush, it becomes clear that death occurred at least 30 minutes ago. The prince turned to the second youth, who was surprised by his words, and said that he thought his name was Ryan. It turned out that when he went to the river to signal the servants, their friend was dying at about the same moment. Then the prince said it looked very much like the perfect suicide. In principle, one could say that everyone present here was innocent, and although he was neither a doctor nor a detective, the police would come and sort it out themselves. The girl looked at the young man comforting his friend and thought that she had this strange feeling, as if they had missed something, as if it had not been suicide. She still couldn't understand why she was so confident about this, but the same thought kept spinning in her head, that she hadn't noticed something. Her father noticed that something was wrong with the girl and asked her if she was in any pain. Her thoughts were occupied with something else, and she only looked at him in bewilderment, and the prince said that he asked her if she was feeling well. The girl had already decided to say that everything was fine with her, although in fact this was absolutely not true. She felt that something was happening to her. The prince also saw that something was wrong, and he put his hand to the girl's forehead to check if she had a fever. His worries weren't unfounded. The girl realized it was happening to her again. Just like a couple of times before, in this life, a vision seemed to appear before her eyes. She couldn't understand why it was happening again, and she simply braced herself to endure it. She didn't know what it meant and was transported to some new place. The girl saw a sheer cliff against which the sea waves were crashing. Then she saw a girl and a boy watching her. He shouted at her, calling her to come to him. When the boy told her that she was there, the stranger asked him why he appeared in different places. I still couldn't understand whose memories these were, but I was sure that it was very important and somehow connected with recent events. Through the eyes of someone, she saw a boy in front of her, but unfortunately, it was the back of his head, and therefore she could not make out his face. But then, as if through a kaleidoscope, she saw many faces of the same boy, but his details were blurry, and she still couldn't make any effort to understand who he was. Then she heard someone calling her name, and her vision ended. The girl was still in the same place, standing with her eyes wide open. Her father and brother stood before her. The boy said she seemed very frightened, and the prince asked her to be patient until they met the police and went back. The girl saw 3 empty boats appear on the shore. They were probably the police arriving to conduct their investigation. She wondered if her eyes had been open when she saw the girl and the boy in her vision. The prince and his son were very worried about the girl's health and decided that it would be good if the girl rested after they returned home. When her brother put his arm around her shoulder to hug her, the girl asked him if it was murder. He replied that it was, of course, murder, but there was something strange about it. They looked at the boats off the island's shore and decided that there must be someone else on the island besides them, although on the other side, a boat could only moor in one place. It had been very quiet the whole time, otherwise they would have heard the boat's noise. The boy looked towards the river and said that the killer could also be a mermaid. The prince merely smiled upon hearing his words and said that it would become clear after the investigation. They had been very lucky today. The girl replayed the details of the day in her head. She wondered if someone had been hiding on the island from the very beginning, or if the criminal was among the people. She wondered which was more likely. Suddenly, Lo remembered her vision and thought that, perhaps, it was not at all accidental and was somehow connected with today's incident. She began to examine the crime scene again and seemed to have come to some conclusion. Looking again at the 2 young men, the girl thought that if her guess was correct, then the criminal had made a mistake. She looked closely at the 2 young men who were grieving for their friend and thought that the one who killed Fercy would die at the hands of her father. When they began to carry away the body of the dead young man, someone said that it was a great pity, since he had a wonderful future ahead of him, but he himself had cut his life short by cutting his wrists. Le heard Jex tell the policeman that Fercy was an excellent fencer, and with such abilities, he was able to cut both a vein and an artery at once. The policeman listened attentively to his testimony and carefully wrote it down in his notebook. Another policeman told the prince that many strange things had been happening around him lately. He replied that the city itself was strange, and nothing could be done about it. The prince added that it was just a simple coincidence. The girl looked closely at the man who was now talking to the prince. She had seen him before, near the tailor's shop, and when the prince asked his name, he replied, "Inspector Sheldon," and that was exactly what he could call him. When Callan asked the man if he could go, he took off his hat, bowed, and said, "Of course." He also thanked him for his help. The father offered her his hand and said that it was time for them to go home, but the girl was still busy with her observations. She kept a close eye on the action unfolding nearby. The police were questioning witnesses, and one of them continued to cry, then asked if perhaps they could come along. Le ran up to the prince, pulled him by the sleeve of his cloak, and said that she was very sorry for Riand. Jad, who was following them, asked what was the matter. Oli answered him that when she heard the story of his dead sister, she felt very sad at heart, and she felt very sorry for this young man, so could they not take him home? The girl turned her head back and saw her brother and two other young men behind him, and told him that she would like to console the dead girl's brother on the way, and then his late sister's fiancé had died, and he must be in a very bad way now. The prince said that if the two friends were left alone now, they would certainly begin to blame each other for the death of their friend. The girl reached out to her father and hugged him, saying that this was what made her sad, and that's why she was asking him to help this poor young man. The little girl's brother immediately approached Ryan and started nudging him. He said that if their child wanted it, there was nothing they could do, and he would have to go with them. The girl thought that perhaps this was a way to save Ryan. At least it was better than being alone with Jex. She was glad that her father and brother listened to her opinion. She turned back, looked again at this damned island, and thought that, impossible, her guesses would turn out to be correct. Le turned back again. The police were still sifting through the area, searching for evidence of the crime. It seemed to her that the remaining young man was very confused and frightened, but she could do nothing to help him. The prince, his family, and the young man, they were eager to help, got out of the boats, and approached the outskirts of the city where the carriage the prince had left was already waiting for them. Rosyan was very reluctant to go with them. He kept repeating that he could get home on his own and didn't need anyone's help. The little girl was relentless. She continued to pull him by the hand toward his father's carriage. The girl said the young man was too pale and was about to faint. The prince smiled when he heard the young man thank his daughter and say he didn't want to cause so much trouble. The man said they should hurry and get into the carriage. In their house, it was customary to indulge children's every whim, and if that was what his daughter wanted, it would be nothing for him to give the young man a ride. Ryan was simply stunned, unwilling to enter the carriage. He said it was completely unnecessary and he could handle it himself. But the prince nudged him from behind, and he was forced to comply. It was already getting dark when the carriage with its passengers set off and headed towards the city. Lights had already been turned on in the nearby houses. A little girl sat down in the carriage seat next to her father, and two young men sat opposite them. The family's guest looked as if he had been frightened by something. Ali kept thinking about what had happened during the picnic today. She couldn't shake the feeling that she'd missed something important, and now she was looking for an answer to that question. When she looked at her father's smiling face, she thought he had an expression as if he was asking her if she knew any funny stories. The girl looked at the young man now sitting in the carriage next to her brother and thought that he had killed his friend today with a very simple trap. She was interested in two questions. Why did he do it, and why did he use this method to kill him? The girl kept her eyes on him, very curious. She hoped that her guess about this reason would also prove correct. Lo would really like to tell her father everything, otherwise she will feel uneasy. She was sure Callan was a fair man, but he wouldn't listen to everyone's personal stories. That's what the book said. To her regret, she did not know how it all ended, but the content of the novel was quite sad, and in the book the prince was not a happy man. The girl looked out the carriage window and thought the area looked quite familiar. It seemed as if she had been here before. Ali thought that, according to her calculations, they should have arrived by now, and it should have been somewhere right here. Deciding it was time to act, she turned to her father and said she had something to tell him. He immediately interrupted his thoughts and asked his daughter what had happened. The girl pointed towards the carriage door and said that the bow that was on the teddy bear had fallen out the window. The prince was forced to knock on the window, demanding the coachman stop. When he asked if the teddy bear had a bow, his daughter replied that Maria had tied one exactly like hers that morning. The coachman heard his master's demand, and their vehicle slowly stopped at the very place that, in her opinion, the girl needed. The prince handed his servant a coin and told him that his daughter had lost a bow on the road and asked him to look for it. The crippled young man sitting next to them was sweating all the time and constantly looking around as if something was bothering him. Then he began to pull his cap over his face and told them that he would get off here. The girl seemed a little surprised because she asked here and said that this was a rather deserted place, and besides, it was dangerous. When the young man said it was nothing and he didn't want to inconvenience them any further, they thought he must have a reason for getting off in that particular alley. That's exactly what she suspected. She grabbed Ryan's hand and said that she wanted to ask him something. He was very surprised and began to pull his hand out of her palms. The girl told him it wasn't particularly important, but she needed to know if they'd met before. The young man replied that it was unlikely, as he wouldn't forget such a sweet girl. The little girl's next question surprised him greatly. She asked if they had indeed met. Who was he? The girl said that she had met Ryan before, and that it had been a long time ago. Elle, who was sitting next to the young man, immediately asked her what she was talking about. But Elle did not answer him, but said that she had one more question, and asked what color the clock tower at the station was. Ryan immediately said, "How could anyone not know this?" and explained that it was naturally gold. This was true. The tallest clock tower at the station was a bright gold color. But when they were on the island, Ryan said something different for some reason. That time he said she was blue. Hearing this, the boy sitting across from her seemed very upset. He felt like he'd made a mistake and began looking for some excuse. The young man said he couldn't have said that. Perhaps it was because he'd had too much to drink and simply made a mistake. Le replied that he was not mistaken at all, because the tower was not only gold, but also blue. She thought that his mistake had made it easier for her to solve the puzzle. The station's clock tower is painted with a special color, making it appear golden during the day. But this paint has a special property, thanks to which the tower turns blue at night. Street children usually use it as a meeting place. The phrase, "meet me at the blue tower," means they want to meet at night. The girl remembered that once her friends invited her to look at the trains during the day, and so they secretly entered the station. It was then that she noticed and told them that this tower was actually blue. Ordinary people don't go to the stations at night. All trains in the kingdom stop running at 6 p.m., and entry to the station is closed at night. The only people who use the tower as a meeting place are the guys from the lower village, mostly pickpockets. Lei went on to say that she had once seen a young man sitting in front of her at the station. She said she was born in the same place as him. Ryan remained silent, so she asked because he was from the lower village. Then she said she was very worried about today's incident, but he seemed to have said he was born in the village. The prince listened attentively and asked what was going on. He said it was too complicated for him, and he couldn't understand. There couldn't be two Ryans, two people. Ryan immediately began to stutter. He tried to begin his story a couple of times, but each time, for some reason, he stopped. The next moment, someone from outside suddenly pulled the handle of their carriage and opened the door. Although the girl was prepared for something like this, she was still simply taken aback and very surprised when she saw this man in front of her. The young man who leaped into the carriage quickly yanked her hand away, grabbed her with both arms, and held a knife to her throat. He looked exactly like the man sitting with them in the carriage. He dragged the girl behind him and ordered the prince and his son, who were in the carriage, not to move and to stay where they were. The man who grabbed the girl demanded that she release Ryan. She thought they were twins, and so that vision, the vision in her head, was a memory of Ryan. At first she thought it was just a hallucination, and she was seeing two Ryans, but that was not the case. They were twins. The prince turned to the man and told him to let his daughter go, and promised that if he did so, he would kill him without pain. The villain didn't let go of the girl and continued to hold the knife to her chin. He shouted that Ryan had to be released first, otherwise this girl. The prince asked differently what would happen to this girl. Perhaps he would leave a mark on her cheek from the slap, or perhaps he would break her finger. The prince waved his hand, or perhaps she felt her magic working again. A black vortex swirled around her face instantly, freeing her from her captor. At first she closed her eyes in fear, but when she opened them, she saw that the man who had so recently threatened her with death was now lying on the cobblestones of the street. The knife had fallen from his hand, and a black, inexorable whirlwind was swirling around the young man. As it turned out, the prince's magic was very effective. The young man writhed in pain, and his knife spun around his head, caught in the whirlwind. Lee approached her father, who told the young man that just because he threatened to hurt his daughter, it didn't mean he would stand by and watch. The girl looked at the prince, who was moving toward the criminal. Black vortices swirled around him, ready to attack anyone who threatened him or his relatives. She realized that it was again black magic, which her father had mastered to perfection. And now he was very angry that someone dared to touch his adopted daughter and threaten her life. Lee approached the carriage and decided that it was better for her not to look at what could happen now. The young man was still lying on the stones and could not move as he was tightly bound by the prince's magic. Kalen began making some movements with his hand again and told the killer that he would kill him in the most painful way. His twin brother, still in the carriage, watched all this closely. He shouted his brother's name, loudly calling him Ridden. Like his brother, he had a knife hidden somewhere in his clothes, and the young man tried to snatch it to protect his brother. Jad immediately snatched the dangerous weapon from his hand, grabbed Rion by the jacket, put the knife to his throat, and shouted to his father that he would finish him off. Both twin brothers were captured. One had a sharp knife at his throat, its blade ready to pierce his skin at any moment. The second one seemed to be lying unconscious on the ground, tightly clutched by a snake conjured by the prince's magic. Elle noticed that both brothers were about to die. She screamed loudly, turning to her relatives, and demanded they stop. Jad immediately turned towards her when he heard that she wanted to listen to them. The girl looked at him and their father and said that she really asked him to wait and listen to her. She stood next to her father, who continued to use his magic, and who was finally forced to listen to her request and say, "Okay." But the girl was simply horrified by the words of the prince, who said that since this criminal dared to threaten his daughter with a knife, he would first cut off both of his hands. The prince had already taken the knife the criminal had used and was preparing to cut off his hand. But the girl thought that this was the same as murder, and if he cut off both his hands, the boy would die. When the girl ran up to him and assured the prince that she was fine, and the young man had not even touched her, he said that he did not like to listen to the stories of murderers, but if she asked so, then nothing could be done. Near the place where their carriage stopped, there was apparently an abandoned derelict house, and it was there that both criminals, along with the family who had captured them, went. Both youths were strongly bound by the prince's magic and were kneeling at the feet of the prince and his children. Between their bodies, a black snake with glittering predatory eyes wriggled all the time. To her surprise, the girl only realized it was a snake today. Until now, she'd thought it was a chain and couldn't understand how her father had summoned it with magic. She looked closely at the young men and was literally stunned. She noticed that one of them was completely soaked. Jad approached Ryan and his brother and asked since when they started to trade with each other and which of them killed Fercy. Both criminals remained silent because in addition to their bodies, their mouths were also bound by the sinister snake. Kalen was intrigued by another question. He decided to ask his daughter how she knew all this. Lee was a little taken aback by this, but she still decided to say that this was not the main thing now. The girl smiled and asked her relatives if they didn't want to know how exactly the murder happened. Her father looked at her closely and thought that it turns out his daughter had a talent for manipulating him. The girl exhaled heavily, as if preparing for a long conversation, during which she decided to tell the details of this crime. The prince leaned over both twins and freed the face of one of them. This was necessary in order to speak with him. Kalen, grabbing him by the chin, lifted his head up and said that he would give him the opportunity to speak, and if he did not say anything, then he would have no choice but to torture him until he died. The prince's son told his father that when he spoke such words, he should cover his little sister's ears. The girl thought she had heard this many times before. The prince said they would now begin the interrogation as his daughter had wished. He ordered the young man to speak and asked why he had done such a thing. He began to stutter again, probably unsure where to begin his story. He was deeply worried about his brother's fate and was ready to tell everything. Fercy's murder turned out to be just as the girl had predicted. It all hinged on a twin swap. When Rian went off to pick roses, his twin brother Ridin had already replaced him. While Ridin was talking to them at the picnic site, Rian, who was hiding in the bushes at the time, killed Fercy and disguised it as a suicide. After that, he sent a signal to the mirrors, and they switched places again. It was a fairly simple substitution trap. The girl noticed that the young man who had been murdered had died without even screaming, and asked if they had given him some kind of potion to drink. The young man explained that if that had been the case, she would have guessed everything immediately since she was so perceptive. It happened differently. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief soaked in the potion, and he temporarily lost consciousness to lure Fercy to blue roses. He always gave his ex-fiancée only blue items, and talking about these items managed to stir his memories of the past. Kneeling before them, the young man said that he had absolutely no regrets, since that scoundrel Fercy had bullied their sister. He also said that their family was quite poor, so when they were born, his twin brother had to be given to a foster family. But unfortunately, the family soon went bankrupt, and Ridden found himself on the street. The young man said he was very surprised by the girl's words about how she too grew up on the streets, and perhaps that's when she saw him when he tried to steal something at the train station. Ryan recounted how he met his brother when they were just over 10 years old. This meeting was quite unexpected and determined their entire future. This was incomprehensible to the little girl's mind, and she asked if they both could still live as one person. Ryan replied that that was exactly how it was. They swapped places and attended classes at the academy. No one noticed the switch as they looked so similar. At least in this way, he wanted to return his brother to the life of an aristocrat. L.E. said that both brothers probably trained to look like one person. Jad, who was standing next to her, said that perhaps that was why the young man sometimes seemed like someone else to him. The prince's family continued to rise above the bound murderers, and his son asked the youth why he had killed Fercy. The faces of both young men were terrifying and pitiful to look at. They both suddenly became strangely sad, and the one who could speak revealed that he had driven their sister to her death. Eliza was a very beautiful girl, and she became even more beautiful with each passing year. Their sister had entire queues of wealthy suitors who wanted to win her hand and heart. There were even some among them who offered her money if only she would break off her engagement with Fercy and accept the proposal to marry one of them. Fercy, of course, found out about this. He was never a good person, but only pretended to be a respectable member of the family and society. The prince closed his eyes and said that it was obvious since Fercy had a lot of money, so he was stupid. When the young man confirmed the prince's words, L.E. said that this was not all. Ryan turned his head towards her and said that she was truly a very mysterious person, as if there was someone else living within this small young lady's body. He added that she was absolutely right and that it wasn't over yet. Ryan told them that Fercy was once at the country house. He got drunk, and in that state did something to their sister. It was always like that with him. When he drank, he became a completely different person. But what made matters even worse was that not only Fercy was in that mansion, but also several other downright unscrupulous young men. They began goading the owner of the house, who got drunk and passed out, and then Jad said it was all very disgusting, and his little sister thought these people were real demons. She asked the boy if his sister had then committed suicide. Their captive said that when in aristocratic circles, they talk about an unmarried person dying of pneumonia. In most cases, they mean suicide. He also said that their sister told them both everything before her death and then cut her wrists. When Rian told them they wanted to kill Fercy in exactly the same way, the prince asked if that was probably why they killed him that way. He pointed out that one of them hadn't even grown up with his sister. The young man said it happened just once. It lasted only 1 week. One day, the three of them were living together on their estate. According to Ryan, it was the only happy time, and he still remembers it as if it were yesterday. Lee recalled what she had seen during the vision, and decided it was precisely the memory of one of the now-bound youths. She wondered how she had managed to see it. Ryan stated that he had committed the crime, and said that they could use him for experiments in black magic, and that it was not important at all, but he begged them to let his brother go. The prince remained absolutely calm. He said that he did not need test subjects, and it seemed that the young man was listening to empty rumors about him and what he was doing. Ryan decided to ask one question that had been bothering him. He said he was curious how the young woman knew he had arranged to meet his brother at this very place. The girl said, "What oh that?" as if it were something unimportant or self-evident. She looked at the faces of her father and her brother standing next to him, and it seemed to her that they were simply incinerating her with their looks. L.E. decided to explain everything and began her story by saying that they had always been together with this young man until Fercy, if it really was murder, then there had to be someone else on the island besides them. But when the police arrived and combed the entire island, they found nothing. The girl decided that someone must have gotten away before the police arrived. She said that on the opposite side from where they boarded the boat, there was a bridge. Well, in other words, a suspension bridge, and it was quite close. You could reach it by swimming down the river. There is a hole in the ground under this bridge that leads to an underground road, and you can use it to get into the city. Kaylin and Jade were simply amazed by the story of their little relative, who was able to explain everything to them so easily. And Ridden couldn't hide his amazement at the little girl's story. She spoke as if she'd known all along what was about to happen. The prince said that it turns out that this place where they are now is the exit from the tunnel. Lee laughed and said that this was exactly the case, and all the kids from the back streets knew about this secret path. Jad said that perhaps, even on such a small clue, his sister had made such a serious conclusion. The girl laughed again and said that if Mr. Ryan knew about the night clock tower, then he could have heard about this too. The said young man raised his head up and told the girl that she was unusually smart, and he couldn't even believe it. The girl thought that all this was thanks to the detective novels that she had read so many of in her past life. The girl said she could have told him earlier who the killer was, but she was very curious about the reason for the murder of her deceased younger sister's fiancé. That was precisely why she had acted in such an intricate manner. The young man asked the prince what he intended to do now. Jad asked his father if he would kill them, without any leniency as usual. Callan decided to think for a bit and said that, to be honest, his intuition immediately told him that someone had killed Fercy. That's why he planned to conduct an investigation check Jex and Ryan and identify the real culprit. After that, he wanted to personally appear before him and punish him. Lee listened attentively to the prince, as well as to her brother, who now said that he did not know about Ridden, but Ryan definitely met the prince's criteria. It seemed the young men were also terrified by the outcome that awaited them so soon. They exchanged glances and awaited the prince's decision. When the prince asked his son what he thought about it, the boy stroked his sister's head and said that he sympathized with them. When the prince was surprised and asked him about this again, Jad replied that this was so, and since he was now also an older brother, he understood the actions of these young men. He started walking around the room and said that if anyone dared to touch his little sister, he didn't even want to imagine it. Jad leaned over both boys and said that right now he was ready to kill one of them just to vent his anger. But then he added that overall this time, it seemed they could be forgiven. Then the prince turned to his daughter with the same question, who was very puzzled by it and did not know at all what to answer him. Lee couldn't understand whether the prince was now asking her to decide the fate of these two young men. And when he asked her if she could side with her brother, she thought, is that really impossible? The prince said that if that was the case, he wouldn't want to leave them alive. He wasn't the kind of father who lacks generosity of spirit. Upon hearing his father's decision, his son seemed to change his mind and said that in that case, he too would vote to kill those young men. The girl immediately clutched her head. She didn't understand what was happening or what she should do since the prince was insisting on the death penalty, and it seemed to her that her relatives were jealous as if they were little children. Elle didn't know what to do, and she clenched her fist in frustration. She even thought that this was just some kind of "don't take anyone's side but mine" mentality. She thought that everything could have been exactly like that, and she would have completely agreed if she had not had a vision. But remembering what that happy girl looked like, she decided that she felt very sorry for her. And although she had never met her, her fate was not indifferent to her. She decided to persuade the prince and said that she would really like him not to regret his actions later, because now he could make a mistake that could no longer be changed. The girl knew well what kind of person Kalen was. He was a dark hero who hunted down and destroyed criminals throughout the kingdom. As in the book, and as she later discovered in reality, he was a sad character in this novel who tried not to think about his actions, but to silently carry out his bloody justice. Lai looked at her father again and thought that he had no pity for the criminals, but she would really like him to make a decision this time after listening to their story. Li would hate for her father to make a mistake, because these two twin brothers were different from the criminals he had killed so far. They were driven not simply by the desire to kill, but by a desire retribution and vengeance for their dead sister. Kalen told her that everything would be fine, and to be honest, he wanted to thank his child, because if it weren't for her and her words, he might have missed an important fact. The girl looked at her father with gratitude and seemed to glow. She knew it. The prince, too, had changed his mind after hearing the poor girl's story. After this, she asked the prince not to kill these people, since they did not wish for anything bad, but only to avenge the honor of the insulted sister. It is not worth doing this, but it is better to hand them over to the police. She pointed her hand in the direction of the young men, looking at the prince pleadingly, and asked him not to do something he might later regret. After all, these young men didn't kill for pleasure, and weren't villains or maniacs. Apparently, the prince had already made a decision. He turned to one of the young men, Ryan, and asked him if he remembered the names of those bad friends of Fercy's who had been with him at the country house. He leaned low toward both young men and began looking them in the face, demanding an immediate answer. He said that the other people who had treated their sister badly needed to be punished as well. Both youths raised their heads when the prince said that of course he remembered them. The youth replied that it was impossible to forget such a thing, even in a dream. And then the prince asked them to introduce him to the boys. Kalen stood up, walked away from the young men, and said that if he found out their names now, he would let both young men go, but they would have to remember that all this was thanks to his daughter. The girl was simply horrified by the prince's words. He spoke so calmly, as if asking to be introduced to good people. Her brother sat down next to one of the young men, put his hand on his shoulder, and said that next time he might even say hello when he met him. When he asked Jad what it meant, he replied that he was starting to like him. But then the boy looked at him sternly and added, "But if he dares to say hello to his sister, he will definitely kill him." Jad moved closer to the ear of Ryan, who was sitting next to him, and said that he had done everything well and correctly, but he had killed his sister's enemy too easily, and in his place, he would have made him suffer and tried to kill him with the slowest possible death. Hearing all this, Li thought she'd known it all along. She thought too highly of both father and son. They couldn't be stopped. It was in the nature of their character. It was their entire predatory, bloodthirsty essence. The prince told his daughter, who was standing next to him, that the worst thing was when you clean up alone and leave behind a lot of trash. But she shouldn't worry, because he was an expert at cleaning up trash. If someone had done something wrong, they should be punished. The girl remembered that this was Kalen's rule. He absorbs magical power from human bodies, and those who feed on magical power are called devourers. And there are only 3 options when the prince can absorb the devourer. Firstly, it can happen if it is a killer. The prince can do the same if it is a person who has recently died. And finally, the third is the one who dared to touch an innocent girl. This crime, in the prince's opinion, is even more serious than murder. The girl thought that in the end, for her father, a murderer and a rapist were on the same level, although in her opinion, even that was not enough for them. In the end, the prince heeded the requests of his daughter, and probably common sense, and freed both young men, who immediately stood up on their feet. Both twins immediately grabbed each other's hands and couldn't believe their luck. They kept asking each other if they were really alive and repeating that it couldn't be. Then they turned towards the prince and asked him if he was sure he was letting them go. The man replied that he had decided to do just that, but it was only because his little daughter had convinced him to do so, and added that they should remember that those who had once tasted blood would never be the same again. Kalen snapped his fingers strangely and told his brothers that he would leave his mark on them, and if they did anything else, he would come for them. When the young men began to look around and examine themselves, as if searching for something on their clothes, and flying, the prince told them how they could think that she could be seen with their own eyes. Then the young man told his daughter to come to him. He picked her up and prepared to step onto the steps of the carriage. But at the last moment, he turned around and told the young men that, by the way, thank you for the treat. One of the young men looked at the prince with dismay. He couldn't understand what he was talking about, so he asked what his last words meant. Holding his daughter in his arms, the prince turned around and replied that he was referring to the moment they discovered the body of their former friend. He said it was a fresh corpse. This very incident corresponded precisely to Callan's second rule about eating the eater. And then he told the girl to go in that direction. Count to 3, walk 10 more steps, and scream. The girl understood why he had told her to do that. Jad pulled the carriage door handle to close it. He said that once he thought about how the murdered young man had been so vile and had been able to do such a thing to a girl, his heart would lighten. Still, it was a little unsettling that his father had swallowed up his acquaintance. It seemed that one of the twins still couldn't understand what they were talking about and continued to look in their direction in surprise, and then asked again what it meant. By the time they were comfortably settled in the carriage, and it had already begun its journey toward the prince's estate, it was late evening. The picnic had unexpectedly dragged on, and so they were forced to return home very late. Callan let go of the girl and settled into the carriage. He said he really liked trash, and besides, thought only fun adventures awaited him if he followed his daughter. After his daughter had settled comfortably into his lap, he informed her that he now understood who she was. Lee thought the prince had somehow managed to uncover her secret, which wasn't surprising after she'd seen his success in magic, and so she became a little alarmed and asked the prince what he meant. The prince's answer both reassured and disconcerted his little daughter. He told her he thought she was a genius. Ellie's mouth dropped open in surprise, trying to find some kind of response to contradict her father. Then the girl started waving her arms, insisting that this wasn't true at all. She'd simply made a guess. She didn't even think she'd guess who the criminal was, or how he'd acted. Her brother was also sitting in the carriage and was almost dozing off. He told the girl she was lying, because if something happens twice, it's inevitable, or perhaps even a pattern. Jad then said he seemed forced to agree with his father's words. It was incomprehensible that a child without an education could be so intelligent. He then asked the girl if she accidentally memorized words she saw only once or any unfamiliar figures. His little sister immediately began denying everything again. She said that if she were what they thought she was, would she be living on the streets? And she added that she couldn't even read before. Then the girl suddenly calmed down, and her face became strangely sad. She began to remember what her life on the street had been like before. It happened because she happened to look out the carriage window and noticed a girl sheltering a homeless boy. He was apparently cold and shivering. The girl covered him with some old rag. Lee recalled her life on the street. The hardest part was surviving the winter when it was unusually cold and there was nowhere to hide from the frost and snow. She thought that this winter would certainly be cold. Jad noticed a dramatic change in his little sister's mood. She stared out the window, and it seemed as if something was wrong with her. He really wanted to know what the girl was thinking at that moment. She seemed to have calmed down completely, and when the prince put his hand on her head and began to stroke her, the girl said that she really was an ordinary child, and no different from other such girls. Her father said he had a completely different opinion and thought she needed to be checked out. He knew doctors who had examined the girl's brother as a child. Lee was frightened by the prince's words about these doctors testing her for talent. She thought that if they began examining her, they would immediately realize she was no genius. Then the prince might decide she was absolutely useless to him and disown her. It was almost night when the prince's carriage arrived at his palace. Although the rays of the setting sun were still reflected in the windows, candles had already been lit inside the building. As had happened before, as soon as the carriage appeared at the palace door, the doors opened. It was the butler who welcomed them back, adding that they were late. Looking at the girl sitting in her father's arms, the young man noticed that she looked tired. Then he asked if something was wrong. His master answered him that a lot had happened today, but the most important thing was that today he had managed to find out that his daughter was a real genius. The prince's answer literally stunned his servant. He gazed in bewilderment at the departing gentleman, wondering what the prince's words could mean. As soon as Lou found herself in her room, she immediately realized she was exhausted beyond belief from the day's events. She immediately collapsed flat on her bed, too lazy to even move. She remembered today's dinner and could not forget that the prince had spent the entire dinner talking only about her, praising her successes today, and tirelessly repeating that she was very talented and insightful. She was worried that the prince considered her a genius and decided to take her to the doctors for a checkup. She was afraid of not living up to his expectations. After a while, there was a knock on her door. It was her older brother, who said he was worried about how she was feeling and had come to make sure she was okay. Ellie told him that she was fine. It had just been a very long and hard day, and she was probably a little tired, but he seemed unsatisfied with his sister's answer. He asked the girl why she had looked so sad when they passed an intersection in a poor neighborhood. L.E. decided there was no point in making anything up and should just tell the whole truth straight away. She reminded her brother that she used to live in an alley near this intersection, and at that moment, she remembered her past life. The girl hugged her favorite teddy bear and explained that every time she passes by those places, she remembers how cold it was. It's probably because it's ingrained in her body. As soon as she thinks about it, she immediately gets cold. Her brother leaned over to her and asked if it was all true, and if she was feeling okay, because if something was bothering her, she needed to tell an adult right away. Lee told him that she also thinks about her friends when she drives past that intersection, and she does this very often while sitting at home. But then the girl laughed and told her brother that he really shouldn't worry. After all, street kids have a rule. They forget about each other as soon as they leave the confines of the alley. The boy stroked her head and asked her to get some rest. After this, Jad left her in her room and wished her good night. She continued to sit on her bed for a while thinking. There was a question that deeply intrigued her. It was connected to the events of the day, and she couldn't shake the feeling that it was crucial and that she needed to understand why and how it was happening. Lee raised her palm and began to examine it. Today, she had a vision when the prince touched her. Today's events were different from what she had read about in the book in her past life. She absolutely had to understand what it was. Without lowering her hand, the girl thought it was unclear when and why these memories of completely different people came into her head, and why it happened precisely when the prince placed his hand on her head. She pondered this for a long time, but still came to no definitive conclusions. Clutching her soft friend in her arms, she fell asleep on the bed. For several days after that, the prince didn't even mention his daughter's genius. He was busy with his usual affairs and didn't remind his daughter of his promise, so she assumed he'd forgotten all about it. But one of the following days, she was very surprised and frightened by the prince's question about whether they could go somewhere. She decided that this was exactly what she had been so afraid of. Lee immediately jumped up to her father and, burning with impatience, asked him where they were going. Her mouth started to water after her father said that Maria had told him about the cafe that the girl had liked so much last time, and added that he had business nearby, and they could take advantage of the opportunity and visit the cafe. The girl shouted that she would quickly get ready and they could go. She didn't wait a second and quickly rushed to her room. The butler walked behind her. He asked his mistress not to run and said that she should order the servants to attend to her. Still sitting in his chair, the prince laughed as he saw how quickly his little daughter rushed off, hurrying to get ready for the cafe. While the girl was getting ready and tidying herself up, the prince also managed to get ready, and a harnessed carriage was already waiting for them at the entrance to the palace. The last few days had been quite cold, so Lee had been forced to dress warmer than she had before. The prince told her that she looked beautiful and attractive. He was surprised by the girl's request when she said if she could hold his hand. After he agreed to do so, the little girl jumped up, wrapped both arms around his neck, and began hugging him. In response, the prince told her she was simply driving him crazy. The girl kept waiting for the prince to take her hand and asked him to make sure to do so. After it happened, she looked a little surprised. It seemed her theory hadn't been confirmed, and she hadn't had any visions after her father touched her. After the incident on the island, Lou tried to grab her father's hand at every opportunity, but nothing happened. The same thing happened now. When they sat up in bed, she was still thinking about the same thing and could not understand what kind of abilities these were. They drove up to a house that had a huge sign on it with something written on it. She lifted her head up, trying to read what was written on the sign. She read slowly, syllable by syllable, Dr. Sibel's laboratory. When they approached the door, L.E. asked where they were. Her father replied that it was the doctor's lab, and he would try to run a short test there. The girl wondered if they were really going to experiment on her, and she remembered that in her past life, she'd been promised a similar test of genius. But it turned out they'd been taking her to the dentist. Now the prince had promised they'd go to a cafe, but he'd decided to deceive her. The prince said it wouldn't last long. He'd quickly finish his business and come back for her. Then he added that it was all for her sake. Lee absolutely didn't want to go to this doctor. She dug her heels in and said she didn't want to do it, and would rather wait for the prince in the carriage while he went about his business. The man literally dragged his daughter by the hand into the open door of the house they had approached, while she called him a lying prince. As they were leaving the house, they were met by a rather young man. He said, "Welcome," and asked them to come into the room. The girl couldn't believe this man was the doctor, because he looked so young. The prince told him he had business to attend to, and therefore needed to leave, but a guard would be stationed outside. Any unnecessary movement toward his daughter could get the doctor into serious trouble. The girl clung to her father's leg, still hoping he'd change his mind and take her with him. The doctor replied that he would treat her with extreme caution. She again, like a capricious child, clung to his sleeve, demanding that he stay and asking where he was going. Kaylin told her that he needed to leave immediately on business and that she should talk to this man in the meantime. He stroked her head and asked her not to worry about anything, adding that he would be back soon. L.E. continued to follow him until the prince pushed her aside and locked the front door right in her face. The girl was forced to comply with the prince's request and turned around. The doctor said he was very pleased to meet his mistress and again gave his name. The girl was offended that they treated her like that, and so she puffed herself up like a turkey and quietly mumbled her name. She had no intention of being nice to this doctor. She was simply afraid of what he might see in her and then tell the prince about it. She wondered why this doctor was smiling, so she asked him. The young man laughed again and said that she was so cute, just like a puppy, that had lost its owner. When he again confirmed to her that he was a doctor, the girl told him that she thought all doctors had gray hair and must be old. Her answer didn't faze the man standing before her at all. He thanked the girl and said that he had only recently reached adulthood. The doctor also told the girl that other people call people like him, who were able to obtain an academic degree at a young age, geniuses. He smiled sweetly at her and asked her not to be afraid of anything. After all, the prince had brought her here to check if she too was a genius. After all, someone like him could help her. Despite the fact that the doctor told her that both the prince and he wanted to help her, the girl immediately replied that she absolutely did not need anyone's help and thanked him for his kindness. The doctor was puzzled by her words that she was not a genius and therefore did not want any experiments to be conducted on her. As before, he laughed again and told her not to worry. He said that such things sometimes happened in aristocratic families. L.E. immediately asked him what was happening, and the doctor, as if nothing had happened, told her that sometimes stupid parents consider their child a genius and bring him to him. The girl immediately considered this doctor arrogant for daring to call the prince stupid. How was such a thing even possible in her opinion? Then she was forced to endure a long lecture from the doctor, who explained that sometimes there are parents who get very upset because they believe their child is a genius, but such parents are usually the kind who seek to profit from their children. But in his opinion, this certainly doesn't sound like a prince. The doctor also said that if she really was a genius, then he needed help. Help for the girl. She thought he already knew everything, so was it really necessary to do this? She began to deny everything when the doctor said that he knew that she did not yet know all the letters. The doctor, meanwhile, was busy crawling under the table, looking for some tests, and hit his head on it. He told the girl that since she didn't know all the letters, he'd use beads, and she should try to solve the problems he'd give her. The doctor also said that this often happens to him when he hits his head, but fortunately, there was no blood. And so be it. The girl was surprised that, according to the doctor, he was a genius, but also somehow absent-minded. She couldn't understand what was wrong with him, and when he said they needed to get started right away, she immediately agreed. After that, the doctor started telling all sorts of amazing stories. He showed her a piece of paper and asked how to draw a line to get out of this labyrinth. He also began showing her complex number mazes and asking about the connection between the beginning and end of stories. She answered some questions, but didn't know the answers to others. They even played a game that was new to her. The girl tried her best to complete all the tasks assigned to her. If you think about it, she never really learned anything, either in that life or this one. She died in childhood and therefore couldn't go to school. Some of the games were quite interesting to her. She even told the doctor that it seemed the princess couldn't escape the labyrinth because the first night had destroyed her path. It is unclear whether the doctor was surprised by her decision or whether he took everything with his characteristic calm when the girl told him that this path was also closed. On the other hand, all these riddles were quite interesting, and about 2 hours passed like this, until finally the doctor said that he needed to summarize the test results, and therefore the girl should wait for him a little. L.E. immediately became sad. She thought the test results would surely prove she wasn't a genius. This, of course, upset her. She closed her eyes and began to dream that perhaps she could still succeed. She knew that geniuses usually remember words at first sight. Moreover, such people invent amazing things. She thought that geniuses could learn 10-digit numbers and do calculations in their heads, and generally something like that. The girl rested her head on the table and wondered if there really were parents who thought their children were geniuses and then became disillusioned with them. She really wouldn't want the prince to be one of them. She thought that perhaps the man had hoped she would help him with his work. She hadn't forgotten how the prince had told her that he would now take her opinion into account, and she could ask him whatever she wanted. Lee couldn't shake the thought of what would happen if she proved useless and whether the prince would be disappointed in her if the test failed. She hoped he wouldn't throw her out then. Then the absolutely incredible thought occurred to her. What if the prince didn't kick her out, but instead would oppress and mock her, forcing her to do all sorts of housework, and even pick on her? Eventually, the girl came to the conclusion that she even cried a little. She couldn't figure out what to do, and these thoughts only made her sadder. She was even more worried that the results might not be ready today. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't even hear or notice that the door of the room she was in opened, and someone entered quietly, stepping with their soles on the wooden floor. But when one of the floorboards creaked treacherously, Lee immediately turned sharply to see who had come there. The person who entered turned out to be her father, who seemed to have finished all his business and had now returned to pick up his daughter. The man noticed that the girl looked unusual and immediately pestered her with questions asking if something was wrong and if the doctor had said anything to her. His daughter denied everything, but then Lo couldn't bear the tension and let the feelings that were troubling her come to the surface. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she began wiping them away, begging the prince for forgiveness. The young man was very surprised that his daughter was crying. He was also surprised by her words that she wasn't a genius. When he sat down across from his daughter to wipe away her tears, she explained that the doctor had asked her questions today, and she hadn't answered any of the 3 main ones. She also explained that she had a normal memory, and it seemed couldn't help the prince. A man took a little girl's head in his hands and asked her what she meant by help. The girl replied that she thought he would be disappointed that she wasn't a genius. The prince felt very sorry for his little daughter. He grabbed her by the back, pulled her a little closer, and hugged her tightly. He said she was a very kind girl, and everything would definitely be fine with her. After that, Kaylin decided to look her in the eye and sat down next to her, so they were level. He said he thought it was true what people say about daughters making their father's hearts beat faster. It was true, and he'd felt it ever since she came into his life. The prince embraced his daughter, who reciprocated, clinging tightly to his neck with both arms. Kaylin told her that he had never expected anything from her, but had simply been concerned about how she was feeling. He explained that, as she knew their family often produced individuals with exceptional intellectual abilities, it's no wonder he or Jad skipped grades and earned their degrees early. Hearing how concerned he was about her health, the girl was deeply moved, and a tear rolled down her cheek. She told her father that she was different from him and her brother, and thought that she wasn't his biological daughter and therefore couldn't be like them. Kaylin replied to his daughter that this was not what he meant at all when he spoke about her genius, because it often happens that a true genius is born who can easily solve any problem and achieve success in any field. But that's just one side of the coin, because usually such people commit suicide or fall into depression. It's such a misfortune to have exceptional mental abilities that you can't cope with them. L.E. stood before her father, who continued to sit in front of her, his arm around her waist. When she heard about the suicide, she was very surprised, and the prince also told her that as a child, her brother had also been sickly and weak, though not to such an extent, and so his father thought it would be better to prepare in advance in case she suddenly turned out to be a genius. The girl immediately began to cry when her father told her she might have thought he expected something from her. But how could she not be happy? After all, any parent would be delighted to have such a sweet and intelligent girl. His daughter became sad again. She buried her face in the prince's shoulder and told him she wasn't all that smart. Her father responded that she didn't have to be smart, she could be a fool. When Lo said that fools were useless when they couldn't do anything, the prince replied that she didn't have to do anything. She should have a completely different life, and her job was to spend his money. After all, he could provide her with everything she needed. He also said that was the whole point of being his daughter. Callan then stood up and asked his daughter if she had cried enough, and said that she should not have any reason to worry. Lee told him that he had a rather strange way of comforting her, and thought that she might regret it later when she was lying there kicking her blanket in anger. The prince asked his daughter if it was time for them to go to a cafe in that case, and when she asked if they would definitely go there because she thought that he had done it on purpose and lied to hide his visit to the doctor, the prince replied that, of course, because he had promised her a visit to the cafe and would buy her everything she wanted there. His little daughter thought for a moment, wiped her nose and eyes with her sleeve, and said that then she wanted chocolate cake. Kaylin paused for a moment and said, "Of course he'll fulfill any of her wishes." Then he decided to reassure her again, adding that any outcome was good for him, so they should still wait for the doctor, and once he'd spoken to him, they'd go. The prince also decided to ask if the doctor had treated her well. The girl replied that everything went very well. She even enjoyed it. The tests were quite unusual and interesting. At this moment, the door leading to the next room opened, and a doctor appeared from it, holding a huge pile of some papers in front of him. When the young man saw the prince standing before him in the room, he immediately cried out loudly and seemed to brighten up. He said he was very glad to see the prince, and when the prince asked if the results of the examination were ready, he replied that it was almost finished and their conversation would be a bit long. The prince didn't want to wait long, but he still wanted to know the results of the examination, so he asked the doctor to be brief as his daughter was currently on her lunch break. The doctor leaned over the table, began reading something in the papers he'd brought, and said, "Okay." He said the young lady wasn't a genius requiring any special treatment, but she clearly possessed unusual abilities in certain areas. At first, upon hearing this, OLE thought her assumption was correct, and she wasn't a genius. Besides, the doctor had said that with such abilities she could be called gifted. She wondered what that word could mean. It was clearly different from genius. Her father, too, seemed puzzled by the doctor's verdict. He paused and began to reflect on what he had just heard. Then the young man launched into a heated interrogation of the doctor, who seemed taken aback by his treatment. The prince asked what this all meant and demanded an immediate explanation. The doctor immediately began searching through the sheets of paper he'd brought, as if searching for an answer to the question posed. He reported that the young lady had extraordinary language skills. She expressed her thoughts well given her current level of education. She also had a predisposition to reason, a keen understanding of situations, and a keen reaction time. The girl and her father also discovered that she memorizes things much faster than ordinary people. And what shocked the researcher even more was that she had never learned to count yet. She had a concept of numbers. This is simply incomprehensible to a young man. The prince was very pleased with the doctor's findings, but his daughter was literally stunned, as he had said the girl possessed very rare abilities. Although she would need a great deal of study, the prince smiled and said he already knew his daughter was a genius. Lee frowned and glanced at her father standing next to her. She reminded him that the doctor had said she wasn't a genius. Kaylin smiled even wider and told her that a gifted person is a genius, and she is also small, so she is definitely a genius. The girl smiled after her father touched her nose with his finger. She still asked what that had to do with it, and said that just recently he'd told her she could be a fool. The prince touched her nose with his finger a couple of times again, and told the girl that she might be a fool, but life was much more interesting for smart and rich people, and she needed to learn to write as quickly as possible, and in general still have a lot to learn. The doctor's guests didn't say goodbye. They simply turned toward the front door and continued chatting among themselves. The prince said it was time for chocolate cake. The doctor seemed reluctant to let them go home. Hesitantly, he turned to the prince and said he understood they were busy, but he still had a consultation with the young lady, and he considered it very important. His distinguished guest immediately turned around and seemed angry at being forced to stop. He sternly told the doctor that he thought he'd spoken to his daughter long enough. His little daughter turned to him and, tugging at the sleeve of his coat, said that perhaps it was worth listening to the doctor, who said that there was still something left. The doctor seemed pleased that they agreed with him. He pointed toward the door he had just exited and added that he conducts consultations inside. This seemed to surprise and anger the prince a little. He also seemed tired, but he nevertheless agreed and asked if they could talk here. The doctor immediately began explaining everything to him. He explained that to ensure a frank and confidential conversation, the consultation should be conducted without the guardian's accompaniment. He pointed toward the door again and said this was necessary for the integrity of the examination. Lee was ready to go with the doctor. She liked the test today, so she said there was nothing wrong with it, and she would be happy to go for a consultation. When she looked at her father, she could easily see that he was very displeased. He was glaring at the doctor, as if he thought he would dare to harm her. When they entered the room where the consultation was to take place, the girl was surprised to notice that this room was significantly different from the one they had been in before. The entire space was filled with books. Besides the books, she noticed some other instruments and tools here. There was a lot of equipment on the tables and in the cabinets. She couldn't figure out why the doctor needed all this stuff, and so she planned to ask him about it later. She immediately began to turn her head and look around, wanting to examine everything. The girl asked the owner of the room what it all was. The doctor seemed to be heading toward his desk, which stood in the corner of the office. He told her that this was his personal laboratory, where he researched various objects relating to many fields of knowledge. The doctor seemed very happy and pleased after the prince allowed them to continue their examination. He told the girl that, frankly, there was a special educational course for gifted children like her. However, the prince valued her so much, and in his opinion, he would not allow this course to be conducted as it was organized by a specialized institution located quite far away. La barely listened to or heard the doctor anymore. Her entire attention was consumed by the objects collected in this laboratory. She stared at the contents of this room, her mouth hanging open. Suddenly, the girl felt something happening to her. She couldn't explain it, but it felt like a strange, uneasy feeling. The doctor noticed this and said that perhaps she already understood what was going on. The doctor settled comfortably in his chair across from the girl and began explaining everything to her. He said she might already have guessed that this room was the final test she needed to undergo. The girl was very surprised by the word test. She didn't yet know what it meant and was ready to undergo any test. She listened attentively to the doctor and prepared herself for this task. She seemed completely attentive. The doctor asked her if she would like to try solving the latest riddle he had posed just for fun. He said it involved finding something hidden inside this room, and it needed to be found. Lee decided she had nothing to lose and would try to please her father and find the answer to this riddle. The girl stood up and began to examine the room's interior. A brown desk, a visitor's chair, identical bookcases. She noticed that the layout of the previous office and this lab was identical. She thought that the books and other things lying around here were completely unnecessary compared to the previous room, and if the documents and equipment were removed from here, most likely it would look absolutely identical to the previous one. The girl immediately imagined the previous room where she had spent the previous couple of hours with the doctor. And sure enough, the room was exactly the same, and in her opinion, the game was about spotting the differences. Lee decided that if she needed to find obvious differences, then the documents and devices clearly did not correspond to this, and so she began to examine the walls and noticed a picture hanging on one of the walls. This painting looked quite unusual. Somewhere on the lawn, the artist had depicted a wooden fence in the shape of a circle. The girl found the subject matter unusual, so she decided to take it into account. She remembered seeing a painting somewhat reminiscent of this one before. In the same spot in the second room, there hung a painting depicting a lawn, with two paths intersecting in the shape of a cross. A rather strange landscape, in her opinion. The girl realized that this was the difference. The other painting depicted a crossroads of forest paths, while this one depicted a round fence with flowers along it. L.E. wondered what all this could mean. She abstracted herself a bit and thought of the paths as a cross and the fence as a circle. This led her to the conclusion that the words cross and circle might be present in the answer. The girl decided she might be close to solving the mystery, so she went to the doctor and asked if there was a book in that cabinet with the words cross and circle. In the title, she would have looked for it herself, but she hadn't yet learned to read very well. The doctor immediately jumped up from his seat, and from his movement, the girl realized that she had probably managed to solve this simple, in her opinion, riddle. The young man stood up from his seat and walked over to the bottom cabinet. He said that gifted people were different after all. After this, the man began to take a book from the bookshelf and told the girl that she had figured out the riddle so easily, even though she couldn't read very well. It was truly remarkable for such a young child to have mastered a riddle that no adult could have solved. He said the book was called The Cross and the Circle. He handed the girl the book he'd taken, and she wondered if this was the whole puzzle, since Dr. Sibel had said she'd figured it out. So she told the doctor that the book might of course be the correct answer, but she didn't think it was quite that simple. The girl glanced toward the bookcase where the book had recently been kept and noticed a mark there. She touched it with her finger and felt as if someone had deliberately drawn a circle on the board. Lei remembered that in one of the paintings, there was a cross-shaped intersection, so it means cross. The painting in the previous room depicted a circular fence, so the answer was circle. And now she discovered that perhaps the answer to the riddle was another circle. The girl decided that she therefore needed to put two circles together. And when she did, she created a figure that resembled a snake biting its own tail. Lo began to wonder what it could be. Perhaps it meant nothing, but when she compared all three answers, the infinity sign suddenly appeared in her mind. The doctor was simply amazed by her words, after the girl asked him if he perhaps had another book, somewhere in the closet, called Infinity, or something similar. When the doctor recovered from his amazement, he went to the bookcase and brought out another book. He showed it to the girl and said that the title of this book was Eternal Beloved. The girl immediately began to rejoice and shout, "Wow!" delighted at having solved the riddle. The doctor opened the book in front of her and offered her a piece of paper with the word "Well done" written on it. He said cross and circle were also correct answers, but he didn't think she'd even guess that. The young man told the girl that he had a few more riddles to solve, but they probably didn't have time for that now, because he thought the prince's patience was running low, and so they should end it theirs. At this time, the prince was truly very nervous and angry. He was angry at this doctor, who had taken his beloved daughter away from him for so long. When L.E. told the doctor that she was very interested, the man explained to her that on the back of the card she found was the address of the laboratory. The girl began to examine this card and noted to herself that it was the business card of the person with whom she had met today and had such an interesting time. Her new acquaintance placed his hand on the girl's shoulder and remarked that gifted children like her increasingly sense and understand their differences as they grow older. He knew this well, having been just like her as a child. The doctor began enthusiastically telling her that he was a teacher and assistant to such talented children, and if she felt unsure where to go or what to do next, she should definitely come to him. His laboratory was always open. Lie thought that this doctor turned out to be a very pleasant and sweet person, although at first she was afraid of him and did not want to talk to him. The doctor also decided to tell the girl that in his opinion, the prince most likely did not place any hopes on her, but was simply proud of her abilities. The girl immediately asked the young man in surprise how he'd managed to find out what she thought about it. Her thoughts turned to the prince, and she decided that was precisely why he was so excited. Simply because he was proud of her. The doctor still didn't want to let her go. He started explaining something to the girl using words and terms she didn't understand. Meanwhile, in the next room, the prince, still impatient for his daughter, sighed heavily. He began talking to himself and said the conversation had dragged on for too long. He thought this was suspicious. The prince decided he shouldn't wait any longer, as something could happen to his daughter. He burst into the next room and forcefully pushed the doctor standing there with the girl. When the doctor began to explain to him that he had merely given the prince's daughter a business card, he asked his daughter about it again and inquired whether she had been harmed during her interaction with this man. Lee immediately confirmed the doctor's words, showed her father the business card she had received, and began to laugh loudly. Kylan told this absent-minded man that he was not so much a doctor as a comedian. Lee decided to find out if the doctor's conclusions were correct. She immediately decided to check with the prince and asked him something she had been thinking about for a long time. She said the doctor had told her he was very proud of her. When her father stroked her head and said that the doctor was absolutely right, Lee said that she too was proud of the prince, and it would be great if he continued to do so. Kaylin stroked her head again and told the girl that he would really like her to call him Daddy, and added that, in any case, he was not going to rush her into it. After this, the prince turned to the young man again and told him that they would already be leaving and promised to send him payment for his work with his servant. The doctor still seemed dazed by the prince's prod. He seemed either frightened or surprised, and responded with only one word: "Good." As they were leaving the room, Lee turned around to say goodbye to the doctor and waved goodbye to him. He also said goodbye to her in response and said that she could come to him any time she needed. Then the doctor locked the front door, went to the other end of the room, and began to swing his foot across the floor. As he closed the door, the doctor told himself that the girl had completely lived up to his expectations. As he had heard before, she was quite interesting. He walked over to the bookcase and stuck his hand into the gap between the books and the top shelf, and said that this girl was so close to the right answer, and she was just a couple of answers away from solving it all. He pulled out a wooden box that was lying somewhere on a bookshelf and said that the answer to the riddle was not in the business card. The doctor opened the wooden box and gazed at its contents with affection. He said the answer to the riddle was inside this trinket, and it was a red flower. Then the doctor rushed to the bookcase and said that there was definitely someone else we couldn't forget. He began to move the bookcase to the side. When he pulled the cabinet completely aside, another room appeared before him, and inside it, suspended in the air by a glowing light, was the torso of a man. The doctor said the next mystery was where the real Dr. Sibel was. The young man began to pull the edge of her hair with his hand, apparently with the aim of getting rid of it, and said that since all of the girl's answers were correct, but she had not managed to find the right one, then this was already a problem of imagination. The man with the very strange tattoo on his arm also said that perhaps the imagination of this precocious and insightful girl would develop when more violence appeared in her life. The man let down his hair, which was tied with a rope at the back of his head, took off his glasses, and said goodnight to the real doctor, noting that he would need his name again soon, since it had been quite useful so far. When this man got rid of his glasses and changed his hairstyle, he looked like a completely different person who was now thinking about the young lady he had met that day. He thought she would grow up to be a great woman, and he would eagerly await that moment. The young man stood near the wall, smoking his cigarette. He watched two people conversing. One of them said, "How can this be?" and added, "That man broke my friend's arm." The other, apparently a police officer, responded that it was important to understand that there was no evidence. The young man looked around carefree and took a drag on his cigarette, releasing huge clouds of tobacco smoke into the air. He also overheard other people talking about a friend of his named Fercy. They said he was never able to forget his fiancée and had therefore committed suicide. The young man only smiled upon hearing this. He thought about how he was a fool for deciding to commit suicide, considering that money could get him any number of women. And it was unclear what was so special about that poor woman. But in the end, he decided it was probably for the best. Because if word got out that they'd had a hand in his fiancée, it could only lead to trouble. He headed toward his carriage, preparing to head into town. He didn't hear someone approach the spot where he had stood just a moment ago. The man stopped near the cigarette butt he had discarded and examined its tracks. The young man also did not hear the approaching steps of this man, who with incredible force grabbed him by the back of the head with his hand and began to press him to the ground. The man was Callan, who now towered over him and greeted the young man. He told him that his friend had told him all about him, and that was why he had come. He also asked that his friend's name Fercy seemed to be. Pinned down by the prince's powerful palm, you couldn't utter a word in response. He was terribly frightened and could only stutter, trying to free himself from the strong hand holding his head. He felt something incomprehensible squeeze his neck and gag him, preventing him from making a single sound. Then the young man heard someone call his name. Gensel de Diet added that he is a pervert who killed a woman for money. The same stranger threw his body at his feet, stamped on it, and said he had committed countless other attacks on girls, as well as 15 similar cases that had not been confirmed. He also said the young man was such a scumbag that he was a real gift. The prince looked at him and asked if he was still alive. He informed him that the young man would be unable to utter a single word, and added that it was time to begin eating, as they say. Eating is best when a person is still alive. Gensel lay on the ground, thinking that he'd seen the man bending over his body somewhere. He desperately wanted to scream, but he couldn't understand why his tongue wouldn't move. The man pressed his foot hard against his chest again and said that it might hurt a little. Although a man like him, who lived like a filthy animal, should probably die like one. After that, he revealed that he now had a daughter too. And so he decided to hunt bastards like Gensel first and foremost, and his name is Callan de Levelton. Therefore, he should remember the name of the person who will kill him, because this is also a mercy. The prince began to tug at the snake's tail, which had wrapped itself around the villain's neck. He said he would also play with his friends a little later, but he would kill him right now. Finally, he said the young man should go and thank his friend, Fercy. Gensel saw a black snake with glowing red eyes appear out of nowhere near his head. It hissed and extended its tongue toward him. Then he again saw before him the executioner, who looked inexorable and was preparing to carry out his sentence. The last words this villain and rapist heard were, "Bon appétit." His blood splattered onto the cobblestone street, and he lay forever silent in his death throes. The prince adjusted his tie, which he had just tied, and said that it seemed it was time to go back for his daughter. The young man pulled a watch out of his pocket, looked at it, and noted that his daughter's test should be finished around now. After he had dealt with this criminal, the prince looked around to make sure that no one had noticed him, and then headed towards the doctor's laboratory to meet his little daughter. After the father and daughter said goodbye to the unusual doctor, they went to the cafe that had been the purpose of their trip to the city. Outside the cafe, there was a board listing the current delicacies. As soon as they settled down at one of the tables in the cafe, a waitress approached them with a menu. The prince looked it over and said he wanted every cake they had. L.E. was surprised by her father's desire. She didn't plan on staying there long, so she told him she couldn't eat it all and that one chocolate cake would be enough for her. The prince looked at her carefully and thought that it was rather strange, but at such moments his daughter had such a stern expression on her face, as if she were an adult. And when he asked her if it was true that just one chocolate cake would be enough for her, the girl showed him 2 fingers and said that she had been working her head a lot today, so maybe she could get 2 pieces of cake. The prince was lost in thought. He propped his head up with his hand and began to look out the window. His daughter became worried and asked him what had happened to him. A moment later, the prince became cheerful again, and giving the waitress the menu, said that they should bring all their chocolate desserts. When the cafe employee fulfilled his wish, the food they had ordered was brought to the table in front of them. The prince ordered his daughter to begin her meal. L.E. was delighted to receive such a huge variety of desserts. She grabbed a knife and fork, and wishing her father bon appétit, began to eat. When she had already satisfied her stomach a little and was full, she asked the prince where he had gone while he was waiting for her. When Callan asked why it bothered her so much, the girl replied that he looked so happy and his tie was tied differently. To the prince's surprise, his daughter said it wasn't Cyan who tied the tie, even though he was an excellent tie maker and handkerchief maker. The prince thought he remembered tidying his clothes afterward. He again noted the little girl's keen observation. He thought she was so sweet, and she had an excellent memory too. The prince told the girl that he had met a new friend and simply dropped by to say hello. L.E. immediately said that she understood everything and asked if she could meet him too. But the prince replied that it was no longer possible to see him, and indeed, he wasn't such a close friend. His little daughter's words about how it turns out there are different types of relationships between adults sounded very strange. During their conversation, the prince periodically glanced at what was happening outside the cafe window, and at one point, he noticed movement there. He thought it must be Gensel's body that had been found. The young man knew that the discovery of a corpse was a common occurrence, and it would likely be recorded as deceased of unknown cause. The low arrest rate in the kingdom was only to his advantage. The prince smiled slightly, covering his mouth with his hand, and thought that after all, there was no time to be bored in the capital, and he liked that. And besides, a new joy had appeared in his life, one he could never have imagined. He glanced at the girl sitting before him, and thought that she had a sweet appearance, a mysterious character intelligence, and just a hint of suspicion. The man decided to tell his daughter how much he loved her, and added that he wanted every day to be just like today. When she asked him what was so special about her today, the prince replied that she was simply charming just by existing, and although she told him she felt a bit awkward, he replied that it didn't matter as long as his words brought her joy. The little girl was so pleased to hear such words from her father. She was simply happy today, and the prince had said such important words to her. She also wondered if he had been like this when he raised J.D. Then L.E. broke into her wide smile again and told him, calling him Prince, that he still looked for some reason very pleased. The young man looked at his young daughter with tenderness in his eyes. He wondered when she would start calling him Daddy, deciding that today everything was perfect except for this one detail. As they were leaving the cafe, the waitress decided to escort such sophisticated clients outside and told them to come back again. L.E. was also grateful to her for such a delicious treat and bowed deeply before her. She didn't even notice any presents next to her. Only when she heard someone say, "Hello," did she turn her head toward the speaker. The girl saw her older brother sitting in the carriage and their butler standing next to her. She immediately asked them if they had come to pick up her and her father. It seemed her brother was also admiring the girl. He invited her into the carriage, saying that something very interesting awaited her. The girl wondered what kind of day this was. When everyone was comfortably seated in the carriage, it moved off, and its passengers began to discuss the events of the day. At some point, the little girl discovered that, for some reason, she felt very cold, which seemed very strange. L.E. looked out the window and realized why it had happened. It was because they were passing the alley where she had spent so much time, and that was precisely why she felt cold. Then she was very surprised, because for some reason, they did not take the usual road that led to the prince's estate, but turned into an alley where there were many houses and their inhabitants that were familiar to her. It was the girl's first time on this street since she'd gone looking for work at the prince's palace. She recognized the familiar surroundings, of course, but she felt something was off. Even when the carriage stopped and the girl stepped onto its running board, she realized that this street had changed significantly since the last time she had been here. She quickly ran out of the carriage and began looking around as the prince followed her. The girl saw that the street where she lived had changed dramatically and looked completely different. And that house near which she and the boys gutted the trash can, and the owners pretended that they did nothing. And that warehouse where they often sat close to each other because of the cold that surrounded them and froze. To the little girl's great amazement, all the familiar places had vanished. Now she stood before a huge, pleasant-looking, decorated house that hadn't been there before. She noticed another sign near the house, something that definitely hadn't been there before. She wondered what it might be. Her basic reading skills were enough to allow her to look at the plaque and see that this house was not just any house. It said it was home to friends of L.E. She became so curious about what this meant that she couldn't stand it any longer, ran to the window, and began to look inside the house. The sight that greeted her was very pleasant. The room's interior was simply magnificent. It was clean and cozy. It was filled with a multitude of toys, and there was even a fireplace. When L.E. turned back to ask her father what it was, he replied that it was a joint creation of him and J.D. They did it because she was worried about her comrades, and they wanted to do something special for her. Her brother said that every time they passed that street, the girl always had such a sad expression on her face. That's why he started thinking about how to change that. Ellie was surprised by his words. She really wanted to thank her brother and father for what they had done. Jad also said that they did it so that she wouldn't frown. The girl's father approached her, leaned towards her, and said that sometimes it happens that adults know children better than they know themselves. Lee was surprised by what these people had done for her. She was even more grateful for what they had done for her friends. The prince said that she hadn't meant to break the promise she had made to her friends. She remembered the words she'd spoken to her brother one evening. She'd said there was nothing to worry about, since the rule of the street kids was to forget each other. When she asked the prince if Jad had told him about this conversation, the boy only spread his arms out to the sides and smiled slyly. Kalen told his daughter that he bought all the houses on the street and paid their owners handsomely. They were very happy about it. He then connected the buildings and created one large house. He told his grateful daughter that only children could come into this house and warm themselves here at any time in winter. Lee almost cried when she heard that her friends would now be able to play in the warmth with the toys the prince had bought. She thanked her father for what he had done for her. Kaylin told her there was no need to thank him because he was her dad. And when the girl repeated the word daddy, Jad explained that his words meant that the prince wanted her to call him daddy. And he personally liked both Jad and his brother. Lee decided she wasn't ready to do that yet. She remained silent, staring with her wide eyes into the face of the man sitting opposite her. Before this, she couldn't call him Dad for several reasons, and unfortunately, she couldn't explain all of this to them now. The girl feared that one day she would have to leave this family. She feared that she would expect too much from the prince, as if he were her own father. But now it seemed everything had changed. Today had been a turning point, and she understood how and why the prince treated her this way. She immediately threw herself on the prince's neck, hugged him tightly, and called him Papa. Lee started crying. She said, "Thank you, Dad," and "Thank you, brother." She also said that she was happier than ever. She couldn't even imagine that she would ever find happiness in this world. Then she rushed to Jad and hugged him too. She thanked him for being her brother, after which he asked her not to forget those words. The girl thought that even if they were a little strange, it was okay. She still wanted them to be her family. The prince approached her and stroked her head. He said she could be Lee or Letici, but it didn't matter. She just needed to cast away all the sad memories associated with this street. The butler told the girl that part of her name El had become this house, and now this word would be able to bring warmth to children. Her friends would come here and remember her with gratitude and warmth. When they had already decided to go home and got into the carriage, the little girl's brother said that, by the way, he had tried to find a boy named Walter, but had been unable to. He had been told that he had recently left town. Elle wasn't surprised at all. She replied that she understood everything, and that he had probably gone away to earn money or moved to the lower village. Jad asked if she wanted him to find the boy. The little sister laughed and said not to worry about him. He was such a smart aleck that he could find a place for himself anywhere. She remembered that on that day, her friend was supposed to die at the hands of a killer. But thanks to her intervention, his fate changed. The girl looked at Luna and asked her for one more favor. She hoped that her friend would also live in better conditions. That day, Elle's house appeared, and the little girl's winter came to an end. The young man was reading a recent newspaper and retelling its contents to his brother, who was standing nearby. It said that teenagers were continuing to be murdered for unknown reasons. Another one was one of the boys who had abused their sister. And this was the third murder since Gensel. Could this really be the prince's doing? His brother pulled his cap down even lower and said that only the prince remained. There was no one else to do it. The young man standing next to him said that it seemed to him that the doctor also looked very much like the prince. And when Rieden asked if they were both abnormal, Rion replied that he didn't even know. He just had the feeling they were birds of a feather, and he imagined they could do something extraordinary without even batting an eye. When his brother mentioned wondering how Letici was doing, Rieden replied that he'd had enough of talking about her. He'd even gone to the prince's house and left a flower there, though he didn't know if she'd found it. And he said he was very grateful to this little girl because it was she who saved their lives. And he often thinks of her, because if she hadn't been known, what would have happened to them? He asked his brother if he shouldn't tell this girl about the doctor. Rieden replied that it was the doctor who had suggested the method for killing Fersi. He was the one who planned such things. His brother recalled how one day he was sitting on a bench in front of the academy, and Fercy and his friends came out. He himself didn't understand how he had uttered the rumor that he would kill him if he could. He heard someone approach him and say that was exactly the expression on his face. Turning around, he saw a pleasant young man who turned out to be the doctor. Ryan asked him who he was, and then this very strange man said that his name was Dr. Sibel and that he sometimes came to the academy. Then he asked if it was him. The young man looked in the same direction his new acquaintance was looking. He looked at the frolicking teenagers who were discussing the sister of the boy sitting next to him. The doctor said that this was the same man who had insulted his sister and driven her to death. Ryan's ear and told him that he understood him and how sad he must be to see this man. He also asked if he needed help killing this man. It was the doctor who came up with the plan to kill Fercy. Carrying out the murder plan he devised was quite simple and proved easy for both twins. But on the island, the prince's family and his little daughter intervened in the matter. After Ryan and Ridden's failure, there was nothing left to do but tell the doctor about everything that had happened. They told him that a girl named Leticia had guessed their involvement in the murder. It was also from them that the doctor learned that the prince had decided to let them go, and thus they escaped punishment for murder. The doctor didn't require any further explanation. He sent both young men to deliver the flower. But Ryan and Ridden decided to leave a blue rose there instead of a red flower. They did this as a sign of respect, apology, and gratitude to the little girl who had saved their lives, and at the same time, this flower was supposed to serve as a warning to her. And now, both twin brothers were at the train station, discussing how they had already disobeyed the doctor's orders and brought a non-red flower. The second brother said that he just wanted to warn the girl that this doctor knew about her. Ridden replied that it was he who had told the doctor about Leticia. Now if the prince found out about it, he would kill them. Ryan said they had to leave the city, and they would do it right now as if nothing had happened. Ridden turned around and started walking toward the train standing on the platform. He said it was the last train, so he needed to hurry. The young man turned around, shouted to his brother, urging him to go faster, and asked why he was standing there. His brother's face was gone. He seemed to see a ghost in front of him and said that this man looked very strange. Two people were talking on the platform. One of them was a man with long blonde hair and glasses. He said he hadn't noticed his companion. A fat man standing across from him warned him to be careful. Ridden put his hand on his brother's shoulder and said that they needed to get out of here quickly. But unfortunately, the twins didn't have time to do this because a young man who was actually a doctor came up to them from behind and asked where they were going and if they weren't going to catch a train.